Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another episode of Left 4 Dead 2 Myth Busting Mondays. And in today's video for the final myth, we're going to be testing to see if whether or not that if you shoot a special infected with a bullet and they run through the dead air metal detector, will that lodged bullet end up setting off the metal detector, allowing the special infected to, if they time it right, be able to set off the panic event early and therefore kill the survivors. It's a really unique circumstance, and I don't necessarily know if it's going to work, but I'm more than happy to try it out. If you guys end up enjoying today's video, please drop a like, subscribe if you're new, and if you guys have a myth of your very own that you would like to have be featured in next week's episode, please by all means leave it here in the comments down below, or also alternatively, you can leave within my Discord server, which is going to be linked down below in this video's description. All that being said, guys, I hope you end up enjoying seeing this week's episode of Left 4 Dead 2 Myth Busting Mondays. Myth: can you give pain pills / adrenaline to Whitaker? Alright guys, myth 1 submitted in by Jet the Plane, but I just believe this is Ace of Spades with a different name, so thank you, Ace. You can let me know if you want me to call you Jet from now on, for example. But yeah, we're going to be trying to attempt to give Whitaker pain pills / adrenaline, and it looks like, at least as pain pills are concerned, it doesn't seem like he's going to take it like how that the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors on the passing do. And then in regards to the adrenaline shot, it's literally no difference, it's the exact same thing, meaning that the myth is busted. Whitaker doesn't take drops from you like how the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors do. This seems to be the exception, although it does make sense given the fact that he's already out of bounds to begin with. Myth: can you wait in the safe room during the finale of Dark Carnival instead of killing the tanks? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Spurkledog. When it comes to this myth, when you end up starting the finale here, the area in which you would normally come from the safe room, there is a door that shuts behind you, meaning that you can't end up getting back to it without using NoClip. Now, I did find a video by Not Pinky here on YouTube where there is technically a glitch in which you can actually end up getting back into the safe room if you kill somebody, and then after you move a forklift into their corpse, defib them, and then that will cause them to go back through the door into the safe room area, but I don't know if this has since been patched. So I'll label the myth as plausible given the fact that the glitch does mean you can kind of technically do it, but I just, like I said, just don't know if it's been patched. Plus also there is the fact that even if you did get back in here, I don't know how you would get back out. Myth: are you invincible against special infected while spamming melee? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by IDepZ / my friend Noah. Now, we can look at this in two different ways. We can look at just spamming shove by meleeing that way, and if we look at it from that perspective, most of the special infected, minus the Charger, Tank, and Witch, if you end up timing it just right, you basically, yeah, are invincible because you're just going to stun lock the ever-living hell out of the special infected and there's nothing they can do about it. Now, if we're talking about, like, using a melee weapon, there also is just the cop-out option of just holding down the chainsaw and just spamming that into oblivion. But let's look at the third option, which is going to be just timing melee swings of the other melee weapons. Even a special infected that's just as hard to kill as, like, let's say the jockey, is able to be defeated if you can time your melee swings just right. If you get good at it and you're really good at just guessing when the jockey is going to jump and then swing at the right time, you can get the jockey and even defeat him pretty consistently. So in regards to myth 3, I'm going to say it's confirmed because pretty much all the special infected, you can stun bash them into oblivion where they're trapped. You have the chainsaw as the ultimate cop-out, and thirdly, if you're just simply good at timing, you can pretty consistently be able to defend yourself against even the most annoying of special infected like the jockey. Myth: if a tank destroys every pillar in the subway on No Mercy, then will it collapse? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by Kraus and Real. Now this is the area in which I believe that he is referring to, so I'm going to knock all these columns out one by one, and after I end up knocking them out, we're just going to see if anything changes about the map other than possibly these columns flat disappearing because they are now broken. Alright, so I'm just going to double check my work. It looks like I did miss one, but after hitting that last one that I missed, the map doesn't end up changing with any significance. It's still the exact same, apart from the columns now disappearing. The main thing is that the whole building did not collapse. So that means that the fourth myth is busted. If you take out the columns as a tank on the subway in No Mercy, nothing will really happen. Alrighty guys, and now it's time for the final myth, and once again is going to be if we shoot a bullet into a special infected, and the special infected then runs through the dead air metal detector, will that in turn set off the metal detector, allowing you to be able to prematurely activate the panic event and therefore screw over the human players? Let's head up to dead air now and see if whether or not we can make TSA's life a living hell. Myth: In Dead Air, can you set off the metal detector as a special infected after being shot? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth of today's episode is going to be submitted in by Dan. Alrighty guys, I'm ready. Dan is a special infected, and as soon as I shoot him, he's going to run through the metal detector. And now he's been successfully shot. It looks like nothing actually ends up happening. So that means that the last myth is busted, actually. Either the bullets ended up going clean through if you wanted to explain this away with logic, or you can look at it from the most likely option, which is that Valve just did not program this thing to go off because of a special infected going through. Myth: can you grab the same pills/adrenaline that you're giving your teammate before it reaches them? Alrighty guys, myth 1 is submitted in by NSenr. Now, what you're watching is Dan's gameplay. Don't mind the fact that he's gaming on a potato, but anyway, the point is that what you're seeing is Dan trying to give pain pills to me and then immediately take them back. And here in slow motion, you're going to see something very bizarre end up taking place. The pain pills that Dan gives me for a split second fly into the sky above my shoulder. When you give pain pills to a player, they normally happen so quick that it looks like it just teleports to your hand. But this one, you can clearly see, even with slow motion, that there's a few solid seconds, like 1 or 2, where it's just floating above my shoulder. This looks like it's enough time, if the prompt allows, to grab the pain pills essentially mid-air and do a fake out, where you give them to somebody and then you immediately take them back. This is what it looked like from my POV. Now, unfortunately, Dan was not quick enough to be able to yank the pain pills back. They still ultimately ended up in my inventory, and he ended up having to spawn in new ones for himself. Now, just because Dan wasn't able to get the pills back in his inventory doesn't mean I'm going to label it as busted. I'm actually going to label it as plausible, because in a situation where everything goes perfectly according to plan, I like to imagine that you can grab the pain pills/adrenaline and put it back into your inventory. Myth: can you mess up Whitaker's dialogue if you no-clip to the cola and fly back into the gun store and interact with him on the speaker? Alrighty guys, the next myth is submitted in by Wulon Durley. Okay, so I'm going to pass the speaker, and I'm going to go straight for the cola. I do also have captions on for this myth, so that way it's easier to understand what exactly is going on. So I'm going to go grab the cola now. Now, currently, when I end up giving it to Whitaker, he is going to give me his cola dialogue. And as soon as we go to the speaker and activate it, you guys can see that Whitaker basically gets amnesia, and he goes from talking about saying goodbye and hopefully wishes us luck to acting like he just met us and starts shooting the zombies. So yep, the myth is confirmed. If you do things out of order, Whitaker's dialogue gets mixed up into different combinations. Myth: can you use incendiary/explosive ammo in the M60 when it reaches 0 after you pick it up? Alrighty guys, the third myth of today's episode is submitted in by Tacky Roadlater. Now when it comes to the M60, once you expel all the ammo out of the gun, unlike other guns, you'll just immediately drop it, and it will also disappear, which means that you cannot pick it back up once it reaches 0. You also can't work around this by just picking up the ammo right as it reaches 0, because the game just gets rid of the gun too quick. So that means that myth 3 is busted. Myth: do throwables set off the dead air metal detector? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by Turtlecat. So we're going to try everything one item at a time. So the first thing is the Molotov, which it looks like it does not set off the metal detector. Now we're going to end up trying the pipe bomb, and when it comes to the pipe bomb, this also does not set off the metal detector from neither going through or the explosion. Same thing for the bile bomb, and now we're also going to test out the other throwable items such as the gas can, the oxygen tank, and the propane tank. Looks like the gas can doesn't do anything, the propane tank doesn't do anything, and neither does the oxygen tank. Hell, even the fireworks and Noam Chomsky don't, so it looks like that nothing does, at least in the throwables category, meaning that the myth is busted. The metal detector will not be set off by any of these following items, it will just ignore them. Alrighty guys, I'm not going to drag this part out too long, you know the drill by now. We're going to test the final myth and see if whether or not that if the charger can take us through the dead air metal detector without setting off the panic event. Myth: can you get through the dead air metal detector without setting it off if a charger takes you through it? Alrighty guys, the final myth is submitted in by Dan, and here goes nothing. I am aligned with the metal detector. Dan's going to spawn on the charger for me any second now. We're just going to see what ultimately ends up happening. Here we go. And unfortunately, it happened to be exactly what I was expecting, which is that the game is just unfortunately boring and decides to set itself off anyways. God damn it, I was really hoping we would have had something here. Alright, so the final myth is busted. If the charger takes you through the metal detector, it doesn't matter, because since it's you going through it along with him, it's going to notice whatever metal you have on your person and go off anyway. Myth: does Molotov fire trigger car alarms? Alrighty guys, the first myth is submitted in my Nexus watch. Now what we're looking at here is the fire from the Molotov, not the grenade hitting the car itself. If we look at just the fire, it does not set off the car alarm. It will only set off the car alarm if the grenade makes impact with the car itself, meaning that the first myth is busted. The fire from the Molotov is not enough to set off the car alarm. Myth. In versus, will a tank on fire be extinguished if control goes to the next player? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in my Nupcake. Now while trying to test this myth, we found something interesting. The bar in which pops up on the left-hand side of the screen when you're about to lose control of the tank, it will actually just flat out go away when the tank becomes on fire. So, I'm assuming what's happening here is that the game knows that the tank is about to die, and therefore is not going to just give the tank to the next player because it would be unfair, because they would just immediately die the moment that they become the tank. Meaning that the myth is going to be busted, the tank will not end up being extinguished when you end up switching player control, because what happens is that the ability to switch to another player just flat out goes away when you become on fire in the first place. Myth. Can you see the No Mercy spawn from the top of the hospital rooftops? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Not On My Level / A True Winner 1. Now since you're asking if whether or not you can see the apartment from the No Mercy rooftops, I'm going to say no, because it's way too hard to be able to tell what the heck is that far out, even with zooming in on a sniper scope. The only way you can really tell the detail of what building you're exactly looking at is by no-clipping over there, and even then, that's still not exactly the easiest thing to do, because once you get to a certain distance, you're no longer in No Mercy. You are sent to the back rooms, and you end up getting stuck in a void. Even if we found something that does look like the spawn apartment building, it's so blurry and not clear enough that I have no way to prove any claims I make, so I'm going to say that the myth is busted. Myth. Can you get into the Hard Rain Chapter 4 safe room early in Chapter 1? So the safe room I'm referring to is this one, guys, the one that's only covered by this wooden plank that you can see in Chapter 1. I'm just going to take the Dan approach, and I'm going to give myself a grenade launcher and spawn in a whole bunch of explosives and just see if whether or not I can blow the piece of wood down. Seems simple enough, right? Alright, so here we go. We're going to be spawning in a little bit of everything. There is the jerry can, there is the propane tank, there is the oxygen tank. I've got my grenade launcher on standby. Ignore the fact that I accidentally spawned in 2 Nonchonskis, and I even add fireworks for some pizzazz. And when I end up shooting all of these different things, the wood does not end up falling over. Instead, just stays perfectly in place. You guys can see I'm about to no-clip into the safe room and show you that this is actually the correct safe room, and it is just simply blocked right now, but no, the wood is still standing firm and it's not moved, meaning the fourth myth is busted. You can't get into the Chapter 4 safe room for Hard Rain early within Chapter 1. Alrighty guys, it's final myth time. Let's see if whether or not that church guy will say any voice line dialogue after he is turned into an infected. Let's see. Myth. Will church guy speak any human dialogue after he turns infected? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth is submitted in by Dan. Alright, so we are at the church and we are waiting for church guy to fully turn into an infected. I've got dialogue on, so this is much easier to see what's exactly taking place. Now you guys can see that he is turning into the infected now, but when he ends up turning into infected here, he's still technically human up until we open the door, and then when we open the door, he's finally going to become either a hunter, a smoker, or a boomer like he always does. And in this case, he ends up becoming a hunter specifically. Now at this point, most people would just end up killing church guy and then ending the chapter just to get it over with, but I'm really curious, what happens if we just let him linger? Is the game still going to acknowledge that this special infected is different and is still technically church guy and just let his dialogue play like any other random character in the game? Now he did do this multiple different times, and here's the thing is that there was interesting moments where the dialogue was already playing, and when we would open the door, the special infected would then spawn in, which it makes it look like technically that church guy is still speaking while he's infected, but I don't count that because the voice line was already playing before we had opened the door, and it was just instead finishing. What we're hoping to achieve here is to get a situation that looks like something Easter egg-like, where it's like, hey, this special infected is a guy that just became infected, and if you wait around long enough, he will eventually say a word, something, any sort of dialogue. and I was just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and nothing ever ended up happening. I held out hope in case that there was just something there, something like a little tiny glitch or secret, but I realized that what it is that we're just at the very best going to get the dialogue starting and then opening the door at the right timing and having the voice line still being yet to finished as he's coming out and make it look like he's talking that way. But I don't count that, like I said, because you know that we're just using that as a cop-out answer, saying, look, it looks like he's talking, but I want him to, like, actually be talking, you know what I'm saying, for me to confirm this. But since he didn't do that, I'm going to label the myth as busted. I think by the time that he fully turns and comes out of the safe room door, he's not going to be even remotely human anymore, and therefore it's too late. Myth. Will the last stand tanks towards the end of the game all spawn behind the lighthouse? Alrighty guys, the first myth is submitted by Taco Twins Gaming. Now for this myth, it's kind of hard to showcase any sort of proof because never in my life, at least from my experience in Left 4 Dead, have I ever seen a special infected spawn in where they're not there and then they just poof into existence. So it's kind of hard to showcase the tank spawning in, but I did try my best by just floating above the lighthouse and looking around in the general vicinity. And our tanks would spawn away from us, usually up in these cliff areas. So like for example, this is a showcase of our tank where he ended up spawning inside of this tree, and we were not really able to get them to spawn at a spot where we consider it the back of the lighthouse. Now I know from just playing the game randomly over these last couple of years that the tank has spawned what feels like the areas behind the lighthouse. It's just that I don't have any video proof of them spawning in that area. So plausible is what I'm going to give for this first myth, because I know that would be stupid to say that it never happens, but I'm not quite comfortable labeling it as completely confirmed until I end up getting some sort of video proof, because I try to prove my claims the best I can. Myth. Can you dodge a charger by looking straight up or down? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by, I believe your name is Yuko. Thank you, Yuko, for submitting in your myth. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be testing the looking down strategy first. And you guys can see there that I looked down in third person, but the charger still hit me regardless. And then this time we're going to be trying the looking straight up in the air strategy, so here we go. And it looks like that nothing changes either. So regardless if you look straight up or straight down, the charger's still going to get you anyways, meaning that the second myth is busted. Myth. If a tank loses his rage meter when he's on fire, does going in water bring it back? Alrighty guys, myth 3 is going to be submitted in by JTube. So right now Dan is currently the tank, and we're just going to wait until he eventually ends up developing a rage meter, so that way we'll know when to end up lighting him on fire. Alrighty, so the rage meter is over there on the left hand side of the screen. I'm about to light Dan on fire any second now with a Molotov, and as you guys can see, the rage meter has now gone away. Dan's going to jump over into the water here really quickly, and all of a sudden, just like as if it never had happened, it is back right there on the left-hand corner of the screen. And Dan even is going to do it twice, where he lights himself on fire, it goes away again, and then once again it reappears as soon as he goes back into the water. So this myth is clearly confirmed. If you are lit on fire, the rage meter is going to go away, but if you end up jumping in water, it will return. Myth. Will Zoe and/or Francis give Rochelle/Ellis better drops on the passing compared to the other survivors? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is submitted in by Keto. So I am playing as Ellis and Dan is playing as Rochelle. That way we only end up having just us two in the lobby and not the other bots possibly giving us placebos. And we're just going to wait around and just see what drops that the bots end up giving us, and whether or not that they're, in my opinion, considered better drops than like the average ones that they drop. Alrighty, so after waiting around for a little bit, Zoe eventually gave me something, and she ended up giving me a bio bomb. So she gave me a grenade to start. Then after waiting around a little bit longer, it looks like that she gave me another bio bomb. Okay, so we're 2 for 2 on grenades. And then after waiting around a little bit longer again, it looks like that Francis ended up giving Rochelle or Dan a bio bomb. Guys, I don't think that bodily fluids is the way that you're supposed to show romantic interest, but okay. I mean, I'd rather prefer roses or chocolates. And then all of a sudden out of nowhere, Dan ends up getting gifted a frickin' M60 by Francis. Just all of a sudden, one of the best guns in the game, Francis just gave to us just for free. Well, to be specific, Dan ended up getting the M60 from Francis because he's playing as Rochelle. Zoe, by the way, why don't you love Ellis anymore? I mean, I just can't help but find it funny how that, like, I'm getting puke bottles and then Dan just gets an LMG. Like, see, The quickest way to end up getting somebody to fall in love with you is not with roses and chocolates, apparently. It's with bodily fluids and machine guns. Now, the main thing when it comes to this myth is what you consider as a good drop. Because most of the time, I end up getting grenades. I'll get, like, let's say, pain pills or adrenaline. Sometimes I might get more favorable things, like, let's say, a med kit. But I cannot recall, neither can Dan, either of us ever getting an M60 from these two. Like, ever. And even though we don't play the passing a lot, we play it enough, and we would have known that by now. So I am honestly surprised that that's even a thing they can give you. I do believe, at least a little bit, that some of this is just completely down to chance and is random. But you also got to admit that as much as it's random, it's very much a coinky-dink that Rochelle gets an M60 from specifically Francis. And since it's subjective on what you consider a good drop, I'm just going to label the myth as plausible because, in general, the weapons and the drops that you get from these guys is just depending on your playstyle. You might think that you're getting good stuff, and you might think you're not getting bad stuff just depending on how you play, and so I think because of the vague nature of the myth, it's okay to leave it as plausible. Alright everybody, and now it's time for the final myth. I'm not going to make you guys wait too much longer because I know some of you guys are probably really curious on how I'm going to try to explain the last myth. So here we go. Let's find out how exactly it might be possible that you can play as the witch in Left 4 Dead 2 Versus mode. Myth: can you play as the witch in Left 4 Dead 2? The last myth is submitted by Dan, and technically in partnership with me, because we both thought it would be really cool to end up showcasing you guys footage of this. Playing as the witch in Left 4 Dead 2 Versus mode. Now I know that the last myth is technically different here in today's video than like what our normal final myths usually end up being like, but we've always wanted to showcase this in a video somehow. I always want to make a video of me trying to do this in a custom server, and I was never able to get this mod to work. I always thought that this would have been the coolest idea for a video, and I was thinking about some way to implement it into the channel for so long, and I thought, hey, why not just make it a myth in Myth Busting Mondays, and just showcasing somebody else's footage of something that I think is really cool. I think that this mod is something that is really unique, and I think that there's some console players out there, or people that play the game casually, that don't know that this exists. I know there's going to be some PC players that have seen this exact video before, but not everybody has, and I want to be able to expand the Left 4 Dead community's knowledge to this mod. Now, one can look at this myth in two ways. You can look at it as busted because it's a mod and you can't do it in the actual game, or you can look at it as confirmed because regardless of whether or not you use mods, this still is something you can physically do within the gameplay. But I thought that, once again, just like some of the other myths throughout today's video, I think it's good if we meet in the middle and label it as plausible, just acknowledging something cool that exists. By the way, if anybody knows how to get a server working so that way we can play as the witch in a Left 4 Dead 2 Versus server, please let us know how, and I would love to make a myth. Can you prevent the tanker truck from being destroyed by blocking Whitaker's shot with your body? Alrighty guys, so myth number 1 is submitted by John. It's good to see a fellow John in the community. We are a part of the John squad here. Now first of all, Whitaker is all the way over there when you're at the tanker truck, so it's very, very hard to line up with his shot, but if you do, like how I do here, it just goes through you and blows up the tanker truck anyways. Which means that the first myth is busted. You cannot block Whitaker's shot with your body, it will just phase through you. Myth: if the charger hits a wall and there's a tank standing close to the impact zone, will the tank stumble? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by How About No. So Dan is going to be the tank here and I'm going to be the charger. Now we can guarantee a tank spawn in Coldstream, but before Dan loses control, the closest thing we could find to a wall was the safe room, so we used the safe room door here. And as you guys can see, I did stumble Dan just right before he had lost control, meaning the myth is confirmed. If a tank is close enough to a charger's impact zone, it's going to make him stumble. Myth: can you put out a tank that is on fire with a bile bomb? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Wulon Durley, so here we go. We've got a tank spawned in, I got a Molotov ready. I'm throwing it right now, lighting him on fire, and he's going to be warped over here just so that way he doesn't get burned by further fire. And as we're covering him in bile bombs, it looks like that he still remains on fire, meaning that the third myth is busted. Bile bombs will not put him out. Myth: can you knock down the wooden fence in the Blood Harvest finale before the military arrive? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by Dan, and the wooden fence we're referring to is this one, the one that gets knocked down in the final cutscene of Blood Harvest when the military rescue you and you're on your way to their base. So let's blow some shit up. We're gonna spawn some barrels and use a grenade launcher and just hope for the best. So it looks like after all the explosions are done and the fire has disappeared, the fence is still there, meaning that the fourth myth is busted. The wooden fence cannot be blown up despite all of our efforts. It is only something that will end up going down in the cutscene. Alrighty guys, and now we move over to the final myth. Let's see if whether or not you can stack adrenaline shots with bee hopping to go super duper fast. Myth: can you bee hop with adrenaline for super speed? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth is submitted in by Taco Twins Gaming. Now you guys are going to be seeing Dan's gameplay in this myth because he is much better at bee hopping than I am, and I feel like it best showcases what we're trying to do. So this is going to be our test. We're going to be going from the car that's next to the tent behind us all the way up until this police car right here next to the end of the road. In the lower left, you're also going to see a mod that explains how many bee hops we successfully did and what speed we were going. This way, if the adrenaline does end up giving us a speed boost, it will literally tell us in the game. So here's test number one. This is going to be our control without the adrenaline shot. So here is Dan jumping around all the way from one car to the other. And you guys can see that when he ends up getting to the police car, that in the lower left it says that he done 8 jumps in total and his top speed was 644. Alright, so here goes the second test. This is the one with the adrenaline shot. So Dan is definitely going at least what looks like visually faster, but here's the kicker. When you look at the text in the lower left again, it says he did the same amount of bunny hops, and in fact his top speed was actually slower this time. Dan's top speed in the second test was 594 instead. So for the final myth, I'm going to label it as busted because Dan, who somebody I trust to do this to the best of his abilities, with a mod showcasing all the bunny hops and the speed, plus the adrenaline shot, and going downward with a downward road, still was not able to end up going faster. So I believe that what this is that it's not a thing with the adrenaline shot, it's more rather about like how much momentum you can get with your actual hands on the keyboard in real life. Myth: can you get over 100% headshot accuracy in the endgame credits with collateral kills? Alrighty guys, the first myth is submitted in by $26. So this is what I'm going to do for the test. I'm going to spawn in a singular zombie and shoot that one in the head by itself. And then I'm going to spawn in 2 more zombies, and then I'm going to get collateral kills on them. And in total, it should say that I have 3 zombies killed, and at the very least, 100% headshot accuracy. Okay, zombie number 1 is officially now dead. After taking a second to line them up, this is going to be zombie number 2 and zombie number 3 also dead, and I did clearly shoot every single zombie here in the head. There's the first one, or rather the third one, and then here's the other 2. Alright, now it is time for the credits. So I'm just going to let the credits play out per normal. And as you guys can see at the very end here, it does say I indeed got 100% headshot accuracy and killed 3 zombies altogether. But it doesn't say over 100% like the myth is asking, so it's busted. It doesn't give you extra score. Myth: if you are on fire and a zombie hits you, will that zombie catch on fire? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted by Caleb here. Now he specifically asks if you molly yourself and you set on fire. However, though, I just like to elaborate here just really quickly, Caleb, that if you do light yourself on fire, you're only going to be technically on fire if you stand in the Molotov. Once you run out, you're not on fire anymore. And even if you were in the fire anyways, the zombie would only catch on fire because of the Molotov specifically, not because of touching you. However, though, I have an idea. On a map such as NSenr, where there's fire everywhere, I could stick one of my feet in the fire, and that way I'm technically still on fire. But since I have the other half of my body outside the fire, if the zombie that touches me then catches on fire, it's because they hit me rather than the actual Molotov burning. But as you guys can see, unfortunately what ultimately ends up happening is the zombie is not on fire until they're like more engulfed in it, which is technically not the same thing. Here's the footage again. You guys can see that the hunter is scratching me, which means that he's in touching range, and it's not until he pounces me where he's on fire because he just flat out jumps into the fire itself. So myth 2 is busted. If a zombie touches you while you're standing in fire, the fire will not transmit to them. They will only catch on fire if they're standing in it themselves. Myth: can you block the military from leaving the Blood Harvest finale? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Zoe. So let's cover up this fence, shall we? Alrighty, I'm almost done, just adding the finishing touches, and you know what, let's just add 2 giant planes just at the end here, just to be 100% sure. Alright, I think I've taken every precaution imaginable. Alrighty, so the military is about to escape, let's see... Well, it looks like that the military is also recruiting wizards, apparently, because only they could pull off that Houdini magic right there. But unfortunately, it looks like that Myth 3 is busted. You cannot prevent the military from leaving. It's just because they are apparently magical. Myth, can you revive someone more than once with the defib? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by Nubcake. Now Nubcake, based on your wording, if you were asking if whether or not that you can revive multiple survivors with the same defib, then to answer that particular question, it would be no, because it disappears. But if you're asking if you can revive the same guy within the same chapter, for example, if you find another defib again, then the answer would be yes. So depending on how you look at it, this could be confirmed or busted, so I'm going to meet in the middle and say plausible, just because I'm not too terribly sure which version you're asking about. Alrighty guys, it is now time for the final myth, and once again is going to be, can we see what Church Guy looks like in the death toll loading screen? Has he been hiding in plain sight after all these years? Let's find out. Myth, can you see what Church Guy looks like in the death toll loading screen? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth is submitted in by Dan. So with the help of Photoshop, I'm going to just tinker around with this image and just mess around with some of the settings and just see if whether or not I notice anything interesting by zooming in, turning up the brightness, etc. Now since this image takes place at the church, one of the things I'm trying to look for is Church Guy standing behind the survivors. Perhaps maybe he's in the background as a human, maybe he also might be zombified by then. So just anything between their shoulders, legs, or maybe near their heads is mostly what I'm aiming for. Alright, well from the looks of it, I don't see any corpses, faces, or anything like that anywhere in between their legs or near their feet. It looks like it's just rocks and tombstones. I feel like the best possible spot to find anything that looks like a person is going to be in between Lewis and Zoe, somewhere near this tower. Because if I saw a head sticking out of there, that wouldn't surprise me. The safe room does take place right in this room after all. Church Guy could have just gone upstairs. Alright, so I'm just going to double check everything one last time, dot my I's and cross my T's, but I don't think I see anything in here that looks like a face or even a person apart from the main four. So, that being said, I feel like it's safe to say that the last myth is busted. Church Guy is nowhere to be found in the loading screen, unless perhaps we just have to look that much harder. Myth. When being ridden by a jockey, does a survivor on 1 HP move as fast as a survivor on 40 plus HP? Alrighty guys, the first myth is submitted in by Protonic. Alright, so with a speedometer in the lower right hand corner, we're going to showcase the speed of me on red HP and then on green HP. Alright, so here's the jockey jumping on me with red HP, and the max speed that the speedometer got was 009, or for simplification purposes, I'm just going to say 9 from here on out. Now when it comes to green HP, the jockey actually ends up having us move faster because the max speed that the speedometer caught was 015, the number 15 compared to 9. So myth 1 is confirmed, the jockey does make you move quicker if you are on green HP versus red HP. Myth. When being ridden by a jockey, does a survivor under the effects of adrenaline move faster compared to a survivor on full health? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by JWall. Now when we end up doing this test with the adrenaline shot, if we end up taking a look, the speedometer, once again, similar to myth 1, maxes out at 15, which is the exact same number as the green health test. So myth 2 is busted, weirdly enough. For some reason, unlike myth 1, if you have adrenaline, you don't move any quicker being jockeyed. But having just flat out green HP compared to red HP does. Seems a little weird, but hey, you guys saw the speedometer, so. Myth. In versus, can you get all infected players to pull non-support infected all at once? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Unicake. So, what needs to happen is that me and Dan, plus the 2 random AI infected that spawn in, have to be a combination of the following: a hunter, a jockey, a smoker, and a charger. The goal is try to pull infected that can pin survivors, so that means no tank, no witch, no boomer, and no spitter. And they all have to be alive simultaneously. Now, rather than show you guys fail after fail of just getting bad RNG, I'm just going to just jump straight to the best result. After a half an hour of waiting, we did manage to get the combo, or at least one of the possible combos, of the infected. So we got 2 hunters, Dan and the AI, me as a jockey, and then a smoker. We didn't get the charger, but that probably would take another hour of RNG, and we do not have the time nor the patience for that. But we still did to get the result that we wanted, so the myth is confirmed. You can get a lobby where all the playable infected are the pinning infected in some kind of combination. Myth: can a survivor steal pain pills that are being given to another player? Alrighty guys, the 4th myth is submitted in by Circle, one of the best shapes out there. Anyway, I'm going to try to give the pills to Nick while Dan tries to steal them, and this is going to look a little bit jank, but when I go to give the pills, you guys can see that Coach's arm lunges out, and now they're in Dan's inventory. So what exactly happened? Here is footage of me replicating what Dan had did with bots. You can see I'm giving pain pills to Coach to give to Rochelle, and when Coach goes to give them to Rochelle, they end up in my inventory, not her inventory. All I did was just spam my E key, and it just gave it to me. You guys can see that I'm not spawning them in, and there's nobody else to spawn them in, so the footage is not fake. It's just that it's so subtle, you have to really be looking in order to end up noticing that I'm yanking them out of Coach's hand. So myth 4 is confirmed. You can steal pain pills that are meant to be given to a different player if you just smash your E key and find the sweet spot. Alrighty guys, it's time for the final myth, and once again it is going to be, if you anger the witch and then get downed or incapacitated before she can reach you, if she ends up hitting you on expert mode, it will no longer one-shot kill you. Let's load up the final myth now and see if whether or not we can cheese the system. Myth: can the witch insta-kill you if you are already down or incapacitated? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth is submitted in by Nuketown 2015. So we're swapping over to expert right now. So with console commands, I'm going to down myself after I shoot her. So here we go. I shot her. I'm going down. And okay, so she actually cannot one-shot me anymore. She instead two-shots me. Now that might not seem like much, but this is actually a really good thing because that minor delay or hesitation opens up the window for her to be able to get crowned or something. I even tested it again just to be sure, and once again, it was a 2-shot kill. It wasn't a fluke. This seems like an oversight to me. There's no way that she would be able to only end up 1-shot killing you if you were standing up compared to downed. That doesn't make any sense. In fact, I even believe it more now that I think about it, because looking back at the footage, she doesn't even do damage to me the first time she hits me. I'm losing my health at bleed out speed, which is not the same thing. So it's like the first hit doesn't even register at all. Those extra seconds that you're still alive, somebody on your team could chainsaw her, shotgun her, or do something to be able to kill her, and it could possibly save your life. It could save your entire run. So that means that the last myth is busted. She cannot 1-shot kill you anymore, and instead now is forced to 2-shot kill you, and that minor delay allows you to be able to possibly save your entire run. I don't recommend that you intentionally try to set this up, but if you want to, be my guest. Myth: can you win Noam Chomsky while you're incapacitated? Alrighty guys, the first myth is submitted in by Not On My Level / A True Winner 1. Alright, I am already in position. I just have to have the guys hit the button for me because I can't do it while downed. But I'm already shooting the targets and starting to collect some points, so this immediately went from busted to at least plausible thus far. Now, I'm using dual-wield pistols because I think this is personally better than the Magnum, given the fact that it is 30 bullets before I have to reload technically. The main thing that's tripping me up though is the fact that I have to end up aiming at this very awkward angle, because everything is slightly slanted, and it means that my accuracy is not the best, although it's not the worst. As long as I don't and completely utterly miss, then I should be okay. Now on the attempt that I did by myself, I wasn't able to win Noam Chomsky, so the second time around I decided to have Tyler help me. Now doing this myth the second time around with Tyler helping me definitely did make this a lot less stressful and a little bit easier. We would help each other pick up the targets that the other one was going to miss, and at the end of the game here we were able to collect just enough points in order to end up winning Noam Chomsky. I do believe you can do this solo, and we could have probably gotten the gameplay for it if we just kept persisting, but I wasn't worried about trying to show it off in a solo capacity. I was just rather concerned of whether or not we could do it at all. So myth 1 is confirmed. You can win Noam Chomsky while you are downed or incapacitated, most likely in solo in addition to a duo. Myth: if a jockey starts riding you whilst you're in green health, will you retain green health speed even after you go into red health? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by How About No. Now for this myth, we're going to have something that is very helpful here in order to end up testing this myth with, which is going to be this outside area in Dead Center, because we found out that apparently if you stand exactly right here, The jockey doesn't have the ability to influence your direction anymore, which means we can control our speed however we want. That being said, I'm going to have the jockey start attacking me now while I'm in green HP, all the way down until I get to red HP. And so far I've managed to maintain a maximum speed of 9 in green. Fast forwarding by here until I get to yellow HP, it looks like that for yellow HP it's maintained the same speed, and then same thing also with red. So if a jockey jumps on you at green HP and takes you all the way down to red, you'll maintain the same speed throughout, which means that the myth is confirmed, and even though it may look like it at times, the jockey is not gradually slowing you down. Myth. In No Mercy Chapter 4, if you go up the elevator, can you shoot a trash can off the roof and land on it while falling? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Memes. Alright, so it's a safe bet that this is the trash can that Memes was referring to on Chapter 4, so I'm going to shoot it, and then I'm going to attempt to jump on it while it's falling. Well, objective complete, I did land on. In fact, I did even bounce a little bit, which was kind of funny, but of course, I'm not going to survive. I don't think any of us were counting on that. So the myth is confirmed nonetheless, though, because I still got the desired result. But this is not a way to defy death or anything. Myth. Do special infected blink? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by Vader. Let's check one special infected at a time. So the first one was the jockey, and the jockey did not blink. Next was the charger, he didn't blink. Same thing with the tank, he didn't blink either. Now the smoker, or at least the Left 4 Dead 2 model, you can't see his left eyeball due to the tumors, but for his right eye, he didn't blink. Now the hunter was one of the most interesting because it looks like he doesn't even have eyeballs at times, but he does indeed have them, it's just very hard to see. As far as I'm concerned, I'm going to say that the hunter wasn't blinking. And then as for the boomer, they didn't blink either, and neither did the spitter. And despite her gimmick of crying, the witch did not blink either because crying doesn't count. So the fourth myth is busted. The special infected do not blink, and this includes all 8 of them. Alrighty guys, and now it's time for the final myth, and once again it is going to be, can a charger knock or charge a survivor all the way from the last stand lighthouse all the way to the rescue vehicle / the boat? We tested this once with a tank, now let's test it out with the charger. Myth. Can a charger charge and / or launch a survivor onto the escape boat in the last stand? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth is submitted in by my friend Tyler. So for the myth, we tried a different couple of spots. We first tried this spot, which is where the tank was able to successfully launch us into the boat when we tested the myth out with him, but at this angle the charger was never exactly able to get lined up properly in order to get to the boat. We then tried the very top of the last stand lighthouse, but this didn't work out either. We even spawned a charger at ground level right next to the boat just to see if he was getting stuck on the dock or anything, and when he ends up being on ground level, he has no problem getting us to the boat. The best result we got was when the charger was either spawned inside the lighthouse and ran out the window, or spawned just right in front of that window and then charged him off that way. You can see how close Tyler was to getting into the boat that last time. So when it comes to the last myth, I want to say plausible because I know with enough persistence, just like that tank myth, that if we just have enough patience and all the stars align, we can get this to work, but we didn't want to be doing this all night. So it very well could be confirmed, but we're just going to go with plausible, at least for today. Myth. Does the chainsaw damage reduction make you invincible to backshots? I see what you did there. From commons on easy mode. Alrighty guys, the first myth is going to be submitted in by Keto. Alright, so just to show that I am on easy mode and that zombies can still hurt me, I'm going to let this one end up hitting me in the back here, and as you guys can see, I am losing my health. Alright, so now I'm going to give myself a chainsaw. I'm currently at 96 HP, and I'm going to spawn a common infected once again, and when I'm doing the damage reduction trick, even though I am revving the chainsaw, I am still receiving damage from this common zombie. Which means that the myth is busted. You are not invincible to said backshots when you rev the chainsaw, or use the damage reduction trick. Myth. Can any sniper crown the witch from any range? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted by Nuketown 2015. So let's test out all the sniper rifles. The first one I'm going to be using is the hunting rifle. I'm going to go up to the witch. Now, if I had not had God mode on, she definitely would have killed me here because she's clearly still alive and kicking, so the hunting rifle didn't work. Now let's try the military sniper, and it basically is the exact same thing with little to no difference. And when it comes to the 2 bolt action snipers that are in the game, this is also once again a no. These do not work either. Now, since you specifically said any range, I would like to show this, where if you end up shooting the witch in the head with certain snipers, you can stun lock her and then spam her into oblivion. The only problem is that even if you did kill her at this point, would this even be considered crowning anymore? I'm going to leave the second myth as busted because I do believe the majority of the Left 4 Dead community is not going to consider this as crowning. I believe most people associate crowning with either using a shotgun or specifically just one-shot killing the witch in general, which none of the snipers can do. Myth: will a burning witch who has been put out by water stop chasing you? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Narin. I have my guns, I've got my gas can, and now I've got my witch. I'm also on Death Toll, which has some of the deepest bodies of water that I can possibly think of, so I'm going to shoot the gas can and see what happens. So here we go, the witch is pissed, and as she's going into the water to chase me, something to note is that for some reason she's not being put out and is still on fire, and also, she is still targeting me. She is not letting go. She is chasing me relentlessly. So myth 3 is busted. The witch will not only not be put out by the fire, which is something interesting to note, but she will also not stop chasing you. Myth: does playing the game in low violence make the witch instantly die from explosions? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is submitted in by DeadSled8. For those that don't know what I'm referring to, let me elaborate. There is a way you can censor Left 4 Dead and give it low violence settings so things like body dismemberment no longer happen. And here is an example of this. If I spawn in a witch and I shoot her with an explosive round shotgun, she just disappears. I can just Thanos snap her out of existence. So if I can do this with an explosive round shotgun, why not do this with just normal explosives in general? Alright, so let's start off with the propane tank first, and then we will do the oxygen tank. So here we go. And if we blow her up with the propane tank, just like before, she ends up disappearing. Alright, now I'm going to test out the oxygen tank. I'm going to throw it at the witch, I'm going to shoot it, it will take a second for it to blow up, but nonetheless she still ends up disappearing, meaning myth 4 is confirmed. If you end up blowing up the witch with explosives on low violence, she'll be instantly destroyed. Alrighty guys, and now it's time for the final myth, and once again it's going to be, can we see what the military looks like if we no-clip into the fighter jets that they used to blow up the cemetery in the Parish campaign? Let's find out. Myth: can you see what the military looks like in the Parish if you no-clip into their fighter jets near the cemetery? Alrighty guys, so here is the last myth. So with slow motion on, I am going to no-clip all the way over to a specific event in the Parish where they end up bombing the cemetery. This way I can time my no-clipping just right, so that way hopefully I can see maybe a sprite or some sort of indicator, maybe even at least a silhouette of what the military look like. So here we go. I am about to end up crossing the bridge and see if whether or not that can reveal the identity after all these years of the military. So here we go. They are on the way now. They have just blown over the bridge and they're going to be appearing in my upper left. So keep an eye on that. So here we go. One is passed. I'm going to go after the second one. And here I go now, and oh no, crap. We ran into a problem, ladies and gentlemen. The game's skybox blocks my view. Alright, but that was only the second one. There was a different jet, so what if we go and try to look inside the first one? So let's do this again. Maybe we're not completely hopeless. Alright, now it's just a waiting game. So the bridge just got blown up. Military, I'm waiting for you any second now, and god damn it, the exact same thing just happened. Alrighty guys, the last myth is busted. Unfortunately, I couldn't even attempt to look inside of the jets because the screen ends up being completely turned to black. So I am unfortunately still at a loss for what the military looks like, but maybe one day. Myth: can you see what the military looks like in the Parish finale? So the first myth is by C Live, and it's a follow-up to the final myth that we did in last week's episode, where we tried to see if we could see what the military looks like by no-clipping to their jets. Now the jets on the finale are significantly closer, as you guys can see, and the skybox doesn't glitch out, whereas the one on the cemetery does. So we're going to follow up and try it with these jets. Now when me and Dan were trying to get the footage for this was the best footage we got, was right here. I'm going to replay this for you in slow motion. When Dan ends up flying into the jet at this exact moment in time, there's unfortunately not a single thing inside of this jet. The inside of the jet is just a black void. So unfortunately the first myth is busted. We still to this day do not know what the military looks like, unless this is some sort of like inside joke where they're actually John Cena, because we cannot see him. Myth: can a tank allow the Coldstream Chapter 3 panic event to be skipped by punching the alarmed car away before the bridge gets bombed? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Rigamortem. So after climbing up this little area here on the bridge, there's only just the one car, and it was just very easy just to punch it off and get rid of it. So now we once again swap over to Dan's POV to see what ends up ultimately happening, and even though I did knock off the car, the panic event still happens regardless, which means the second myth is also busted. You cannot disable, skip, or basically mess up this panic event in any way, even though you should, due to the fact you are getting rid of the car, which typically causes this to happen in the first place, but it looks like it's predetermined to happen no matter what. Myth: does the tank run faster when on fire? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Nubcake. We're going to make this test simple and straightforward. I'm going to go from one point to another and time it, then do it on fire. So here we go. Alright, so here's the test where I'm not on fire, and this ends up being just a little over 2 seconds. And now here's the test where I am on fire, and for the second test here, this is once again a little over 2 seconds. So the third myth is busted. The tank doesn't run faster while he's on fire, at least as the second game is concerned. Myth: can you crown a tank with low violence? Alrighty guys, myth 4 is submitted in by Dan. Now for those that don't know what we're referring to when we say low violence, let me explain. For those that don't know, on PC, you can end up changing a setting in the game that basically makes Left 4 Dead censored, similar to the German copy. It basically gets rid of all body dismemberment and gore, and this makes it where certain things like explosive rounds can basically Thanos snap the witch just like you just saw there. So, just like what we just did there with the witch, can we also do this with the tank? Time to use the explosive shotties, here we go. So me and Dan are laying into him as much as we possibly can. And even though we did kill him, he didn't just disappear like the way that the witch did. So I'm going to label the fourth myth as busted because that wouldn't be crowning, that is just murking the tank per normal. Alrighty guys, and now it's time for the final myth, and once again it is going to be, if we end up shooting the witch at the exact same time, does she end up going for the person that did the most damage to her at the end of the day? Let's find out. Myth: if everyone hits the witch at the same time, will she go after the person who does the most damage? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth is submitted in by Nuketown 2015. Alright, so I with a pistol and Dan with a magnum are going to try our best to shoot at the same time. Let's see what happens. So here we go. Now it meets the eye, it just looks like that the witch is just attacking per normal, but if you just give it a second, you'll see that she starts to act very, very weird because she starts doing exorcist, back bends, and contortionism because she's hitting Dan, but constantly turning her head to look backwards at me. And you guys will know that this is not normal behavior because when the witch normally attacks a player, she's constantly looking at them while tearing their heart out. Now, of course, we did do this multiple times just to see if whether or not that this was a fluke, and there was some instances in which the witch did attack me instead, although I can't explain this weird exorcism backbend thing where she's constantly looking back and forth between two people. Now, biologically speaking, I feel like most players would just say that this is busted and this is just a weird visual glitch. But that's the thing, is that because it's a weird visual glitch that normally doesn't happen, I'm almost inclined to not label as completely busted. Why is it that she's completely turned around like an owl or her neck's just backwards? So honestly, I'm giving the last myth at least a plausible because I think that what's happening is that we're actually messing up the game to the point where the game is getting confused and it wants to attack both players because of the fact that we did shoot her at the exact same time and it just simply can't and has to pick somebody. The visual aspect is definitely what I feel like is the biggest indicator that it wants to kill us both. It just won't though and will revert back to normal settings. It's conflicted in other words. Myth: can you consume pain pills faster if you're on low health? Myth 1 is submitted in by John today. Alright John, so as requested, we're going to test out your myth. So me and Dan are going to both consume pain pills. I'm in red health, he's in green. We're just going to see who consumes them quicker. Alright, so here we go with both Dan and I's footage here, and we're going to be showing you guys us consuming them at what looks like the exact same time. So busted would be the results for the first myth today. You do not consume pain pills any quicker when you're on lower health compared to full health. Myth: can you destroy spitter acid before it hits the ground? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Isaac. Alright, so for this myth, we're just going to jump straight to the best result. I wanted to trim off the fat from our testing because there was a lot of just failed attempts, and I feel like that I'm just going to save you guys the grief of boredom. We decided that the best possible course of action was to throw an object at the spitter acid as it's being shot, similar how to, believe it or not, you can break a tank rock by throwing a gasoline can if that's being flung at you. So here's the build up to the last and the best attempt. The spitter is going to jump down here, and then she's eventually going to climb back up. As she climbs back up, she shoots spit at me, I throw the gnome, and the spit still ends up being shot anyways, meaning that I'm going to come to the conclusion that the second myth is busted. I don't believe you can destroy spitter acid regardless of what you do. You can cancel it if you beat her to the punch, but if it's gonna get shot, it's gonna get shot. Myth. Can the military bombing run kill the witch and / or the tank in chapter 3 of the parish? Alrighty guys, myth 3 is submitted on by not on my level / a true winner 1. First we are going to start off with the witch, and when it looks like it comes to the witch indeed does die. Next it's time for the tank, and as far as the tank is concerned, when the military bombing run hits them, it indeed does kill the tank as well, although this was on easy mode, and you're also going to need a precise shot, otherwise the tank will still be left standing, as indicated by the other ones. But yes, that means the myth 3 is confirmed. The tank and the witch will both die due to the military bombing runs on chapter 3 of the parish. Myth. Can you find an alligator in Swamp Fever? Myth 4 submitted by Vader. Now, on Swamp Fever, there's plenty of these signs saying beware of alligators, so one would like to believe that there's gotta be an alligator somewhere hiding in the map. Now, instead of looking across the entirety of Swamp Fever and just no clipping everywhere, we are going to be doing something slightly different this time. With the help of the software Blender, we were able to go into the game files and pull up direct models of everything from Left 4 Dead. And by keyword searching different things such as gator and alligator, we were able to find some models. And these are the models that we did end up finding, but this is not an actual alligator that you're looking at. This is a plush alligator that is not even from the Swamp Fever campaign. It's a part of the assets that are from Dark Carnival as a prize that you can win from probably one of the vendors. And this is the only thing in the game that is going to be related to alligators or crocodiles besides just the signs that are in the Swamp Fever map, meaning myth 4 is busted. Swamp Fever doesn't have an actual crocodile or an alligator running around. The best thing that we can find in the entirety of the game is a plush from Dark Carnival. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the final myth. Let's see if whether or not that if a witch kills us and we immediately get defibbed back to life, will she come back and kill us again? Let's find out. Myth. If the witch kills a survivor and they are immediately defibbed, will she come back and kill them again? And the last myth is submitted in by Dead Sled 8. So we're currently changing the difficulty to expert mode so the witch can one-shot kill me, and then I'm going to be the guinea pig in this situation and just shoot her with my shotgun. Alright, time to die for all your entertainment. So here we go, I'm going to shoot the witch. She kills me, Dan defibs me back to life. I'm going to find my gun as she's running away and then chase after her for a little bit, so that way I can be within her eyesight. And she's right down there, it looks like, but as soon as I go up next to her, it looks like that she doesn't even want to attack me anymore. She's just playing a game of hide and go seek. And now I'm going to shoot her in the face with a shotgun. So the last myth is busted. The witch will not immediately kill you again upon you being defibbed after you have previously pissed her off. It looks like that she will just only kill you the one time and then just run away. Myth. Can a player aggro a witch if they're incapped? Alrighty guys, the first myth is submitted in by Tyler here, so we're just going to cut straight to the pace, no BS, we're just going to jump straight into it. A witch is already spawned, I am going to down myself, and then I'm just going to shoot her. Alright, so after shooting for a couple of seconds, I did manage to connect with the witch, and she did aggro on me, meaning that the first myth is confirmed. If you shoot the witch while you're incapped, you can still aggro her. Myth. Can a tank break a smoker's tongue with his rock before the survivor is fully pulled in? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Dan. I know this is not exactly what he wrote, but I did contact him so that way he could further elaborate, and this is what he wants to test. That being said, I am going to be the tank in this instance, and I'm going to be trying to do this on an AI smoker. And the AI smoker grabs one of the survivors right here in the gameplay, and as I'm throwing a rock at the tongue, it does not break it. And just for good measure, in case I missed or if I didn't get the best shot, I'm going to do this again. Once again, it did not break the tongue. I'm going to try it even one more time here, and for the third time in a row, it did not break the smoker's tongue, meaning that the second myth is busted. You cannot break a smoker's tongue with a tank rock, no matter what you do. Myth. Are green gas cans faster than red gas cans? Alrighty guys, so we all know that how in The Last Stand, for some reason the gas cans are green instead of red, which means that they're slightly different cosmetic-wise, but what about functionality-wise? Alright, so let's try out the red gas can first. Here we go. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. It looks like that's 2 seconds, and then for the green gas can, here we go. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. They both take 2 Mississippi seconds, meaning that the third myth is busted. Green gas cans are not any more efficient than red gas cans. Myth. Can a smoker pull you with his tongue while underwater? Alrighty guys, now Myth 4 was a little bit hard to test given the fact that we didn't have any human players in the lobby at the time because I was recording this myth by myself, and the bots did not want to work with me. Every single time that I would try to get in line of sight, they would always run away from me. But I am in the area where I need to be. I am underwater at the death toll finale, and eventually there is going to be an instance where I try to grab Bill here, but as you guys can see from the footage, because I'm going to replay it again and also have it in slow motion, the tongue was not able to shoot until I stood up above the water, even though the cursor was red. So believe it or not, the myth is busted. You actually can't shoot somebody with your smoker tongue while underwater. It just simply won't let you. You have to stand up. Alright guys, 4 down and 1 to go. Now we're going to test the final myth to see if whether or not we can play bowling within Left 4 Dead 2. Let's go. Myth, can you play bowling in Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty guys, now there's obviously no functioning bowling ball and bowling pins in Left 4 Dead, but that doesn't mean that we can't make up our own version of bowling. So what we're going to have here is I'm going to make bowling pins out of gas cans, and I'm going to use a oxygen tank as my bowling ball. This sounds like the setup for a perfect Ellis story with Keith. Alright, so the gas cans are in place. Here goes my oxygen tank. Unfortunately I missed, because obviously this is not meant to be doing this. But, oh, we're almost there, almost there. Come on, come on, come on, come on. And, oh, goddamn. Okay, hold on. Maybe like one more good attempt. Alright, here we go. I'm going to throw the oxygen tank, and I got probably a horrible score, but it worked. So yeah, the last myth is confirmed. You can play bowling in Left 4 Dead, although this is definitely redneck bowling. Myth. If you're incapacitated in deep water and a boomer explodes right next to you, will the water shield you from being covered in bile? Alright guys, the first myth is submitted in by How About No. Alright, so I'm incapacitated and the boomer is already spawned right next to me. I'm just going to shoot him with a starting pistol. I am going to go into third person so that way I can be able to line up my shot. And then this way we can see the boomer vomit effect in real time. So here we go, I'm shooting him right now. And yes, believe it or not, the vomit effect does still kick in, which, to be perfectly honest, I think this shouldn't happen because I'm already under the water. This doesn't exactly make the most amount of sense in the world, but regardless of my opinions, the myth is busted. The boomer vomit effect will still kick in anyways, regardless of you being shielded by water, or rather lack thereof shield. Myth, does the smoker's smoke cloud make temporary health decay faster? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Polarweeb. Alright, so I've got a mod on that I've used before which allows me to see the exact health of my teammates on their health bars, and we're going to be using that for today's myth. Dan and I will both have pain pills in our system as our means of temporary health, and I will stand in a smoker cloud from when the smoker ends up dying and blowing up. So right now, me and Dan are going to consume fresh pills, so we're at 100 and then slowly ticking down by 1, and as you guys can see, our health is pretty much exactly in sync. I'm at 98, so is Dan. I am at 97, so is Dan, and you guys can see as clear as day, well, metaphorically speaking, that I am in the smoker cloud. So with that being the case, myth 2 is busted. Smoker clouds do not end up making temporary health decay any faster. The clouds just make you blind instead. Myth, can you instantly down a survivor with a sniper from a high vantage point? Alrighty guys, so for the third myth, this is going to be submitted in by John Mayer. I'm swapping over to Expert to give us the highest likelihood of this myth possibly being confirmed. And I'm going to shoot Nick and Rochelle now. And it looks like that even on Expert mode, from the top here, I was only able to get Nick down to 55 HP or take 45 away from him. And now I'm just going to shoot directly at the same level. And the same thing happened to Rochelle. So the third myth is busted. Using a sniper rifle at a high vantage point does not make it more deadly. Myth, is it possible for a smoker to drag an incapacitated survivor with its tongue? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is submitted by Nuketown 2015. So one would think that this is easy pickings, right? Because the smoker can drag somebody already, so why not while they're already incapacitated or downed? But from the looks of it, believe it or not, this doesn't work. I'm going to replay this again in slow motion. Rochelle is clearly already downed and she should be completely defenseless, but I was not able to grab her, even though I shot the tongue and my cursor was lined up with her. So the fourth myth is busted. You can't drag a survivor that's already incapacitated, although you should be able to, honestly. Alrighty guys, now it's time for the final myth, and once again it is going to be, if we end up loading up the passing and we go next to the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors, can we end up seeing if whether or not that they'll mourn Bill while in the spawn? Let's find out. Myth. In the passing, if you can find a way to Bill and be the only player left, will the Left 4 Dead 1 crew stare in silence at Bill? Alrighty guys, and then the final myth is going to be submitted in by Keto. Here's the thing though, circling back to what I said back at the beginning of the video, can you even get to the finale from the spawn in the first place? And unfortunately, the answer is no. The assets don't load in, and so therefore Bill's body is not going to be spawned in, so there's nothing to mourn in the first place. So the last myth is automatically busted. I know it's a little anticlimactic, but unfortunately that's just game design for you. Does taking 2 adrenaline shots in a row cause you to move faster compared to just taking 1? Alrighty guys, the first myth is submitted in by Nubcake. So me and Dan both have adrenaline shots, and we're going to see who can end up getting from one point to the other as quickly as possible. I'm the one with 2 adrenaline shots in this particular instance, and even though Dan does initially look like he's ahead of me and him both basically end up becoming neck and neck and then tying at the very end. So that's going to mean that the first myth is busted. Adrenaline shots do not stack, and that means that you're not going to run any faster with 2 adrenaline shots. It's going to be the same speed as if you just had 1. Myth: is it still possible to skip the apartment building in Chapter 1 of No Mercy? Alright guys, the second myth is submitted in by Mama Tegan. Now the skip that Tegan is referring to is this one right here, where you end up jumping off the top floor of the building and landing on the air conditioner unit. Now going about it the traditional way, this no longer is possible because there is an invisible barrier in the way now. Now just because the original path no longer works doesn't mean that you can't do this. I instead slid down the other part of the building and landed on a pipe that was peeking out, which allowed me to live. It just left me at 9 HP. So technically with this myth, it is confirmed, you just have to go in a different direction, but honestly I wouldn't bother because it's not worth it for how much HP you lose. Myth: will Boomer Bile float in the air or will it fall straight down? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by I'm terrible with names, and I am too, my friend. I can relate to that sentiment. Now when it comes to the third myth here, I'm going to showcase the Boomer getting killed in the middle of falling, and both his guts and bile get distributed equally across every direction. Here's the same footage, but in just the normal speed, and you can see that basically falls immediately. So myth 3 is busted. Boomer Bile will fall immediately and not be suspended in midair. Myth: can you revive an incapped player with medical items? Alrighty guys, now I know from a gameplay standpoint, this might not be the biggest deal in the world, but from a logical sense, this is a fair question, because if you think about it, it's a little silly how that when the survivors are incapped, rather than giving them medical treatment, we just motivate them. We're like, come on, get up, I believe in you, you can do this. It's just kind of stupid, and it's not really the most like realistic thing in the world. So what happens if we just try to use the actual medical items? So first off, we've got a med kit. Even though this should work logically, it is not. So now let's try the defib. This is a little bit less logical because you wouldn't want to electrocute someone while their heart is still active, but once again, just like the medkit, it does not work. Now we're going to end up trying pain pills in this case, which also does not end up working, which means there's only one thing left in the entire game, and that's going to be the adrenaline shot, which is what I'm going to pick up next. And when it comes to the adrenaline shot, it is also a no, meaning myth 4 is busted. Medical items can't revive an incapped player, although honestly they should. Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth, and once again is going to be if a boomer ends up vomiting on you while you're simultaneously inside a smoker cloud, will you go completely blind? Let's figure it out. Myth: while you're in a smoker cloud, if a boomer vomits on you, will you go completely blind? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth is submitted in by Dr. Zed, aka Dan. I even loaded up the finale of Hard Rain just as a cherry on top. So here we go, I'm going to kill the smoker and be in his cloud, and then kill the boomer. Alright, is it just me, or is it actually easier to see with the boomer vomit effect than it is with the smoker cloud by itself? Seriously, let's take a look at it again. Here's the smoker cloud just by itself, pretty damn hard to see. And then when I kill the boomer, the green makes it at least a little bit easier on the eyes, it feels like. Now this might just be a placebo effect, and it just might be just that I'm imagining things, but at least it feels that way. Regardless though how I feel, the myth is busted because even with the boomer by itself, the smoker by itself, or both of them put together, I'm not completely blind. I can still somewhat see. Myth: will alarmed cars beep if an infected player in ghost mode jumps near it? Alrighty guys, the first myth is submitted in by John Mayer. Alright, so I'm in ghost mode, and I have an alarmed car here, and I'm just going to be jumping in the hood of the car and see if whether or not I can get it to chirp or beep. For this type of myth, normally I would just rely on the annotations of the captions, but unfortunately they don't end up displaying until I spawn in. And it looks like that the car doesn't have any chirp or beep sound effect until I actually attack or damage the car, in this case when I spit. So it looks like that the first myth is busted because, at least specifically in ghost mode, which is what the myth is asking for, it doesn't seem to do anything because technically I don't exist yet. I'm not spawned in. Myth: will boomer vomit plus a mudman make you go blind? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Tacky Roguelator. So I've at least got part 1 of this myth. I've got the boomer, and now I'm spawning in all the mudmen, so let's blow up the boomer. Now I'm going to piss off all the mudmen that I spawned in while simultaneously spawning in more, just to see if whether or not this will do anything. And yep, oh my god, holy shit, yes it does, Jesus Christ. Dude, my entire screen is just neon yellow. It's literally just piss and vomit everywhere. So when it comes to myth 2 here, I am absolutely, without a doubt, calling this confirmed, because anybody in the world that says that they can see through that, no, you cannot. Don't lie to me. There's no way you can see through all that neon yellow. You are completely and utterly blind. Myth: can you juggle gas cans in scavenge mode to stall the overtime clock? Alrighty guys, now this myth is going to be a lot harder than meets the eye because even though it sounds self-explanatory, the overtime clock is a lot more unforgiving than you might think, because even the slightest mistake and the game will automatically switch over to the next round. Here's an example of where I barely had messed up and then automatically the next round had started. Now that being said, I'm going to show you guys the best clips that I ended up getting. So this is going to be the first one, and this one, believe it or not, is more rather a glitch than anything because the overtime clock had just broken here. Because unlike the first clip, when I ended up dropping the gas cans here the second time around, the clock was stuck at 0 for about a solid second, and the round didn't end that time. So even in the subtlest of ways, I'm messing up the clock. Now in this last clip, I'm going to admit, this is very painfully slow and botched, but however though, this showcases the best possible result, and this is also the most authentic of a result because obviously things are not going to go perfect in a real life game. There is inevitably going to be some human error, so I feel like showing this actually is going to do this myth more justice because it shows you that this is actually possible, that you can do this in a legitimate game. Now for this particular clip, I am going to fast forward it for your guys' sake because like I said, this took what felt like an eternity. But even though it did take an eternity, I did manage to successfully, on my own, take at least 2 of the few gas cans I had, bring them over to the generator, and therefore extend the time limit past overtime. So myth 3 is confirmed. You can stall, delay, or even sometimes flat out break the overtime clock in scavenge mode by juggling gas cans. Myth: can you use shopping carts to block infected from coming into the NSenr grocery store in survival? Alrighty guys, so for myth 4, I'm going to use the gas can trick to end up getting the shopping carts where I need them to go. So once I get them all set up, I'm going to show you guys what the result was. Alright, the shopping carts are in place. I'm going to enable the director and see what happens. So let's see. And the charger unfortunately ended up ruining my plans because he knocked them out of the way immediately. So the myth is unfortunately busted. That didn't even last like what felt like 1 second. My shopping cart barrier immediately got destroyed. That is unfortunate. Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth, the big bad epic myth of today's video, and once again is going to be, can we ride Spit or Spit all the way from the top of the Last Stand lighthouse all the way down to the rescue boat? Let's see. Myth: can you ride Spit or Spit from the top of the Last Stand lighthouse to the rescue boat? Alrighty guys, so here's the final myth. So let's end up showcasing all the different highlights. So we found out by just simply standing still, not even running, that we can fling all the way down to right in front of the shack. So that is our base and our control. Now that we know what we're working with, here was our second best result. While running on the guardrail here, I was able to frickin' fly literally so high that I hit the sky barrier, and me and Dan couldn't believe what we were seeing. That was an incredible jump from test 1 to test 2. And then finally for the last clip, here is going to be our best result. This is one of the ones that Dan ended up getting, and this is incredible. Dan launches so far that he, believe it or not, makes it to literally where the boat would have been. Meaning confirmed is the result of the very final myth of today's episode. What an incredible result. I'm so glad that we get to be able to showcase cool things like this instead of something bland or boring, like seeing if Whitaker will react to the fallen survivor, or just something like that. If you know, you know. Myth: can you complete the parish finale and then backtrack to the safe room without dying? Alrighty guys, so the very first myth of today's episode is going to be submitted in by Dr. Zed, aka my friend Dan. Now, I like this myth because this is slightly different than what we normally end up testing here on the channel. This one is more like a challenge compared to an actual myth, but I'm more than happy to end up making an exception here. So this particular myth, we're going to be just literally fast forwarding the footage of us completing the finale as normal, and then within the same game, without doing anything different, we're just gonna just backtrack as if we just ended up going in reverse. There are two main things to consider with this myth is, number one, how hard will it be to end up getting back into the safe room once we end up triggering the last part of the finale, because the tanks will spawn in and everything. And then also, the second thing to take into consideration is the terrain of the map practical enough that we can end up going backwards? Is it going to end up being harder to end up going backwards? Is it going to be the same level of difficulty to go backwards? And I do have an answer for both of those things right away. For the special infected / infected in general part, it looks like there's nothing to worry about because, yes, even though we are playing on easy mode, the spawns are really not that prevalent on the bridge when you go in reverse. And the second thing is going to be the layout. It looks like the finale doesn't have any no return spots, so we don't need to resort to a grenade launcher to go backwards or anything. And it looks like we got to the safe room a-okay. So this means that the first myth of today's episode is confirmed. You can end up completing the parish finale and then backtrack all the way to the safe room without dying if you wanted to. I don't know if anybody's ever done this ever, to be frank, because I don't think that there would be any incentive to going back. I don't think anyone's gonna be like, oh shit, I forgot a medkit, let me go back. But anyway, myth 1's confirmed. Myth: is it possible for a tank to one-hit kill a charger? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Nuketown 2015. So I am a tank and I'm going to punch the shit here out of this charger that is on Coldstream hiding in the bushes. Now, as you guys can see, I am not able to one-shot him. This is due to the fact that the charger ends up having 600 HP, and the tank in versus mode can only end up doing 24 damage per his punch, meaning that the second myth is busted. A tank cannot one-hit punch a charger. Myth: can a charger play bowling and charge through 10 survivors? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Not On My Level / A True Winner 1. So I'm spawning in some extra bots, and I'm going to end up doing this myth at this part of the passing because I feel like this is one of the better wide open areas to test a myth like this. Now, even though this myth does sound simple on paper, the execution was not going our way. This myth was clunky, to try to say the least, in terms of executing it, because we're running into problems. Number one, we are not in one of those multiple people versus servers that end up having like 10 players instead of just 4 like traditional games. And that means that we're working with bots, and the bots have their own behavior, even though we are freezing them, warping them, we're trying to take away their guns. But either what's happening is that they're killing the charger is punching instead of sprinting into us. The survivors sometimes will get stuck and they don't move for whatever reason. Now, due to the slim chance that this could work in one of those multi-band servers, I'm going to label this as plausible and not completely busted. I'd like to imagine a part of the reason why this isn't working is because we're warping the bots inside of each other, and that's the reason why they're getting stuck and possibly glitching. Because when there's achievements like Flight Deck that exist, where you're trying to charge through multiple people, it makes sense for the charger to go through 5, 6, 7, all the way up to 10 people. We just can't get the result to show up. Myth: can you do a grenade launcher jump to go over the bus depot and skip turning off the alarm in the Parish Chapter 2? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by Dead Sled 8. Now, there used to be a skip here where you could actually be able to go through this gap and end up skipping the panic event this way. But unfortunately, we're not able to go through it anymore because there is now an invisible barrier in the way. And this also seems to be the case with any other part of the bus depot. When we try to no-clip and then turn it off and see if we can walk on the roof here, for example, we just get frozen. We can't move. So it looks like that there's invisible barriers everywhere in this area. Here's a visual aid to end up getting my point across. You guys can see all the little red and purple squiggly lines, and that is going to be the actual invisible barriers that we can't see as a survivor. So in one of the prior updates, most likely the Last Stand update, because that was the most significant one in recent memory, they probably just patched this out. So myth 4 is busted. You cannot end up going around the bus depot in the Parish Chapter 2 to skip the panic event. Alright, now let's move on to the last myth. Myth: can a hunter pounce a survivor from the Last Stand lighthouse to the boat and ruin the survivor's escape? And the last myth of today's episode is submitted in by Johnny William. Now, from the perspective of the survivor, this looks like it's not going to be possible because look how far away Dan is. He's just a little tiny blip all the way out in the distance. Now, after showing you that, would you believe me if I told you that you could actually still do this anyways? Yeah, I'm not kidding. Look at that. I'm literally at the tip of the dock and I still got pounced. I'm going to showcase this footage again just to show you how ridiculous this looks. Dan is so far away from me and then closes the gap ungodly fast. Like, bro, I remember when it was insane when we tested whether or not that the hunter could jump from the parish bridge down to the helicopter, and that ended up being confirmed. And I was thinking to myself, being like, there's no way we can ever top this ever again. And today is the day. We have now once again topped it, because the lighthouse, the freaking lighthouse, is so far away from the dock. But with enough parkour skills, if the person playing as the hunter is good enough and persistent enough, they will kill you, and you are not safe until the very, very end of the game when you're in the cutscene. So myth 5 / the last myth is confirmed. If a hunter was persistent enough and determined enough, he could kill you from jumping all the way off of the lighthouse to the boat. May God rest your soul if you end up pissing off the John Wick of hunters. Myth: does the hunting rifle have a secret reload animation? Alrighty guys, myth 1 is submitted in by Zephyr. Now at first, me, Dan, and then Suboptimal Ass here, which is DeadSled8, who you've seen in the comments probably before in my video, we just did as the comments suggested, just messing around with throwables like a gas can, but this was not triggering any sort of unique or new animation that we have not seen before, and we were at this for like a half an hour. Now I did take a chance and Googled this exact proposed question, and I was actually able to turn up something, which was surprising given the fact of how obscure this seems. So after Googling it, I found this Steam thread that talks about this exact supposed reload animation, and there's a video underneath of it that ends up showing the exact reload in question. There is going to be Xbox gameplay here from about 2 years ago by the user Very Rare Matt, and he's playing like normal, and then he reloads his hunting rifle, but the second time he goes to reload it, the animation changes, and it's a different reload style compared to what we're used to seeing. Now, I know that the reload animations were slightly tweaked in the last stand, and so since this is Xbox gameplay, it might not match up, but we will try to replicate it, and we're going to try to replicate it based off of this strategy right here in the comments, where we need to end up picking up a throwable item, and then shoving with it, and dropping it, and then the animation will supposedly trigger. Now, even though this sounds extremely freaking simple, this was still for some reason very hard to do, at least it was for me. After a while, DeadSled and Dan both got the hang of it, but I want to also try this myself, so that way I can see if whether or not that it was something that I was doing wrong, or if whether or not it's just completely down to chance. And what I did figure out, with the help of Dan and DeadSled by the way, is that there's a certain technique to it that they were getting down. So, if you would like to replicate this exact reload animation and get it pretty much every single time, this is how you do it rather than leaving it up to chance. What you need to do is you need to do everything that was stated in the comments, but you need to do it ridiculously fast. You basically need to end up bashing your keyboard and do it so quickly that it basically looks like you're glitching out the animation. Because it's not necessarily about the technique, it's more rather about how quickly that you do it. So, if you end up doing it correctly, you should be able to do it just like how I did right here, where I finally was able to end up getting the hunting rifle to end up changing its animation style. The funniest part about this is I didn't even need to reload, it just ended up doing it by me picking up the gas can over and over and over again. So it's more like a weapon inspect, if anything. But yeah, myth 1 is confirmed. There is a secret hidden reload animation for the hunting rifle that you can do by messing around with a gas can. I do believe, if I remember correctly, while I was doing my research, I heard that this is just a scrapped Left 4 Dead 1 reload animation, and it was just never removed from the files, and this is how you trigger it. Myth: can a charger kill a tank on the other side of a wall with his charge? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted on by Charles. Now the charger does indeed do damage to the tank, it's just that it's literally 2 damage. It's barely anything. But barely anything doesn't mean it's impossible. Now to get the correct circumstances to pull this off, we need to have it where I get basically left at 1 shot, but I don't lose control of the tank, and then Dan charges me while he is the charger. So after a couple of failed attempts, I was able to get down to basically 1 shot, and now Dan is going to meet me up at the train car and leave me at quite literally 1 shot, 1 HP specifically, and then he's going to end up ramming into the side of the train car and see if whether or not that this will kill me. So here we go, I'm at 1, he charges at me, and yep, he kills me. So the myth is confirmed. If a charger charges into a wall and the tank is literally one shot, he will kill him. What do you know? Myth. Can the spitter spit into the safe room of Dark Carnival Chapter 3 through the razor wire? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by DeadSled8. He provided a link of what he wanted us to test, and the YouTube short leads to a fellow Left 4 Dead YouTuber called The Scan Man, which if none of you have checked out his YouTube channel, you definitely should because he makes some pretty fun content. Now the spot that we're aiming for is that spot right there, that itty bitty spot where there's a gap in between the roof and the wall. Alright, so these survivors are now inside the safe room. I'm going to walk up the side of this hill, and I'm going to end up shooting my spit. And yep, it definitely lands inside the safe room. Here it is up close. You guys can see that's all over the floor. So myth 3 is also confirmed. You can spit inside of the Chapter 3 safe room of Dark Carnival as a spitter. Myth. Can you block a smoker's tongue by juggling guns? The fourth myth of today's episode is going to be submitted in by Dr. Zed, aka Dan. Now Dan himself is the one that ended up getting the best POV, where you guys can see that the smoker shot his tongue and his M60 ended up blocking it from being able to grab him. This is something that I was not counting on actually happening. So myth 4 is also confirmed. It's definitely not practical, but it is funny. Myth. Does the low violence setting prevent the smearing effect from mudmen? And the last myth is submitted in by my friend Tyler. So with low violence enabled, let's see if whether or not that mudmen can still blind us. So I have one spawned in right now. I'm going to piss it off and let's see. And no, it looks like that there's no mud smearing effect whatsoever. He's just hitting me. I'm going to hit another one just to be sure. And yep, neither of them are doing it. They're just bashing me. Now see, to me, this doesn't make any sense because mud is not blood. So I don't know why they're treated the same, but either way, it's still kind of nifty though. So the last myth is confirmed. Mudmen can no longer blind you as long as you have low violence enabled because it's treated the same as gore. Myth. Can the Riot Infected's armor block claw damage from the Special Infected's front-facing attacks? Alrighty guys, the first myth is submitted in by Combine Slayer, and Combine, thank you also for your compliment within your comment here. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you love the myth busting series. Alright my friend, now we're going to test out your myth. So this is going to be footage from Dan's perspective because he was the one that got the best angle for this type of thing. So we're going to let the footage roll, let's see what ends up happening, and when Dan ends up hitting the Riot Gear zombie from the front, he immediately dies in one shot as if he had no protection at all. So the myth is busted. The Riot Gear zombies are immune to things such as bullets, but they are not immune to things like the claw attacks from Special Infected, at least from the front. Myth. Can a tank throw his rock through the Dark Carnival Chapter 3 safe room razor wire gap? Alrighty guys, myth 2 is submitted in by Isaiah. Now unlike the time we tried to test this out with Spitter Spit, this time around it's going to be much harder because of the size of the tank rock. So we're going to just try a couple of attempts from the exact same location that I did with the spitter and see if whether or not that will end up working out. Alright, so here's attempt number 1. I'm going to throw it overhanded, and it looks like despite the cursor being lined up, it ended up hitting the roof. Now I'm going to end up doing it underhanded, and unfortunately that didn't work either. Now that spot was not working in my favor, so I decided to do a different strategy and go lower to the ground, and it looks like that this is better. So I decided to have Dead Sled, or Suboptimal Ass here, jump in front of me, so that way I could see whether or not I could hit him, and I was actually able to hit him surprisingly. So that means that the second myth is actually confirmed. A tank rock can not only fit in that gap, but can also hit somebody. Myth. In the passing, will the Left 4 Dead 1 crew be more likely to give health items if the Left 4 Dead 2 crew is low on health? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Keto. Now after waiting around for a while on low HP, the survivors were starting to finally hand out things, and the first thing that they gave us was a medkit, so this is a good start. And then the second item that they dropped us was another medkit, so this is also a really good start and a really good track record so far. Now for the third one, they ended up giving us a pipe bomb. Unfortunately, this breaks the streak of them just giving us nothing but health items thus far. And now for the fourth and last item that they gave us, they once again gave us another grenade, and this time it was a Molotov. So 2 times they gave us medkits, and 2 other times they gave us grenades. What I want to do for myth 3, similar to how I ended up going about the one myth that we did in a prior episode, where we tried to see if whether or not that the Left 4 Dead 1 crew would give favorable items to people like Ellis and Rochelle because they have crushes on them, I'm going to label this myth as plausible, because hypothetically, if you have the right RNG, you could just get very, very lucky. I do believe that the things that the Left 4 Dead 1 crew drop are random, but there could be a placebo effect because of the luck. So for example, if you are low on HP and you get nothing but medkits multiple times in a row, you could believe this. But like I said, I do believe that this is completely random, and even if you did get multiple medkits in a row, it's probably just a coincidence. Myth: are you not able to shove infected back while in an air vent? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by DeadSled8. Now, DeadSled was talking about how that when he was playing a custom campaign recently and there was a crescendo event where you had to crawl through a vent while infected were coming at you, he said that he was not able to shove them or melee them, which me and Dan were like, no, that can't be the case. So we ended up spawning in some special infected initially and tried to test it out on them first. So first we tested out the smoker and we can shove the smoker just fine. And then we tried shoving a boomer and we could also shove them as well. Next up was the hunter, and we were able to shove him just fine. And just like the others thus far, the spitter was also able to be shoved too. And then finally, special infected wise, we were able to shove the jockey, which means at least special infected wise, we can shove everything that's meant to be shoved. But now we're going to test out the uncommon / normal zombies. It's with these types of zombies where things get interesting. So we shoved them just fine outside the vent, but as soon as they crawled inside the vent, this happens. We're just not able to shove them anymore, which is very bizarre because you guys just saw a second ago that we were able to shove them when they were just outside the vent, but all of a sudden now we can't. This was even the case with the uncommon infected such as the clown, and it's funny because you can still honk his nose, you just can't stumble him in here. So that means that Myth 4 is also confirmed. You for some reason cannot stumble the normal or uncommon infected inside of an air vent. You can do it with a special infected, but not the other ones for some reason. Myth: with the grenade launcher or spitter spit, can you launch someone to the military helicopter from the bridge in the parish? And then the last myth is submitted in by not on my level / a true winner 1. Now with enough persistence and the correct angle, you can actually get not only really close, but you can even just flat out do it if you're lucky. Just do, of course, please keep in mind that you're going to have to be defibbed right after you land because you'll die of fall damage. Now doing this with spitter spit was a lot more complicated than the grenade launcher one. You can't do it at this area because there's invisible barriers blocking your way. And you can't do it farther back because you'll either, number one, not make it because it's too far away, or you'll just slip and get the wrong angle because you bonk your head. The best possible area that we found to try this is right here with this one roadblock because it perfectly aligns with the helicopter. Now due to a variety of different factors, and one of them being the most important one, which is luck, we were not able to get lucky with the spitter spit and able to get across to the helicopter. We were only able to do it successfully with the grenade launcher. However though, given the fact that in recent memory we've been able to do things such as get to the last stand boat from the lighthouse, and being able to do even other crazier things before in this series, I'm going to label the last myth as plausible. I believe that this is the best because I do genuinely think with enough persistence you can get this to work with the spitter, and since part of the myth is confirmed anyways with the grenade launcher, I don't want to call it entirely busted either. So plausible is going to be a result of the last myth today. Myth: as a jockey is riding someone, if both players hold the jump button, will the hanging animation no longer work and lead to the survivor falling off the edge? Alrighty guys, myth 1 is submitted in by YourMemories5647. Now most likely due to human error, we were not able to get the desired result that we wanted for this myth. We just ended up getting the traditional hanging animation. Now just to be on the safe side, just to make sure that we covered all ground, I did look at outside sources, and the trusty good old Left 4 Dead wiki came in clutch once again. You can read it here for yourself. It just seems like that the reason why it didn't work for us, because even in the wiki it does say that this doesn't always work, and more times than not the survivor will just hang. So that would explain why we were not able to get it to happen. But regardless though, the myth is confirmed because the wiki confirms it for us. So now we're going to move on to myth number 2. Myth: in a pipe bomb, stun a charger and force him to let go of his victim. Alrighty guys, myth number 2 is submitted in by Resistance. So I'm going to be the one that gets stunned by the charger here, while Dan and Suboptimal Ass, aka Dead Sled, is going to end up trying to save me. Alright, so I'm being destroyed by the charger, and there's a pipe bomb that's about to explode any second now, and it looks like that, yes, it does indeed save me. So myth 2 is confirmed. If the only thing that you have is a pipe bomb and you're in a dire situation, trying to save your teammate, you can use this and have just enough time to be able to hopefully escape. Myth: can you see infected shadows through certain material? Alrighty guys, so the area of choice I am picking is this area just outside the Chapter 4 safe room of the parish. I'm going to spawn in a charger, a smoker, and a boomer. So I'm going to deactivate noclip and pretend I'm just coming out of the safe room to mimic if this was a normal game. So if this was a normal game, I would see not only one, but all three of them just hiding up here. So if you're playing in versus mode, I would not recommend using this spot because a survivor can clearly see you. And that's going to make Myth 3 confirmed. Infected shadows can be seen through certain materials. Myth: will common infected react to your flashlight even in the daytime? Now for those that don't know, common infected will also react to your flashlight just like how the witch does. But I'm curious to see if whether or not that this will apply in the daytime because they're already being bombarded by light constantly. And it looks to be the case in the gameplay here, and this is even confirmed by the Left 4 Dead's official wiki. Making Myth 4 confirmed, the witch and the common infected will both react to your flashlight, but the common infected also happen to react to it during the daytime. Myth: can you use the grenade launcher to skip the panic event on Chapter 4 of Blood Harvest? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth of today's episode is submitted in by Dr. Zed, aka Dan. So this is the area that I meant earlier back in the beginning of the video, because this train car that tipped over is blocking the straight path that would normally be to the safe room. So traditionally, we would have to cut through the house and jump out the window. But, as far as I'm aware, there's no invisible barrier blocking this area. So, if we end up using unlimited ammo, because I'm assuming it's going to take more than just the first attempt at this to get somebody over here, will they actually be able to skip this? So let's see. I'm going to end up having Dead Sled shoot the grenade launcher while me and Dan try to end up jumping over. Now, when we finally were able to get the correct shot, something interesting happened. I ended up going into a death animation even though I didn't die. So I was just standing there on the bridge doing absolutely nothing. I thought that having God mode on would prevent any issues from happening like this, but I guess not. Now after being frozen for a while, I did end up going idle and then I was able to get control of my character back. It's just that my guns were glitched. Now doing this on the second time around, it did end up happening again, but I have idle bound to one of my keys, and I was just able to force myself to go idle, and this once again ended up fixing the issue. So it seems like idle is a way to get out of this purgatory glitch thing. Now obviously you're not going to have God mode in a normal game, so what happens if we have God mode off? Now if we have God mode off, when I end up hitting the jump this time, it ends up killing me immediately, which means that I'm not able to survive the hit upon initial impact. And the problem is that because I wasn't able to survive and the only way I can end up being brought back is to be defibbed, you would have to go through the panic event regardless anyways, because that's the only way to get back to my body. Now, here's the thing, is that if you were to fly high enough that you ended up landing on top of the bridge, there could be the possibility that you may survive. I just can't end up guaranteeing. Especially because like halfway through you get that weird death animation camera view, and then you can't move unless you idle. So I'm going to label the myth as plausible for now, just because I can't guarantee survival. Myth: does incendiary ammo / fire burn down wooden doors? Alrighty guys, myth number 1 is submitted in by Dr. Zed, aka Dan. Now in regards to the incendiary ammo part of this test, it looks like that the answer is no. It's not even brief, it just doesn't do it at all. So this is going to mean that myth 1 is busted. Incendiary ammo / fire does not cause a wooden door to remain on fire. Myth: does the SG have a secret reload animation like the hunting rifle? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted by Tacky Rogueblader. Now for those that didn't catch one of the most recent episodes of Myth Busting Mondays, we tested a myth to see if whether or not that the hunting rifle had a secret hidden reload animation, and it did. And one of the ways you can trigger this is by messing around and juggling things like gas cans. Which is exactly what we decided to do in regards to the SG here. We just did the exact same strategy once again. Now for those that watched that episode, you'll remember how I said I had a hard time trying to get the hand motions down and was only able to get the animation happen like one time. So to prevent this from being an issue of human error, I decided to end up going to the Left 4 Dead wiki just to confirm whether or not that this was not happening due to me or the gun. And after looking around for a minute and using keyword searches such as reload or reload animation, I was not able to find anything for specifically the SG, but I did find it for the hunting rifle. So I feel like if it was going to apply to the SG, just like the hunting rifle, it would be in the wiki. So long story short, the answer is going to end up being no, or busted. The SG does not have a secret hidden reload animation like the hunting rifle does. Myth: based on the infected's weight, will the heaviest infected fall the fastest? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Ellis Gaming, and I like this one because it's definitely very creative. Now you ask if the heaviest infected will fall the fastest. I'm assuming it's a safe bet that that's going to end up being the tank, so we're going to compare the tank to one of the other special infected and just see how fast they fall and time it with a time clock. So here goes the tank first. We're going to have him fall from the top floor of NSenr, and it's about 1.1 seconds. Now we're going to compare that to one of the smaller infected. In this case, we're going to use the jockey. Now we're timing this after the jockey has let go of Dan and just starts falling on his own. And when it comes to the jockey is once again 1.1 seconds. So this is going to mean that the third myth is busted, surprisingly so, because I thought that this myth was going to have more weight to it, pun intended. Because I know that there's things such as Coach not being able to be as killed as quickly by the Charger due to his body weight when you compare him to the other survivors. So I thought something similar would happen with these special infected. Who knows? Maybe we can end up repurposing this idea one day for a myth like, I don't know, can Coach fall to the ground faster due to his weight compared to, like, let's say, one of the other survivors or something? Hint, hint. Myth. Can you see Jimmy Gibbs Jr. in the dead center ending cutscene? Alrighty guys, so here's myth number 4. I've got a crap ton of Jimmys spawned inside of the dead center atrium, and I'm going to have Dan activate the finale, and we're going to see if whether or not, if we run him over, will he show up at the ending cutscene. Alright, so here goes the ending cutscene, and I want you to keep an eye on the one Jimmy that's crouched over there, because I clearly ended up hitting him with the car, and he just phased on through it, and all the other normal zombies are instead the ones that are in the cutscene, which is unfortunate because it would be funny just seeing Jimmy just flying up on the dash. But yeah, the fourth myth is busted. Jimmy can't be included in the ending for some reason, which is unfortunate. Myth. If you blow up a rescue closet, will it free who's inside? And then the last myth is submitted in by DeadSled8. So here we go. We got Bill inside of the rescue closet here, and we're going to use a propane tank first as an example. And when we end up blowing up the propane tank, Bill not only ends up escaping, but he's relatively unharmed. Now here is a recreation of the hypothetical situation that I mentioned on earlier in the video about where you chuck a pipe bomb and rescue your teammates. Now I know this isn't the farthest throw in the world, but I'm still impressed nonetheless that I managed to pull it off. You guys can see that I rescued Francis, Lewis, and Bill, and I was able to end up knocking the one right door off of its hinges with the pipe bomb alone. Which means that the very last myth for today's video is confirmed. If you want to use an explosive of some kind to rescue your teammates out of a rescue closet, you can. Myth. Does Coach fall slower or faster than other survivors? Alrighty guys, myth 1 is submitted in by Maxwell Hallam. Now Max, I don't know if you meant to say faster instead of slower, so rather than just changing your myth in case this is how you want to go, I'm just going to tack on faster and make it slower and or faster instead. Now this myth is going to be based off of Coach's weight. Now for those that don't happen to know, Coach's weight does affect some factors in game. For example, such as when a Charger is pounding him. Yes, I know what I said, get your mind out of the gutter. So yes, when the Charger is pounding Coach, it takes a slightly longer time to be able to fully kill him compared to the other 3 survivors. Now if you take a look here at both DeadSled and Dan jumping off of the top of the atrium here, they fall at the exact same time. Coach is not any more faster or any more slower than any other survivor in the game, despite his weight affecting some other factors, which makes the first myth busted since Coach falls at the same speed as everybody else. Myth. Is an AI-controlled tank not able to turn around for 5 seconds after throwing a rock? Alrighty guys, myth 2 is submitted in by How About No. So here's some footage of us sneaking up behind the tank while he's attacking DeadSled, and while he's throwing the tree stump, he slightly turns to the right as of like 1 second of us sneaking up on him. Now here's footage of a more extreme example with no clip where I zoom behind the tank and he automatically turns to adjust his rock throw just so he can hit me. So yeah, myth 2 is busted regardless if it's no clip or not. If the tank feels like he can hit somebody, he'll correct his aim and change his angle so that way he can hit somebody. Myth. Will infected die from blood loss if their arm is shot off? Alrighty guys, myth 3 is submitted in by Nutcake. Now if you go up to a zombie and shoot their arm off with, like, let's say a magnum, this will automatically kill most zombies. Keyword most. The reason I say this is because when I was circling through all the different types of infected to test this on, because I wanted to be thorough, I ended up noticing a oddity with specifically the fallen survivor, because when you shoot the fallen survivor, unlike the other infected, he will just run away. Now he doesn't go off camera to die, he just goes off camera just to keep running away. I followed him for a decent portion throughout the map with no clip and got to right about here, and even by this point he was still not even remotely remotely dead or phased yet. He was still acting as if he still had his other arm. He's literally beating me with the stump. It was not until I shot off his second arm that he finally dropped dead. So for the myth, I'm going to label it as plausible just due to this one exception, because I find it funny how that the fallen survivor is very similar to most infected, and yet for some reason he doesn't die. Myth. Can you see the helicopter pilot in his helicopter flying around during the No Mercy campaign? Alrighty guys, myth 4 is submitted in by Dan, and so we're at the part in the campaign where you get to see the helicopter fly by again, and as we no-clip inside, the helicopter pilot is nowhere to be seen. You guys can see that just an empty chair. Even if he was in the helicopter, you couldn't even be able to look inside anyways due to the way the windows are, so the myth is going to end up being busted. You cannot see the No Mercy helicopter pilot flying around in his helicopter. Myth. Can Special Infected get inside of the secret golden crowbar room in The Last Stand? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth of today's episode is going to be submitted in by Dead Sled 8. Now what I'm going to try to do is replicate a myth that we tested before in a prior episode, where we saw whether or not Special Infected could phase and get inside of the safe room even though the safe room door was closed. And believe it or not, that prior myth was confirmed, so I'm going to try the exact same strategy again here within The Last Stand. Now here's the thing, is that unlike the safe room door, when we go over to the golden crowbar door, we run into this circumstance. Pasted on the golden crowbar door is going to be the climbing annotation for the Special Infected, so that way they can be able to get on the roof. The problem is that it's right in the way of where I need to go. Now I did still try to get in anyways, I just tried to go around the hitbox for this thing, but unfortunately it's very, very sticky and it's hard to end up going around it. I tried going around the other direction by trying to fall through here, and then I even tried jumping on the fallen log and then jumping through the side of it, but that didn't work either. We grabbed a melee weapon and decided to end up hitting the door to see if whether or not we can even unlock it in the first place in Versus, just to be sure. And after bashing on it for multiple times and multiple swings, we were not able to break it down, which means it's probably a safe bet that you can't even get to the golden crowbar in Versus, which would surprise me to be honest. But anyways, regardless, the final myth is busted. Special Infected cannot phase through and get inside of the golden crowbar room, which is unfortunate because you got to imagine the funny circumstances and funny plays in which could have happened if that was possible. What I would give to see a hunter be able to hide in there and be able to attack somebody just going for the golden crowbar, maybe even something more absurd like the tank waiting in there for you, would be just downright hilarious to me. That would be just the Left 4 Dead equivalent of the Dexter meme, the ultimate version of surprise motherfucker. Myth. Can Infected damage you with no arms? Alrighty guys, myth 1 is submitted in by Duck, and please do forgive me if I mispronounced your name. Now regarding your myth, this was the closest we were able to get to an armless zombie, where it's just basically his shoulders. And in terms of damage, yep, he can still damage you. He basically took me down with his little arm nub things, which is actually kind of funny now that I think about it. But yes, myth number 1 is confirmed. Zombies can kill you with basically no arms. Myth. Are hazmat infected actually not fireproof and will die from fire if kept in the fire for long enough? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Ace Rose. Alrighty guys, so we are on NSenr Chapter 1. We spawned in a hazmat zombie, and we're literally just going to fast forward the footage and just let Father Time do the rest. Please do feel free to let me know in the comment section down below what you think the final result is going to be, if whether or not that you think that this is a load of baloney, or if the fireproof zombie slash hazmat zombie is eventually going to die. Now for those of you that guessed that he was going to die, you were the ones that ended up being right. Trust me, this actually shocked me too initially, because I was like, wait, there's no way. I thought that the zombie just died from like lack of player engagement, and that was just a fluke. But believe it or not, no, it wasn't a fluke, because we spawned in a hazmat zombie outside of the fire this time, and this zombie had survived much, much longer. In fact, he never did die basically before we decided to end up closing app. So this zombie ended up lasting like over 4 minutes, whereas the original first zombie in the fire only survived at the longest 1:30, which means that the myth is going to be confirmed. Yes, hazmat or fireproof zombies will actually eventually die to fire if left in there long enough, so it's not necessarily that they're fireproof, it's more like they're fire resistant. Myth. Does a boomer's horde spawn in a flat amount of infected? Alrighty guys, myth 3 is submitted in by Sharamine, and by the way, shouts to Ace who made myth 2 a second ago, because without him, this myth wouldn't be possible, because he actually showed us how to be able to use our admin menu within other game modes like Versus, which makes myths like these possible now. Now, share means myth. He wants us to be able to test this in different difficulties with multiple players and also in versus compared to single player. So what we're going to do is we're going to spawn a boomer in multiple different instances and just count how many infected spawn each time. Alright, so for test number 1, we're just going to be doing this in normal campaign, and we're going to be using one survivor on normal mode. The zombies are all going to be going after Nick. Alright, so now after taking a screenshot and then marking all the different zombies that I saw with a white little dot, I ended up adding them up, and it looks like that there is 28 on Nick himself, and then there's also going to be one additional zombie that was just off camera over here, making that 29 zombies altogether. This is going to be the test where we end up having multiple survivors. In this case, we have both Nick and Rochelle this time. Now, taking this back into Photoshop once again, unless my eyes are deceiving me, it looks like it's going to be 29 zombies again. Now, I did take a look at the Left 4 Dead wiki just to verify some things, just to make sure that my eyes were not deceiving me, and then there's this right here saying that there's roughly about 20 zombies spawned in when a boomer ends up attacking a survivor every single time. Now, even the wiki itself doesn't say exactly 20, it says the word about 20. So since the number that we got was 29, which is within still the same range, I believe that this is a negligible difference and is basically around the same thing. When we did this test on expert difficulty, we had roughly the same number of zombies again. This time it was actually at 25 zombies instead of 29. And then when we tested this in a game versus with a human-controlled boomer, this ended up being about 27. Now, regarding myth number 3, I'm personally going to label that as plausible, and the reason why is because if you want to get nitpicky or not. Because the myth specifically asks if it ranges, and from what I can see, yes, it ranges, but by a very small number, like a couple zombies here or there, like less than 5 or so. The problem is, though, is that that's still a range, even if it's a very small range, and the wiki itself even does say that this can be about 20 or around 20, but not exactly 20. So rather than say that this myth is confirmed or busted, I'm just going to let you, the viewer, decide based off of your own beliefs. Do you think that this is something that is very negligible? Or do you think that if it varies even by like 1 or 2 zombies, that's enough to call the myth one way or the other? Myth: is there a secret reload animation for the auto shotgun? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is submitted in by Sarah. So in some of the most recent episodes of Mythbusting Mondays, we've been testing to see if certain guns have hidden reload animations. The first one of these was the hunting rifle, and that ended up being confirmed. The second one was the SG, which was busted. So now we're going to be testing out the auto shotty. Given the fact that this was one of the original Left 4 Dead 1 guns, I believe it's higher than what the SG was, but it still might be on the lower end of things because from what I was able to research, I was not able to find anything on the wiki about it. Now, you can glitch the auto shotgun and have a weird animation if you mess around with it enough like this, but this is just a glitch and not like a reload animation like the hunting rifle had. So, in regards to myth number 4, I'm going to say that it's busted. I believe whatever you must have experienced, friend, it was probably like a visual glitch like that. Myth: does the player with the highest damage count on the infected team in versus take priority when the game chooses a player to control the tank? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth of today's episode is submitted in by Rigamortem. Now, since we can use admin menus now in versus, this is what we're going to do. We're going to disable the director temporarily, and we're going to end up freezing the survivors and have me just be doing damage to them. And Dan is going to do absolutely nothing other than just watch. We're going to then re-enable the director after doing a certain amount of damage to the surviving team, and then we're going to see if whether or not that I get the tank or if Dan gets the tank. Now, on the first go around here, when it comes to who got the tank, it was me. So that is going to be 1 versus 0. Now, doing this the second time, once again, it was just only me doing damage to the surviving team. In regards to the tank, I also got him again, which means that in regards to getting the tank, I am now 2 for 2. And then for the third and the fourth time, I decided to let Dan be the one that's doing damage. So here is Dan doing damage on attempt number 3. And when it comes to the tank, he actually got it this time. So now it's 2 versus 1. And then here's footage of the last attempt. So once again, Dan's the only one doing damage. In regards to the tank, he also got the tank again. So now both me and Dan ended up getting a tank 2 separate times each after we were the ones that did the highest amount of damage in the lobby. Now, when it comes to this myth, at any point, if we ended up getting a game where the person that did the least amount of damage, especially if it was at 0, got to the tank, then this myth would have automatically been busted. However though, every single playthrough, the person with the highest damage got the tank, which is pretty coincidental to say the least. Now, I will say this, is that our sample size is very small. We only ended up doing this 4 different times, so I'm not going to call it confirmed because of how little we ended up doing this. However though, I am going to call it plausible, and here is why. When you are playing an average game of Versus, at this point I feel like it's safe to say that more times than not, everyone's around the same skill level, and for those that are not, they usually don't last long and they get kicked anyways. So the people that stay in the game long term are usually getting the same amount of score as each other, or in other words, they're probably doing the same amount of damage if they're on the infected team. And so at any moment, the snap of a finger, you could overtake someone, which means that it's a very random chance about who will probably get the tank. You might get it one round, then your teammate might get it another round, then you'll get it back the round after that, and you're probably too invested in the gameplay anyways to notice if whether or not that you're doing the highest amount of damage at the exact same time that you got control of the tank. Like, you know what I mean? But when you do a scenario like this, or a control test, where you're playing with just 2 people in a private lobby, where one's doing damage and one other guy's clearly not doing any, and the tank is given to the player that does all the damage the last 4 times in a row, you gotta admit that's a little bit coincidental, don't you think? Myth: can a bucket on Swamp Fever Chapter 1 prevent a charger from sending you into the water? Alright guys, so the buckets that I'm referring to is this bucket right here. Now we're going to push this into place so that way it's going to end up being in the correct positioning for when the charger ends up hitting me. Alright, so right about here should be a good positioning for the bucket. Alright, so here comes the charger, and when he ends up hitting me, yep, the bucket saves my life because I would have normally gone in the water right there, but instead I'm being pounded into the ground instead. Alrighty guys, so this is going to mean that myth number 1 is confirmed. The bucket's hitbox is enough to be able to save you and prevent a charger from ramming you into the water on Swamp Fever Chapter 1. Myth: does adrenaline temporarily remove the shoving cooldown? Alrighty guys, so here is going to be the base test, the normal shoving animation, and when I end up shoving with no adrenaline, the cooldown kicks in after I end up shoving about 7 times. Alright, so now here comes the test with the adrenaline shot, and this ends up being significantly longer than the original one. It ends up being exactly 26 shoves before it ends up putting me back on cooldown again. And in terms of time, instead of it being 5 seconds before I can't shove anymore, it is instead a whopping 19 seconds. Which means that myth number 2 is definitely confirmed. The adrenaline shot temporarily makes it where you don't have a shove cooldown anymore. Myth: will the shot of the flare gun that comes out of the rescue boat in The Last Stand be able to kill a hunter if he makes contact with it? Alrighty guys, so the boats should be showing up any second now. I'm going to make a leap for it to see if I can make it just by defaultly pouncing. So here we go. Unfortunately though, just pouncing was not enough because the flare gun ended up shooting the flare way too far away. If I try to do this on top of the shack, I also still can't end up making it. So the only way I was able to make contact with the thing was just by no-clipping towards it. So what I ended up doing is that I just floated above it a little bit and then deactivated no-clip to see if I could end up making contact with it outside of no-clip mode, because you have God mode with no-clip. But when I fall just before it, unfortunately, it still doesn't do damage to me anyways. It looks like the flare gun's not programmed to do damage. So that means that the myth is busted. The flare gun can't do damage to the hunter, and he wasn't even able to make it by pouncing normally anyway. Myth: are you able to throw a Molotov in Coldstream Chapter 2 before the tank spawns, causing him to catch on fire as he enters the map? Alrighty guys, so when it comes to myth number 4, the biggest thing that I want to end up thinking about here is about how I'm going to go about this, because you would have to basically get the perfect throw in order to end up pulling this off, because either A, the tank is going to scoot out of the way at the last second, or B, you're going to end up getting stopped by something and you're not going to be able to pull the throw off. If everything lined up perfectly though, and you ended up getting to right about this spot, I feel like this spot right where I'm standing right in front of the ladder is probably going to be likely the best possible angle for me to pull this off. So when it comes to my first attempt here, unfortunately I was just a bit slow and the tank ended up jumping down before I could hit him officially with the Molotov, so that one is unfortunately a bust. So let's try this again. Alright, so here is going to be my second attempt at this. I am still going to try the same spots just so that way there's a sense of consistency. And when I end up throwing the Molotov this time, it lands perfectly up on the hill and ends up lighting the tank on fire. And I'm very happy with the result I got here. So that means that myth 4 is confirmed. You can definitely light the tank on fire ahead of time as he's spawning in with a lucky Molotov throw. This is going to be somewhat similar to how you can pre-light the tank on fire in the sacrifice by pre-spawning him in and then lighting up the train car on fire. Myth: can you use special ammo boxes to block a witch on a ladder and cause her to get stuck? Alrighty guys, so I'm going to deploy an incendiary ammo box here on top of the ladder, and then I'm going to end up spawning in the witch and just shooting her and seeing what happens. Alright, so I have a witch now officially spawned in, and I'm shooting her right now. And unfortunately, this is weird, she ran past the ammo box. That didn't work as intended. Okay, well it looks like that we're going to have to end up trying something slightly different. Alright, so to make sure that I get the desired result that I want, because I'm stubborn as hell, I'm going to spawn in multiple special ammo boxes. Not just one, not just two, but several. So that way every square inch of this goddamn ladder is accounted for, and the witch possibly can't get up. Alright, so let's just use one more for good measure. So I'm going to say it's safe to say that this should be enough ammo boxes. So let's go back over to the infected commands, spawn in a witch, shoot her again, and let's see what happens this time. And okay, good. That's what I wanted to see. The witch is now getting stuck on the ladder, or more specifically, the ammo boxes that are inside of the ladder, because it's causing this glitch to happen, where she just keeps going up and down and up and down and up and down. Now, I also did jump down, and so the witch, if she wanted to, she should just go down the ladder and come get me this way, but she's so glitched out that she's just trying to climb the ladder indefinitely. And she's not chasing me. I could go all the way down over to this car here, and then I'm going to end up going back over to the lighthouse, and you guys are going to see that she's still just climbing the ladder up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down. She's just completely and utterly stuck in this permanent animation hell. So I decided to be a nice guy and just put her out of her goddamn misery. Anyways, the myth is confirmed. If you place special ammo boxes on top of a ladder and have a witch start chasing you, she's not only going to end up chasing you and getting stuck, but she's basically going to be stuck in a perma glitch where you can just basically either A, run away from her if you want to, or B, you could just end up killing her instead.
So for the first myth today, it is going to be, can hunters pounce at you in air vents, but jockeys can't? Hey guys, post-editing me here. I, being dumbass that I am, misread myth 1 as, can the hunters pounce at you in air vents just like the jockey? When it was supposed to be read as, can hunters pounce at you in air vents, but jockeys can't? So, post-editing me, past me is a dumbass, and during this next little bit, you're going to see a dual recording showing off this myth in full, the way it was intended. So, yeah, let's get back into the episode, and let past me take care of the rest of this. Now, from the recording that you're going to see, I'm going to have two videos showing. One of the hunter, one of the jockey. And both of them are going to be going into the air vents on Chapter 2 of Dark Carnival. Now, for the mood here, I set everything to full bright just so that you can see what I'm seeing. Otherwise, it'd be way too fucking dark. Now, we're coming up on Nick here, and as you can see, the hunter gets him just fine, and then the jockey also gets him just fine. But the hunter, or I should say the jockey, for example, can't move, but can still bounce it. So this myth is busted. Let's move on to the next myth. So for the second myth here today, the myth is, can you find Virgil's boat off in the distance in the parish finale? Now, for simplicity reasons, I kicked all the bots and put myself in no-clip for simplicity reasons. Now, you'll see me no-clipping around the map. I'm probably going to end up speeding this up in post, but as you can see, there is no boats for as of right now, even sped up. I inspected every inch of the map. No matter where I went, it was just all water and then maybe a few broken paddle boats here and there. But as you can see, there is no boats. All that you'll see is the finale helicopter, and that's it, and maybe a few buses here and there, but you won't see Virgil's boat no matter how far you go. As nice as it would be, you won't see it. I inspected every inch of this map. And no matter how far I went, no matter the distance, there is no boat. Virgil does not exist. I'm sorry. He just does not exist. He's not existing in this map. So the myth here is busted. Let's move on to the next one. But for the next myth here today, the myth is, does Coach fall at the same speed as the Boomer? Now, you'll see in the upcoming video that I'm going to be doing two sets of tests here. One in ghost mode and then one when I'm spawned in. And you'll see here, even in slow motion, because I wanted to try and get the timings down as best as possible, from setting coach or spawning coach on top of me and then taking myself out of no clip. You'll see that even when I get the timings as close as possible, coach is falling ever so faster, even when I get myself taken out of no clip. Even when I'm in ghost mode, he'll still fall just that little bit faster than me. And then in the next part of the video that you'll see here, even when I'm spawned in, coach is still falling just ever so slightly faster than me, even when I'm spawned in, no matter how close to timings I got it. So the myth, does coach fall at the same speed as the boomer, is actually busted. He falls faster than the boomer. At least all the survivors do. So myth busted. Let's move on to the next myth. So for the next myth, it is, if you fire at an alarmed car and there is an incapacitated survivor, will the infected target the incapacitated survivor? Now, from the testing that I did, I really wanted to say that this was inconclusive, but I'm going to put it out here. I'm labeling it as plausible. And let me tell you why. I did 3-ish sets of tests. And the first test was having Ellis being the down survivor right next to the car, right on top of it, pretty much. And me being in the back far corner of the lot, of the car alarm lot, and me shooting it with like a hunting rifle and just re-enabling the director and then letting the zombies pour in. And for this first test that's coming up right now, you'll actually see that it's about 50-50-ish, I would say, for how split the commons are between me and Ellis. And then the next set of tests that you'll see is me and Ellis both being very far away from the car, him being down on the other complete side of the lot, and then me being in the complete other opposite corner of the lot and shooting the car that is in the middle of us, pretty much, and seeing how that works. And I did 2 tests of that as well. And the first one was really weird. It was, for the most part, kind of 50-50, just like the first test. But then the next test I did, they all came to me. And I even did another test after that just to make sure that it wasn't a fluke. And they all came to me again. So the myth here today is plausible. I can't honestly tell if they will target the incapacitated survivor. I think it's just based on the range they are in, the infected, but the myth is plausible. So let's move on to the final myth and see if it is confirmed, busted, or plausible. So for the last myth stated at the beginning of this video, will a chapter replay in versus mode if the tiebreaker is a tie? Now, I made this as simple as possible. I put it in versus training as the hunter and let the bots do the thing and spit up the game, just to make this as fast as possible. And I'll let the bots play through the first chapter just as normal, without killing anything, without doing anything, just getting to the end of the chapter to let it end. Now, I got to do the exact same thing in order to introduce the tiebreaker. Now, as you'll see at the end of this first test, I get a tie, just as predicted. And you'll see that the tiebreaker ends in a 0-0 because I never dealt damage to the survivors, and the survivors never dealt damage to me, as I turned off the director for both of these. And you'll see here that the chapter doesn't restart, and that made me really confused. So I did 2 more sets, letting the AI survivors run through the map while I'm in spawn mode as the infected, and then me doing the exact same thing 2 more times. And every time it ended, as you can see, in a tie, and the chapter never restarted. And I made sure I'm not doing any cuts here. You can see that the chapter progresses onto the next chapter. And I was really hoping that there'd be like a hidden mechanic, if the tiebreaker itself is a tie, and, the chapter would restart, forcing everybody to redo it again. But sadly, the myth is busted, as much as I would hope that it would be confirmed. But yeah, guys, that is the final myth. If the chapter will replay in versus mode, if the tiebreaker is a tie, being busted. much as I wanted it to be confirmed, it's not.
Myth. Will a survivor who's shot by another in the back use a generic "someone shot me" line, and if the survivor is facing the other survivor, will they call out the shooter by name? Alrighty guys, this first myth is submitted in by Dirk at work. So we're going to put the myth to the test right now. I'm going to have Spencer turn around while I shoot him in the back of the head with a pistol. Now I do believe a lot of you think that you already know how this myth is going to go, but believe it or not, somehow, some way, probably because he's got eyes in the back of his head, Lewis actually ended up identifying Zoe as the shooter and immediately knew it was me. This also did happen more than once. Both me and Dan were shooting at Spencer, and he at least identified Francis the second time, so that means that this is at least more than one time that this happened. So based off the testing, there's some instances in where that the characters will call you out by name regardless if they're looking at you or not, and there's sometimes where they can't identify you or just choose to not say your name and just use generic voice lines when you're behind or in front of them. Based off an educated guess, I believe that the voice line triggers are just random about whether or not they decide to include your name, so I'm just going to label it as plausible because it looks like it's just random if whether or not they say your name when you shoot them regardless of where. Myth. Can you permanently stun a common infected by shoving it and wedging it in between a deployed ammo box and a wall? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Rigamortem. Well, I think it's safe to say we have plenty of ammo boxes to test this myth, so let's get to shoving and deploying. And this was especially comedic the way it happened. The zombie tripped on all the existing ammo boxes until he got stuck on finally the last one over there in the corner, and now he's just constantly permanently stun locked. He just keeps tripping after he gets up every single time, and now he can't do anything. He's completely helpless, which means that we would be able to immediately kill him whenever we wanted to. This means that the second myth is confirmed. If you have a ammo box and you want to screw around with the commons, you can shove them and trap them between it and a wall. Myth. Can the spitter spit through the tiny little windows in the safe room of Blood Harvest Chapter 4? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Spencer, aka Dead Sled. Now here's the thing with this particular safe room, is that this particular safe room has little barriers blocking the tiny windows on the front half of the little train car here. So the only way to be able to get a spitter to be able to spit in here properly is to go through these little windows up here instead. Alright, so I'm the spitter and I'm now in place, so let's end up seeing if whether or not I can damage the guys, and when I end up no-clipping to see, yep, they're definitely twitching, so they are sustaining damage for sure. So this means that the myth is confirmed. If a spitter wanted to, it could shoot its spit loogie inside those tiny little windows in Blood Harvest Chapter 4 safe room. Myth. Can a boomer still bile you in the glass elevator on the NSenr finale? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by Tacky Rovelator. So I just became Nick, and I'm going to let Dan and Spencer be the boomers in this particular case. I'm going to have them go behind me here and end up puking on me and see if whether or not it does anything. Now when they go to puke, the particles go through the elevator, but nothing affects me. But if I end up shooting them, it actually does for some odd reason. This fascinated me. And this didn't seem to be a fluke either, because doing it again, and also from a much farther distance this time, it still once again affected me. So apparently this only works if it's self-inflicted, I guess? So if you get the survivors to panic and they shoot you, then it will affect them. So you're probably better off just doing a suicide bomber strat with the boomer in this case. Now, Tacky, I did ask in the Discord if whether or not you were referring to the boomer being the causation of whether or not the survivors get blinded, or if whether or not the survivors did this to themselves, and I didn't happen to get a response before I finished this video. So I'm going to label your myth as plausible for now, because depending on how you look at it, it could go either way. If the boomer's trying to do it on its own, it's not going to work, but if a survivor panics and shoots them, then it works, which I find, once again, just fascinating about how it only works if the survivor just makes that mistake. Myth. Does the No Mercy Hospital on Chapter 3 look slightly different near the crescendo event compared to standing directly near it? And the final myth of today's episode is going to be submitted in by How About No. Alrighty guys, so the task is to look for any slight differences with the No Mercy Hospital. Now, we're going to do a thorough examination and we'll let you guys know what our findings were. Now, the biggest and probably the most noticeable change is going to end up being the fact that if you end up phasing through the building in just the right way, you can see what looks like the No Mercy Hospital logo again. So if we fly back up here and we just line ourselves up in the absolute just perfect spot, you guys can see that there's an entire No Mercy Hospital inside of No Mercy Hospital. Now, the second most noticeable change is going to be which floors in the No Mercy Hospital have power, because when you get further and closer, you can see that certain lights turn on and off. So if I were to stand, like, let's say right about here, you guys can see that there's a lot more lights on than if I were to stand, like, let's say back by the crescendo event, where it looks like that there's almost like no power in the building. Now, the reason about why that this is happening is because there's actually two different versions of No Mercy Hospital, so that way, depending on where you're standing, one of them will render in, and then the other one will render in later. The low poly one is the one that you are seeing when you are in the crescendo event area of Chapter 3, and the high quality one is the one that you're going to see when you're right next to the hospital, so that way it doesn't look ugly or blurry when you're standing right beside it, and instead looks nice and pretty. The low poly one is just for when you're far away, so that way the game doesn't end up struggling to run things. So when it comes to the final myth, it is technically yes, and therefore confirmed, because there is a low poly one, or a less detailed No Mercy Hospital, and then there is a high quality one that you can only see when you're right beside it. Myth: can a jockey send you flying upwards? Alrighty guys, myth number 1 is submitted in by Farmer Villager. Now, for this one, this is something that I'm not going to be able to lie. This took me by surprise for the result that we ended up getting. As I was walking up the staircase, I saw this, where Spencer just flew into the air as if he ended up having like a rocket strapped to his back. And I was like, what the heck did I just witness? I thought to myself, maybe I had a mod on that I forgot to turn off, maybe that was the reason why that happened, maybe it was just some sort of weird animation glitch, but it was neither of those things, and I was like, okay, well, let's see if we can do this again. Now, this did take a couple of attempts to get this going again, but on the second attempt, this is something that you guys are going to like to see, because look how much air that Spencer had gotten there on that jump. He flew so high. He almost ended up hitting the very top floor with that jump. At 40 HP, if God mode is off, this sends you high enough to be able to kill you from fall damage. So myth number 1 is not only confirmed, but I mean, any jockey players out there, if you're playing in versus mode, try to time your jumps with somebody else's jumps, and just try to maybe get the advantage and see if you can kill them with fall damage and basically be able to insta-kill them. This is like the jockey equivalent of being able to pounce somebody as a hunter from really high up in Left 4 Dead 1 and one-shotting them back then. Myth: can you use special ammo boxes to block a tank on a ladder and cause him to get stuck? Alrighty guys, the second myth is going to be from Dirk at Work, and this takes inspiration from one of the final myths that we did a few weeks back, where we tried to do this with a witch, which ultimately ended up being confirmed, and now we're going to test it here with the tank. So we have got our ladder of choice completely covered with different ammo boxes, and we're going to spawn the tank very shortly here. But before we do that, I want to spawn a witch just to show you guys that the ammo boxes are aligned in the correct spot, because if they're not exactly aligned perfectly, the witch can go around it. So I'm going to show you guys the witch getting stuck, so that way you guys know that if the tank ends up going around it, it's not because the ammo boxes are placed incorrectly. Alright, so here we go. We're going to spawn the tank now, and here he comes. Now, unlike the witch, the tank just decides to climb around the ammo boxes and still proceeds to hit us anyway. Now, in case any of you guys were wondering if whether or not that we put him on a different type of ladder, if this will end up working, I decided to put him on one of the most claustrophobic ladders in the game, which is going to be this one here in the parish. And even then, that still doesn't stop the tank from going around it anyways. He just doesn't give an F. So the myth is busted. The ammo boxes can't block a tank on a ladder like the way that the witch can. So unfortunately, you're going to have to resort to a different strategy. Myth: can players/bots survive a fall into the sewer in the Parish Chapter 3, no matter how ridiculously high up they fall from? Okay guys, myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by How About No. Alright, so we're in the correct location, and I'm going to end up finding the correct spot so that way I can be able to be as high up as possible without getting stuck out of bounds. And it's going to be right about here. I landed perfectly in the sewer, but I ultimately still ended up dying. Now, we did test this a couple different times, but everybody died every single time that we had done this. So I'm going to assume that because you said that this was a glitch, that there must have been some outside factor other than just simply falling down into the sewer from incredibly high up. It must have been something that was instigated by something else that was not explained in the myth. So I'm going to say just simply falling alone and interacting with some sort of invisible barrier causing you to not die, that probably doesn't exist, and therefore the myth is busted. I just don't think that the out of bounds / invisible barriers are enough to be able to result in you being able to get away without dying of fall damage. I think it must be something else. Myth: are hunters, jockeys, and chargers unable to be blinded by bio bombs when they are using their main attacks, unlike the smoker? Alrighty guys, and the fourth myth is going to be submitted in by Ace Rose. So we're going to be testing out the smoker first. So I'm going to be the smoker, I'm going to be going for Dan, and Spencer's going to be the one throwing the bile bomb at me. Alright, so let's do this. So I'm going to start choking out Dan, and Spencer's going to hit me with the bile bomb, and yep, I indeed got blinded as the smoker. But now this is where the true test kicks in. Let's see about the Charger, Jockey, and the Hunter. Alright, so the first one I pulled was the Hunter, and unfortunately it looks like that the Hunter still gets blinded. Next is going to be the Charger, and when I end up hitting Dan as the Charger, it is the exact same thing. I am once again blinded. And finally, we have got the Jockey, and just like the other two, I am once again blinded. Now, just in case you were referring to bot infected, I also did test this out with them, where I pre-blinded them with a bile bomb, and then made it where they could attack again, just to see if whether or not they can still track me. And after doing this, the Smoker could find me, the Hunter could find me, the Jockey could find me, and the Charger could all find me, even if I pre-blinded them with the Bile Bomb. Now, I also did refer to the Left 4 Dead wiki and type in keyword searches for all the Special Infected on both their Special Infected wikis and also the Boomer Bile wiki, and nothing pulled up on either of them suggesting that one type of infected can be blinded and the others cannot. So the myth is going to be declared as busted. All the special infected will be blinded by a bile bomb when they're doing their attacks. Myth: will a hunter stalk you forever if you back away at walking speed at the edge of his pouncing range? And then the last myth of today's episode is submitted in by Keto. Now I am going to use a sniper so you guys can see this for yourselves because it is far away, but when me, Dan, and Spencer are all walking backwards just at the right range, the hunter does indeed just stalk us permanently. He doesn't sprint and he doesn't pounce unless you get too close. He will just rotate between walking after you or crouching where it looks like he's going to pounce, but then he just stands back up again. Now, amongst the chaos of a normal Left 4 Dead game, the odds of this happening are slim to none, but if you're just by yourself, and you're just playing against a normal bot infected, you can be able to trick it to be able to do instances like this, where like let's say if you were out of ammo and you need to like back away to an ammo pile, you could feasibly try this, but it's not going to last long because once he's back in your range, he will attack you again. So that being said, guys, the last myth is confirmed, and if you guys want to now, you have a strategy you can use in a pinch if you were ever surrounded by a hunter. Myth: on chapter 3 of Death Toll, if Zoe uses the "what a dick" line, will Church Guy talk even after he's turned into a special infected? Alrighty guys, the first myth of today's episode is submitted in by Ace Rose. Now if I can draw your guys' attention to the captions real quick, you guys will see that we're using the "what a dick" line right now at this moment, and Church Guy is responding to it basically immediately. So since this voice line was programmed in to get a reaction, let's see if whether or not this will also work on him while he is a zombie. And you guys are not going to believe this, but yes, he will actually respond to you, even as a zombie, right in front of your very eyes, with this particular voice line. This is insane. Church Guy is speaking right now, and he is 100% a special infected and basically dead. We had a myth that was done at the beginning of this year that looked at this exact same idea about trying to get Church Guy to speak, but no matter what we did, we couldn't get him to do it, so we left it at busted. And now we can retcon that now and say that it is confirmed because this is the voice line and this is the thing you need to do to get it to happen. Who would have thought out of all the thousands of voice lines from the 4 characters that this specific voice line would trigger a response? So the myth is 100% confirmed. Church Guy can speak after death as a special infected if you use the "what a dick" line. Well, that was a great way to start the episode, wouldn't you say? Myth: do survivors blink if you shoot next to their head? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Dan. Now, it's understandable about why one would think this, because if you were to shoot at a survivor, like with, let's say, a sniper rifle, and then you ended up shooting them right as they were blinking, it would look like that was what was triggering it. But I feel like this is just down to a timing thing, because if you shoot a singular bullet and they just happen to blink, it looks like that's the gun that caused it. But if you shoot the gun multiple times in rapid succession, you can see that there's gaps between when the shots are fired and when blinking happens. So myth 2 is busted. Gunshots do not cause survivors to blink or flinch, it's just instead coincidental timing. Myth: can you have up to 6 special infected alive at one time in versus? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by the big bad Mike, and thank you for also watching my videos, man. I appreciate you very much. So the way that we're going to do this is that we're going to be playing Chapter 2 of Coldstream, where a guaranteed tank spawns in, and as the myth says, we need to lose control of our existing special infected, and then lose control of the tank, so that way the game will spawn in 6 infected at once. The bots are frozen so that way they won't kill us, but they do have god mode so we can't kill them. So right now at this time, Dan's a hunter, I am a tank, my original boomer is running around, and there's also a bot spitter that is lurking in the shadows. So with the magic of fast forward editing, I'm going to end up fast forwarding to the point where I end up losing control of the tank, and the same thing for Dan as well, so that way this video doesn't go on too long. But when I end up losing control of the tank, the next special infected I become is going to end up being a jockey, and then when Dan loses control of the tank here in just a second as well, he ends up becoming a charger. So there is going to be me as a jockey, Dan as a charger, the original boomer, spitter, tank, and now also the one other special infected. In this case, it looks like it was a hunter. So that means that yes, you can have up to 6 special infected all the exact same time in versus mode, meaning that the myth is confirmed. Myth. If you get incapacitated while entering into a safe room, can the game load you into the next chapter? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by good guy Nick, and to make this the least complicated possible, I'm just going to pre-shut the safe room door with us inside of it and 2 of us already being downed, and then I'm going to end up having myself be at 1 HP, so as soon as I end up downing, I can immediately shoot the boomer and hopefully get the desired result that I want. So I'm going to get as close as I can to 1 shot, in this case 3 HP, and then I'm going to make the boomer move and see what happens. So once again, cue the magical effects of fast forward editing, and when he hits me, drumroll please, and it looks like it's forcing us into the next chapter. What do you know? So myth 4 is confirmed. If the stars all align and you end up killing a special infected quick enough before the chapter resets, you can move on to the next chapter instead. Myth. Can a smoker's tongue allow you to get down the elevator shaft in No Mercy Chapter 5 without dying? And then the final myth of today's episode is submitted in by Keto. So when it comes to the myth, if we time it wrong, if we end up doing it too early, we will end up getting just the traditional hanging animation. If we do it too late, we will fall to the bottom and meet our demise. You'll see here shortly in some attempts that when I end up falling and Dan shoots his tongue too late and I die of fall damage, the tongue catches up eventually to me and you can see it just hit the ground, which basically makes it look like a rope, and that's what we're trying to get to happen. We even did things like tweak some angles, so instead of being across, we were just next to each other and fell straight down in hopes that it would be easier for the tongue to catch back up, so that we wouldn't have to be able to travel so far. But even then, that didn't work either. We also at one point decided to have Dan rappel deeper into the elevator shaft as a special infected because he can climb the walls and get down lower, but these areas are even harder sometimes to pull off, believe it or not. You guys can see when Dan is down here, he's able to hit me whenever he wants, and then as soon as for some reason when I jump down and I'm lined up in front of him, where he should debatably be able to have the perfect shot, his cursor for some reason stops becoming red as if something is blocking him and he can no longer grab me. It's like even before I die, the game's made up its mind and said, oh, John's gonna die, so don't let him grab his body. There's just no point. Which is just gonna leave me with no choice but to say busted is going to be the result of the final myth today, because even in circumstances where it should be debatably easy to just grab me, it just doesn't flat out work. It just doesn't. Myth. Can a tank get an across the map rock throw in the Parish Chapter 1? Alrighty guys, to start off today's episode, the first myth is submitted in by Vader. Now by the spawn, I'm going to count this as anywhere from when you come out of the area that's right by where Virgil's boat is parked, and then all the way up until the waterfront sign. Now when we were trying to attempt this, the main thing that we were running into was skybox issues, because the sky barrier was blocking and also destroying any of the tank rocks that Dan was throwing, so we were not able to get it to go through certain areas. If you aim too high, it ends up breaking. If you aim too low, it also ends up breaking. There's only so much of a sweet spot that you can work with to get the rock through. Now the best spot that we ended up finding was right here, right above the waterfront market sign, and the thing is that unfortunately, in order to end up getting all the way to the safe room, you would have to aim significantly higher, and then you hit the sky barrier. So you can only aim this high, and this gets the rock as far as this one wall right here. So unfortunately, due to all of these things, I'm going to have to declare the first myth as busted. There's just unfortunately too many things getting in the way, not allowing a tank to be able to chuck a rock from the spawn all the way across to the safe room. Myth: can a jockey grab a survivor mid-air after being punched by the tank? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Zaku, and this is of course going to be best tested on the NSenr finale. So I am going to be the survivor, Dan is going to be the tank, and then Dead Sled or Spencer is going to end up being the jockey. Now this is a lot harder than it looks. It's not impossible, but it's definitely going to take some practice and some luck because this requires perfect timing basically. And keep in mind, we're in a game where it's just the three of us and nothing else. There's no infected or other survivors getting in the way, so it'd probably be even harder doing it in a public lobby. But if all the stars align and everything ends up playing out as it should, yes, believe it or not, the jockey can pounce a survivor in midair after being punched by a tank. Now, at the height we were doing it, this was a one-shot insta-kill combo, and the craziest thing is that Spencer ended up getting the points because he was the last one to hit me, so he also hijacked Dan's kill. So the myth is confirmed, and now versus players, if you want to do the ultimate strat, you now have a wombo combo that you can try. Myth: if you give the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors pain pills on the passing, will that be the first item they drop for you later in the finale? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Deadsled/Spencer. Now for those that are unaware, you can give the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors medical items in the passing finale. And these medical items, they don't use them for themselves, this is just simply for looks. If you don't give the pain pills to the survivors, they'll just walk around with their normal outfits, but if you end up giving them pain pills, they'll hang them on the side of their belt. Now given this fact, it would make a lot of sense for the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors to drop pain pills, kind of like as an investment, being like, hey, hold these for me and I'll give them to you later. But they don't behave that way, and just like in prior myths where we tested out the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors dropping things for you, it just seems once again completely random. So busted is what I'm going to declare myth 3 as, because it seems like no matter what we've done thus far, we can't control the flow of what the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors give us. Myth: can you anger a witch and then trap her in the freezer in Dead Air Chapter 2? Alrighty guys, myth 4 is submitted in by Dr. Zed, aka Dan, and this is the freezer I am referring to. For those that do not know, this freezer door is literally indestructible. It makes you completely invincible to anything that hits it. And since anything can't get in, nothing should also be able to get out. So all this is really going to come down to is just my maneuvering and shimmying skills. And given the situation and the claustrophobic space, I just said YOLO and winged it. Now even I too myself thought I got off awfully lucky, so I checked to make sure that God mode wasn't accidentally left on, and luckily it was not. Had God mode been on, it would have said God mode disabled in the corner, but it was the opposite, it said God mode enabled, which means it only was turned on after I did this. This was just luck. This was just completely and utterly luck, because the fact that the witch did not hit me, given the fact that I wasn't using third person to watch over my shoulder and keep an eye on her, was honestly pretty incredible. But yeah, myth number 4 is confirmed. If you wanted to, you could trap the witch inside of this freezer on Dead Air, and then she wouldn't be able to get out, and you could be able to get off from the witch scot-free. God, I would love to see somebody be able to do this in a versus game with an actual player that was stupid enough to fall for it. Myth: can you skip the Memorial Bridge in Coldstream Chapter 3 by jumping off and grabbing the ladder at the bottom? Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth. So yeah, I'm not even joking when I say this. I'm literally suggesting that instead of doing the entire normal route of this bridge by walking all the way down, I am instead suggesting that you guys jump off and try to reach this ladder right over here in the lower right hand corner. Now there's tons of variables about trying to do this. Number 1 is, how can one get the angle to get to this ladder? Number 2, how do you prevent yourself from not getting stuck and hanging off of the ledge of the bridge instead? And lastly, what reaction time would someone need in order to be able to pull a stunt like this off? First, let's talk about angle. I can at least tell you what not to do so far, which is to do what I did just there and just fall and hope for the best. You can't really just get as close as you can and then let gravity take it from there. You need to be able to end up having a certain tactic to this. I wanted to reverse engineer what I'm trying to do, so instead of going down, I decided to go up, straight up, and just see where it lines up with, and it ends up lining up with the destroyed truck. And obviously you can't get out here unless you have no clip, so you can't get a straight down angle, you have to go across. So now, in order to go across, the best angle would be to go through here, but if you end up jumping too close, you end up dying from fall damage, and if you jump too far away, you also die from fall damage. So the angle that I decided to settle on was this approach right here, because I could feel that I was getting very close. Next thing we gotta address is how do we prevent ourselves from hanging? I thought that I could just hold down my spacebar and walk off at the angle I picked, but unfortunately I can't gain enough momentum to grab a hold of the ladder. While looking at my options, I noticed that if I somewhat cross the bridge and then sprint off and jump in the middle of that giant gap, it doesn't allow me to be able to end up grabbing onto the side. Instead, I will just fall straight down, which is exactly what I wanted. And the last thing to look at now is the speed. What does one's reaction time need to be to pull off a stunt like this? And what I can tell you personally is that it's a very, very fast reaction time, because I did it once in God mode on accident, so I could tell that I was able to finally make the jump. Now it's just time to do it legit without the God mode. So now with the safety wheels off, I ended up doing this jump not only once, but also twice. And this time I did it without the God mode. You guys can see that I just ended up enabling it and disabling it, which means that I was off before I jumped, and that means that the myth is confirmed. If you wanted to, you could skip the entirety of the Memorial Bridge in Coldstream Chapter 3 by just jumping off and grabbing the ladder at the bottom, because the ladder will allow you to cancel fall damage. Myth. Does Zoe have a unique reloading animation while using pistols? Alrighty guys, and then the first myth of today's episode is going to be submitted then by Not On My Level / A True Winner 1. Now with the starting pistol, I was just shooting and reloading a couple times while playing as Zoe, and no particular unique reload animation had happened. She was just getting the exact same reload animations as one of the other characters would. But when we swapped over to the third person, this is where things got different. Because with the third person animation, Zoe takes ever so slightly longer to reload her pistol in comparison to the others, but it only happens in the third person. If you play as Zoe, or if you just never paid attention to Zoe reloading, you would never notice this. Here is a bit of compare and contrast for you. This is going to be Dan playing as Francis, shooting alongside me, and you can see that his reload animation is slightly different. It's a lot more clean and fast. So that means regarding myth number 1, to start off the episode here, it's going to be confirmed. Zoe has a unique reload animation with pistols that is different from the other guys. Myth. If you fall from a great height onto a slope where the game intends for you to slide down on, will you take no fall damage? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by How About to Know, and he gives 2 examples, Dark Carnival Chapter 1 and Dark Carnival Chapter 2. Okay, so first we're going to start off with Dark Carnival Chapter 1 with this sloped hill that is going to be near the motel, and I'm at fall damage height, and when I end up turning no clip off, I slide all the way down, completely safe and sound, with no damage whatsoever. Now if I did this closer to the motel and fell at, let's say, this part right here, I would actually die fall damage this time. And if we also did this with the slide that is on Dark Carnival Chapter 2, the exact same thing happens. It doesn't end up killing me of fall damage, I instead just slide down completely fine. So the myth is definitely confirmed. If you end up falling from a great height on an area the game intends for you to slide down, you're not going to die of the fall damage you would normally receive. Myth. If you spawn a witch on the finale of Swamp Fever, will the witch be sitting despite it being daytime? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Ace Rose, and you guys can see that we just loaded up a fresh campaign, and we're going to be having a witch be spawned in fresh off the rip. So let's use console commands and see if whether or not that she is sitting or standing. And upon freshly spawning in a witch, she is indeed sitting, despite it being daytime, or specifically at least having the sun being out. So myth 3 is confirmed. The witch will be sitting if you have her in the finale of Swamp Fever, despite it being light out. Myth. Can you trap a tank in the freezer in Dead Air Chapter 2? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is going to be submitted in by Isaiah. Now Isaiah, I'm going to do you one better. Instead of just testing if whether or not that if we can trap the tank inside the freezer in Dead Air Chapter 2, I also want to see if whether or not that we can trap him in the freezer without him incapacitating us by us doing this on expert mode. Just like how that the witch was able to one-shot us, I want to see if we can do this with the risk of the tank one-shotting us. Alright, so expert mode is now enabled, and let's put this to the test. Alright, so here comes the expert version test. I'm going to be running around while in third person so I can keep my eye on the tank. So he's going to be showing up here shortly. And let's see... Oh, that was close. That was definitely close. He almost hit me. Okay, but yes, I did manage to trap him inside of the freezer, and have him not also hit me as well, which means that the myth is confirmed, and you can be a little bit flashy with this if you want to. Myth: can a smoker grab a survivor that's riding spit or spit with his tongue? And then the last myth is going to be submitted in by Spencer/Deadsled. Now, the way that we're going to be doing this is similar to how we did a myth before on the channel, where we tried to see if whether or not you could ride spit or spit from the top of the Last Stand lighthouse all the way down to the rescue boat. We're going to be using this exact same map because this worked great for us being able to do that in the first place. And the only thing is we're just going to be adding in the smoker this time. Now, this was one of our first successful attempts where I got launched, but unfortunately Spencer, who was the smoker in this case, was not able to grab me. I was just outside of his range. And now here is another clip of me being launched successfully again. The problem was, though, is that Spencer once again could not get me with his smoker's tongue, because basically I was being flung so fast that the game couldn't even send the tongue after me before I was out of range. And then once again, just like the other two prior attempts, I was not able to get grabbed by the smoker's tongue. So we decided to have Dan and Spencer swap roles, where this time that Dan was the smoker and Spencer was the spitter. And this time around, we also decided to move positions while as the smoker. So instead of the smoker being on top here with me and Spencer, the smoker, or in this case Dan, is going to be now at the bottom where the shack is. But even then, with me still coming at him and getting closer instead of farther away, he was still somehow not able to grab me. I just went right under the tongue, and the tongue just kept going. And now I'm about to showcase what was our best attempt at this. So you guys are going to see here that I'm once again going to get successfully launched by the spitter acid, and then I land, and then I get grabbed, which means that I ended up hitting the ground, unfortunately, before I had got caught by the tongue. There was also a weird moment where the tongue darted straight downward and bent in a weird L-shaped way. It was really weird and strange to explain. The tongue just all of a sudden just swapped directions. Here's that exact same clip again, but this time from Dan's POV. You guys can see that the tongue tries to track me, but I'm falling so quick it has to just dart straight down in this weird L shape in order to catch back up to me. Now, from Dan's perspective, it looked like he caught me, but if you end up putting it side by side with my clip, you guys can see, like I said, that I hit the ground and then the tongue grabbed me. Had I had God mode off, I would have immediately died of fall damage, which means that I would have not been able to be grabbed in the first place for Dan to even get me at this part. Because of that, I'm going to have to label the last myth as busted, because even though Dan was able to get me, that was only due to the God mode. I would die of fall damage before Dan would ever be able to get within the range or within the perfect timing to be able to successfully grab me off the spitter spit. Myth: if a standing witch is set on fire, will she not be able to climb over objects unlike a sitting witch? Alrighty guys, the first myth of today's episode is submitted in by Ace Rose. Now for simplicity's sake, we're just going to trap the witch by spawning in a whole bunch of barriers and then just placing her in the middle, so that way she either has to climb out or she's just stuck. So now that she's spawned in, Spencer is going to light her on fire with a Molotov, and as you guys can see, in just a second here, the witch is slowly but surely making her way out of the barrier, and now she ends up running away. And now doing the exact same thing, in this time a day map, the witch for some reason just forgets how to climb objects, and instead it just panics and runs around in circles. This is a gameplay mechanic that I find very odd, especially given the fact that I've never seen this occur or notice it occur in an actual game. I've never been like, oh hey, I've noticed that the witch all of a sudden can climb objects versus not climb objects just because it's daytime or not. This is going to lead to the first myth being confirmed. Yes, the sitting witch for some reason is able to climb over barriers after being lit on fire, but the standing witch cannot. Myth: do you walk slower in black and white on 1 HP compared to if you were not black and white and on 1 HP? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted by Dr. Zed, aka Dan. So in this test, I'm going to be the one that's in black and white, while Spencer's just simply on 1 HP, and we're going to race and see who is faster, and we're going to be starting here shortly. Now, I want you guys to pay attention to how quickly Spencer takes the lead in this race. Like, this is not a subtle change. This is a drastic goddamn change, and I feel obligated to show you guys us showing the gameplay from when we first booted it up until this point, because this looks fake. I will admit that this is a drastic difference. I want to show you guys that we were not using adrenaline, and nor were we using a speed buff mod. This is just the base game. And for some reason or another, the speeds just vary that much. I don't know why. I mean, I knew that in black and white you were more closer to death's door, but Jesus Christ, man, like the Grim Reaper must be like right behind me for me to be this significantly slower. So that is going to mean in regards to myth number 2 here, that the myth is going to end up being confirmed. If you are in black and white and on 1 HP, you are significantly slower than if you were just simply on 1 HP by itself. Myth: can the witch not be killed by a tank hitting her with a car, unlike his rock? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is submitted in by Dead Sled, aka Spencer. Alrighty guys, so I'm loaded up in a game here on No Mercy. I'm playing as the tank, and I'm going to spawn the witch right here in front of this movable car, and I'm going to see if whether or not that she'll survive the hit in comparison to when I would hit her with a tank rock where she would normally die. Here we go, I'm going to hit her with the car now. Let's see. Okay, to be fair, that didn't look like that exactly hit her, so we are going to try here again at different angles. So let's see about this one. That definitely looked like I hit her more that time, but I'm going to do one more time just to be sure. Alright, here we go. I feel like this is the best possible angle. Let's see. Yeah, the car didn't end up killing her. She just didn't care. Now, you see, witch, you might not die to vehicular manslaughter, but I do know what your one true weakness is, and that's beating your ass with a tank rock. So yeah, guys, myth number 3, in terms of what we've seen, it's going to end up being confirmed. You can kill the witch with a tank rock, just not with a car for some odd reason. Don't know why. Myth: can you fly if you blow up a propane tank and quickly swap weapons over and over in Japanese Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is submitted in by Frostbite, and damn, it's been a minute since we played this version of the game. Now, Frostbite also did send us some example gameplay, which I appreciate. Thank you. So this is what we're going to be trying to replicate in the myth here. We're just going to be doing this infinite stumble glitch in the hopes to basically fly across surfaces. Now, when we try to replicate this in specifically Japanese Left 4 Dead, because this is also what the myth is asking us to do, is he wants to see if we can do it in the arcade game specifically. This, for some reason, was a lot harder to do. There was jankier controls on the Japanese copy, given the fact this was meant to be an arcade cabinet, and there is different gameplay elements that were not present in the American copy of the game, so we did try to mix things up and use things like pipe bombs. We tried to use frag round ammo, plus things like the oxygen tank, and none of these were able to help either. It was just hard to be able to get more than like a second of levitation in comparison to the example gameplay. Now, looking closer at the video, you will see that it does say what patch that he's playing this on, and if you take a look at Left 4 Dead's patch history, this patch specifically is from 2009. Now, here's the weird thing with Japanese Left 4 Dead 2, is that it spanned from 2014 to 2017. This glitch, this stumble glitch, was in the base game of Left 4 Dead in America in 2009. I doubt that a glitch from 2009 would carry over to a arcade cabinet version in 2014, especially given the fact that you're paying money for these arcade cabinets. I'm pretty sure that they wouldn't allow you to be able to do such glitches unless they had gotten overlooked. Unless this is somehow still in the game and was brought over with the creation of this game, which I severely doubt, I think that this is just simply not possible in the Japanese copy. So I'm inclined to believe that this is busted. I don't think that the Japanese copy of Left 4 Dead allows you to do this infinite stumble glitch because of when released, the fact that it's got its own unique patches in gameplay, and since you had to pay physical money back in the day on an actual arcade cabinet, I doubt that they would overlook a glitch like this. This was quite fun testing a Japanese Left 4 Dead 2 myth for the first time in a long time, so if you guys want to see more Japanese Left 4 Dead 2 being featured on the channel, just let us know via a like and a comment down below. Myth: can you use the smoker's tongue to rappel down the cliffside in the Last Stand finale? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth for today's episode is submitted in by Vader. Now, right now, what I'm trying to do is figure out how high I can end up falling from before I die to fall damage, and it's right about here. If I jump about here, I end up dying from fall damage. If I don't jump as high and I fall from right about here, I am able to tank the hit. Now here's the thing, I know what you're thinking. You're probably being like, oh, well, that's not a big deal. I mean, it's barely even a skip. It's just such a little difference. I rather would just take the stairs. Don't worry, my friends. I definitely took that into account. So instead of trying to see if we can skip this part, we're going to go all the way right next to the lighthouse and see if we can do it all the way over here. Because this won't be more impactful, because if the smoker doesn't catch me, I'm for sure dead because the fall damage is enough to kill me over here, but if it does allow me to be able to rappel down, I would immediately be able to get to the boat if done successfully. Alright, so here goes nothing. I'm going to jump. Spencer is going to shoot me after Dan grabs me with the smoker's tongue, and we're going to see what happens. And yeah, I lived. The fall damage no longer is in effect. It doesn't kill me. You can even do it on the very far left side where there's not as many rocks to land on to buffer out your fall, and you can just fall straight down and just slide off from the cliffside. Now I get that this isn't exactly a skip because you do need a lot of luck in this, and you do need 3 people to be able to pull this off, and one of them is also on the enemy team, but I still think it's a cool fact and a cool trick nonetheless. So that's going to mean that the last myth is confirmed. If you have a smoker grab you with his smoker tongue and then somebody saves you while you're dangling on the cliffside, you can actually use it to your advantage and make it like a skip. Myth. Does the jockey's model size vary ever so slightly depending on which survivor it's riding? Alrighty guys, the first myth of today's episode is submitted in by Ace Rose. Now when it comes to this myth, the answer is yes, believe it or not. The jockey's model size does differ ever so slightly depending on which survivor he is on. In this case, he is bigger when he's on Coach and smaller when he's on Rochelle. And you can even see the difference without necessarily needing to use the sniper scope like I thought you would have to. You can just tell by just looking directly at the survivors side by side. That is going to mean that to start off today's episode, the first myth is confirmed, and now let's move on to myth number 2. Myth. Does the Magnum not have a visible muzzle sticking out of the front of the gun? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Dr. Zed, aka Dan. Now unlike the first myth where I said that Valve had a lot of attention to detail, I can't exactly say the same about the second one here because yes, the Magnum is missing its front barrel. Once you notice this, you can't unsee it, especially when someone is shooting the Magnum because bolts are coming out of literally nowhere and the gun just looks goofy now all of a sudden. So this means that the second myth is confirmed. The Magnum is just missing and flat out doesn't have a muzzle on the front of the gun. Myth. Can a smoker's tongue stop a hunter in the air mid-pounce? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Good Guy Nick. Now what you're going to see here from the test guys is this, is that when Dan hits Spencer and I shoot my smoker's tongue at them, it looks like that even though that Dan pounced Spencer, as Spencer and him are falling down, they start to separate, but the animation of Dan attacking Spencer is still playing. So when I first saw this, I thought that this is what the myth was asking for, was just seeing if whether or not that you could cause like this radio delay of the hunter attacking somebody mid-animation. But you guys can see upon watching the footage again that this started to happen before I even shot my smoker's tongue in the first place. And nothing changes if you just do this to the hunter by himself with the lack of a survivor because the smoker's tongue can't do anything to the hunter, which is going to result in myth 3 being declared busted. Myth. Can you alert the witch by mailing objects at her? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in my nutcake, and when it comes to the myth here, I'm going to just shove this shopping cart into the witch and hope that this angers her, because technically I am hitting her just with an object. Now here's the thing with the shopping cart, unlike a melee weapon, is that at times it seems intangible, where it just goes through the witch, either that or she just doesn't care. Which is funny given the fact that yes, it would suck to get cracked over the head with a frying pan, I still think getting hit by a flying shopping cart would also still be enough to piss somebody off. But hey, this game doesn't always necessarily operate off of logic, so we're gonna have to declare myth number 4 as busted. Myth. Can a hunter traverse all Blood Harvest without touching grass? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth is submitted in by Dead Sled, aka Spencer. And the specific area of choice within the spawn that we're going to start off with is going to be the spawn room table that has all the weapons and ammo. Now, because this map has so many trees in the goddamn way, we're going to need to be able to get up as high as possible so that way we can see what we're working with. So I'm trying to get higher and higher up in the ground, and we're even going to use some of the trees to our advantage by literally jumping inside of them. The main thing is just trying to figure out which trees are going to allow us to even do this in the first place, because not every tree does, and not every part of the tree does. And then once we get into the trees, after this point, we're going to be just trying to mostly climb off of mountains and or nearby rocks. By the way, I just thought I would mention for clarification's sake, this is not like a speedrun challenge, and nor is this a challenge where if we fall and hit the ground once, like we can't do it again. So if at any point I go back to the same spot, that is why. And if I also am stuck on a particular spot for a certain amount of time, I will just fast forward the footage or just cut out until I get to the successful attempt just to save your guys' sanity. Speaking of which, that is exactly why I'm going to be fast forwarding this part of the footage right now at 400% speed, because Jesus Christ, this part took unnecessarily long to complete. And the reason why is because, I'll just be honest, I am not a person that plays a lot of versus mode, so nor am I a person that is experienced in the hunter and doing parkour jumps with him. I was originally trying to use momentum and jump from a tree and then quickly over to a rock, but instead I was able to find a different tree and I was able to jump over to the rock after just standing still for a second and readjusting my aim. Now, the part in which you are watching right now was like the last part, I would say, where I struggled for a while, because this was mostly just condensed forest at the beginning, and then once you get past, I would say, the bridge, that is where you start to get more of the buildings, and once I got to the buildings, I was pretty much home free until Chapter 3. And then around Chapter 3 is when it started to get a little bit more complicated again. So with that being said, when we get to Chapter 2, I very well might just fast forward the footage the entire way through, because there was really nothing of significance that happened within Chapter 2. In fact, even for Chapter 1, once I got to this part, like I said, it was really pretty much just home free from there, because it was just mostly concrete, buildings, a lot of other things I could be able to walk on. That is, if I was able to walk on them and not miss, that is. But eventually I got the hang of it. Anyway, so I just made it to the safe room just now. Let's move on to Chapter number 2. Now, of all the chapters, I would definitely say that Chapter 2 is the easiest, because a majority of the campaign is just indoors. I mean, sure, you're outdoors for a little bit, but the most significant portion of it is going to be indoors. Or at the very least, not in an area where there's going to be grass that we can't touch. And I'm about to literally finish up Chapter 2 right now. Let's move on to Chapter number 3. Alright, so Chapter 3 of Blood Harvest starts off simple until you get to about this part, because at this part, the closest thing to me that is not grass is going to be a rock, which is on my far left, and the only way to get to said rock is to jump off of the wall and parkour. Now, the good news is, though, that my skills weren't entirely rusty, because I was able to get the hang of it eventually after enough persistence. And once I got on the first rock, after that I just had to just keep jumping from tree to tree, rock to rock, and any piece of wood that was nearby. Now, of absolutely everything that has been in the map thus far, my biggest nemesis, and the toughest part of this particular map, is going to be this part right here, because I have two options. I can jump to the tree and hope I can parkour jump off of it, or I could try to do the same thing, but just do this to the tree that's behind me instead. Now, after what felt like an eternity doing this specific part, I was finally able to get it by just using the jump on the first tree. After doing that, I just decided to follow Spencer, because he had found a path that worked better than what my current path was doing, and then I ended up getting as far as all the way to the panic event, or the crescendo event, and it was around that point that I had met my next challenge, because believe it or not, it was actually what I was not expecting. I thought it was going to be the bridge, but it wasn't, because I eventually found a path, because the initial first path that I tried to take was jumping from this building over to this rock, which was not really working out in my favor. So Spencer, shout out to you, because you ended up finding multiple paths throughout this video that were able to help me get to the safe room. So thank you, my friend, I do really appreciate you. And as we get to the safe room here, all I had to do left was just fall on side. I wasn't sure if I wanted to jump in, or if I should have done something else, but I ultimately decided just to take the easy way out and just jump on the dead animal, and that's what allowed me to get into the safe room. See, now Chapter 4 I didn't think was that bad, but it was funny because the beginning of it was probably the hardest part, which was weird because it really wasn't that hard once we finally figured out what we needed to do, because at first I thought that we had to jump off of the sides, and we were trying to jump either off of the safe room door and go right, or just trying to jump around the safe room door and go left. But it was more simplistic than that. We actually just had to just jump straight ahead, and there was a rock I could jump on. I just didn't see it at the angle I was at. And then regarding Chapter 4, once we just got out of the spawn, we were pretty much home free from there, because it was just a lot of buildings, rocks, and everything that was super helpful to get across the map. There was fences I could jump on, and then once I got on the, train tracks and was able to go to the train area, that was pretty much just like a guaranteed win at that point, because there was no more grass in the way of me. Okay, that means there's one chapter left. Time to go over to the finale and go to Chapter 5. Now, I'm inclined to believe that some of you might be wondering, being like, John, what about the maze? What about the corn maze that's coming up? Wouldn't that be pretty much just all grass and basically give you no opportunity to progress to the finale, meaning that the myth would be busted? Here's the thing, my friend, is that that's a good question, and I can answer it for you right now. Luckily, as much as this area is annoying when you're playing as a survivor, it's not nearly as bad as an infected, because as infected, there's stuff you can jump on here, believe it or not. You can jump on tractors, you can jump on railing, and then you can eventually get to the farmhouse pretty efficiently, I would say. I mean, sure, the farmhouse is not necessarily going to be a slam dunk. You still do have to have somewhat of effort put into it. It's not going to be as easy as Chapter 2 was. But for the most part, at the end of the day, it was still a lot easier than Chapter 1 and 3, and I finally now got on top of the farmhouse, and technically the challenge is complete in my eyes. But for just a little bit of pizzazz and a cherry on top, we also just decided to jump into the rescue vehicle. So yeah, guys, the myth is confirmed. A hunter can traverse all of Blood Harvest without touching grass, as long as he can jump on the trees, the rocks, and all the other stuff in the map. Myth: are you able to jump off of the Coldstream Memorial Bridge and live if you land in a certain body of water? Alrighty guys, so in a prior episode we tested a myth to see if whether or not you could survive jumping off of the Memorial Bridge by, instead of jumping in the water, jumping on this ladder that is going to be next to the water, and that ended up being confirmed. And now the myth is suggesting that if you were to jump in a body of water, specifically in this corner over here, that you'll actually end up living. Alright, so I was a little off last time, so we're going to land and we're going to try it again. And apparently that worked that time. That is really weird, because considering the fact that we've tested myths before on the channel, where we tested whether or not that water can possibly negate fall damage, that was always busted, until now. So this is going to mean that the myth is confirmed, and now you have two ways that you can skip the Memorial Bridge in Coldstream. So you can jump on the ladder, and you can jump in the water. Although personally, I would recommend that you jump in the water, because even though it's still more of a walk until you get out of the water, it's a safer jump to make than the ladder trick. Myth: can you complete NSenr Chapter 3 without turning off the security alarm in the mall? So in Left 4 Dead, there's a couple of panic events that don't exactly require the player to fully complete them in order to progress. One of these I can give an example of is the merry-go-round panic event that is in Dark Carnival, where you have to turn it off in order to end up going into the Tunnel of Love, or at least that's what you're supposed to do. So I would like to test with the alarm security door in NSenr Chapter 3 to see if whether or not that you can flat out ignore the security alarm, or if you absolutely have to turn it off in order to progress to the safe room. Because I cannot think of a time where even myself has tested this theory of just going past the security alarm and just making my way to the safe room. I have done it with the merry-go-round because they're super close to each other, but because this is such a much farther distance, I never bothered. But it looks like that you can. So let's just say hypothetically that you forgot to turn off the alarm for whatever reason, you would still be able to progress and wouldn't have to backtrack in order to turn it off, which means that the myth is confirmed. If you don't turn off the security alarm, you're still good to go. Myth: can you cut the smoker's tongue by holding Noam Chomsky, letting the smoker grab you, and then letting the gnome fall on the tongue? Alright guys, I'm not gonna lie, this is one of the most silliest sounding myths that we have ever had before on this channel, but we're gonna test it nonetheless, because apparently if you end up holding Noam Chomsky and just let him fall, I'm not even joking, you're not even mailing with him, you just let him fall on the tongue, this somehow will break the smoker's tongue. So let's put it to the test. We're gonna end up spawning in a smoker just outside the safe room here while I'm holding the gnome, and I'm literally gonna do nothing. I'm just gonna let the smoker grab me. So here we go. 3, 2, 1.
You saw that, right?
Bro, I don't even know what to say. That is probably the most anticlimactic and yet comedic result I have ever had to a myth before in pretty much the entire series. And we've had this for 182 episodes now? Like, what the hell? So I guess it's confirmed even though it's stupid because, like, why is that so efficient? Like, literally, why is one of the most efficient ways to end up cutting the smoker's tongue is to literally do nothing besides just holding the gnome? No wonder Noam Chomsky is amazing. He's literally the best survivor in Left 4 Dead. He can't get killed by the smoker. Myth: in the developer commentary section of Left 4 Dead 2, in Chapter 4 of the Parish, will Kelly Thornton mimic an early charger sound? Alrighty guys, so in the developer commentary for Left 4 Dead 2, there is going to end up being these little annotations that you can click on that will give commentary from the devs talking about how Left 4 Dead 2 ended up being created and giving some insights into what they were thinking. And one of these little pop-up bubbles I want to look at is by Kelly Thornton. So I'm going to take a moment just to end up stopping the commentary temporarily and letting us all listen to what Kelly has to say.
Because sound is such a crucial gameplay element in Left 4 Dead, the designers needed temporary sounds to test out ideas for the new boss Infected. Sometimes we were able to pull temp sounds from unused performances in our library, but in Left 4 Dead 2, the sound designers did their own temp performances. The goal with these is to be just functional enough to test the new character's viability. As such, some of the temp voices for the characters were quite funny. While inappropriate for the actual game, some of the sounds were highly popular within the team, and it was common to hear animators up and down the halls mimicking the early Charger test calls.
Yeah, I think that one is pretty self-explanatory. Nice job, Kelly, nice job. Unironically, just add this into the full game just because it'd be funny. Myth: can a witch ride Spitter Spit in Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty guys, so here goes the last myth. This is going to be Dan, me, and Spencer trying our absolute hardest to end up getting a spitter loogie to end up going underneath of the witch's feet and see if this can fling her. I do have the hope that this will work because of the fact that we've done similar things with other special infected with flying projectiles, such as the fact that we're able to get a tank to launch up into the sky with a grenade launcher by shooting his feet. So I'd like to remain optimistic that this could actually work. So we tried this two different ways. The first way was angering the witch and then luring her to Dan, and then seeing if the spit would work that way, but it looks like it either misses or goes through her. The second way we decided to go about this was trying to shoot at a sitting witch by having her spawned at the edge of the lip here, and then see if that worked out any differently, but it unfortunately did not. I felt we were making more progress with her chasing me, but the thing is though, is it was just hard to get the timing right because she would just swerve and go around like a drunk driver. She was just never on a straight path, and it made it very hard to predict her. So I'm going to say it's safe to say that this is going to be busted because the witch is just way too unpredictable and janky to get her to line up in the proper spots. Plus also, even if she was going to ride the spitter spit anyways, now that I think about it, she would probably just immediately get off of it to go back to chasing somebody. Myth. Does shooting the charger's left arm not do damage to him? Alrighty guys, the first myth of today's episode is going to be submitted in by Ace Rose. Now, when it comes to the left arm of the charger, if you shoot him towards his hand area, he won't actually receive damage, just as the myth suggests. However though, if you aim higher up, and you shoot him in his elbow/shoulder area, blood does come out and he will start to receive damage. So ultimately it depends on how you look at it, but I'm just going to assume you were referring to the lower part of his left arm where his hand would be, which would ultimately lead to the myth being considered as confirmed because he does not sustain damage there. Myth. Can you trigger the beta fire axe animations? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Dr. Zed, aka Dan. Now this takes inspiration from some prior myths that we've done on the channel, looking for secret reload animations on guns, and one of those was the hunting rifle, for example, which ultimately ended up being confirmed, where you were able to trigger a beta reload animation by shoving and picking up gas cans. So that's kind of what we're attempting to do here with the fire axe, but instead of reloading, we're just going to shove and see if it ends up doing one of its old animations from the beta days. Now I do have a description here on the Left 4 Dead wiki of what the old animation used to look like. In an early gameplay video, the fire axe had an animation in which the survivor brings it over the infected's head and slices downward, chopping it in half. This was later abandoned. So this would be the type of animation that we're looking for and we're trying to trigger. Now, after messing around with this for a little bit, you guys can see here, with slow motion specifically, because it happens fast otherwise, that when we shoved and swapped back to the fire axe, we can get the animation to trigger. It's just that if you don't have slow motion on and you mess up the timing, you're not going to be able to see it because it just happens way too fast. So this is going to mean that the myth is confirmed. It's not necessarily as flashy looking as the hunting rifle animation because it happens extremely quickly, but it still happens nonetheless. Myth. Do common infected see you better in the light versus the dark? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by DeadSled/Spencer. Now the best way to showcase this type of myth is to play on Hard Rain, because there is an instance in Hard Rain where you're in the exact same area at one part in the campaign where it's light out and then dark out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand in the exact same spots, and I'm going to have it where one takes place during the light and the other takes place during the dark, and see if whether or not the zombie still notices me at the same range. Alright, so I have found my spot. I'm going to stand right over here, and then I'm going to spawn the zombie all the way over there next to the car/gas pump area. And as soon as I move around and just slightly shift to the right, the zombie notices me and then goes to attack me. Alright, now that we've got the control test, let's do this again in the dark. Alright, so I'm back in the same area right next to the crops, and the zombie is in the same area as well by the gas station. And when I keep shimmying back and forth, the zombie doesn't notice me like last time until I keep inching closer and closer to him. And it's not till I get to about the road where the zombie finally notices me and then decides to attack. So it's not the biggest difference, but I do definitely have to scoot up at least a little bit closer to him in order for him to see me in the dark. So this is going to result in myth 3 being confirmed. Myth. Do you take less damage from a horde if you're crouched? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by Blue Dope. Alrighty guys, so when it comes to this myth, if you're standing or crouching, the zombie will do the same amount of damage to you on any difficulty. So you guys can see there that when I'm standing, I'm getting hit, and I'm being hit for 2 damage at a time. And then when I'm crouching, the zombie once again hits me for 2 damage at a time. Now, specifically in your comment, you do use the word horde, so I think I know what's going on here. Because of the way that the Left 4 Dead mechanics work, if a zombie hits you in the back, they do slightly less damage and only do 1 damage on normal mode in comparison to the 2 damage that they would do from the front. I'm gonna make an educated guess and assume that you were in a situation where your character was crouched and hunched over in like a fetal position and you were surrounded by zombies, and just as many zombies that were hitting you from the front were also hitting you in the back, and since they do less damage from the back, you probably thought that was the crouching that was the reason why you weren't dying as quickly, instead of it being the fact that the zombies were hitting you from behind. But that's just my hypothesis. You can feel free to let me know if that was the case in the comments down below. Regardless though, the myth is busted. Crouching does not make it where you sustain less damage from zombies. It is only if they hit you in the back that you sustain less damage from the zombies. Myth: can explosive bullets launch Noam Chomsky across the map? Alrighty guys, and then the final myth is submitted in by Tacky Roguelator. So if we shoot Noam Chomsky with just normal bullets, he won't end up going that far. But if you shoot him with explosive bullets, oh yeah, he definitely goes a lot farther. So just like I was referring to it back at the beginning of the video, if you guys were in a situation where you're carrying Noam Chomsky throughout the map and you're getting ambushed, you could just do this, get Noam Chomsky out of the way, and then just pick him up later. And here's some bonus content for you. You can even do this trick with some other objects like the Coca-Cola step on NSenr, and you can be able to complete the crescendo event ridiculously fast. So yeah guys, the last myth is confirmed. You can use explosive bullets to launch Noam Chomsky, but also other things as well. Myth: if a charger pounds a survivor in a deep body of water, will the survivor start to eventually drown despite being lifted above water during the attack animation? Alrighty guys, the first myth is submitted in by How About No. Now before we start with the official test, I want to show you guys how long you would have to be under the water to start receiving drowning damage. Now to receive drowning damage, you would have to be underwater for over 10 seconds. Now, if you're also underwater, and then after a while of drowning, if you decide to stand back up again, you not only get your health back, but you get it back immediately. Now, let's see if whether or not the charger changes anything. So I'm going to show on screen, side by side, me getting attacked by the charger while in water, and then also while on land. And as you guys can see, they're in sync. I'm receiving the same amount of damage in both clips. And this is due to the fact that I'm receiving my oxygen back immediately. If it took me a minute to catch back up again, then I could see how drowning damage would play into this. But since I get my oxygen back immediately, the charger can't keep putting me underwater during the attack animation to stack drowning damage on top of his. So this means that the first myth is busted. The animation is not inaccurate. If I'm above the water, I will receive oxygen back basically immediately, and the charger cannot stack drowning damage on top of his own damage. Myth: if you already pick up upgrade ammo and close the safe room door, will you be able to pick it up again in the next chapter? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Tacky Roguelator, and this myth is extremely simplistic. Literally all I'm going to do is just give myself upgrade ammo for my mini Uzi, I'm going to give myself some incendiary rounds, and now I'm going to fast forward the footage as we're loading into the next chapter. I'm going to unload the incendiary rounds, and then just simply see if whether or not I can pick it up and just put it back in the exact same gun. Alright, so we successfully loaded into chapter 2. I'm going to empty out the mini Uzi right now. Alright, Left 4 Dead, let's see if whether or not that you allow me to pick up incendiary rounds again. And yep, yes it does, which means that the second myth is going to be confirmed. Myth: does Nick really have a turd on his shoulder in the sewers on the passing chapter 2? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Tyler, and the reason why we're looking into this is because there is a voice line that Ellis can end up saying to Nick where he says that there's a turd on his shoulder, just as a way to mess with him. But if we actually end up taking this seriously and look at Nick, is there really a turd on his shoulder? And if we take a look at Nick while we're in the sewers, there's not a turd on his shoulder, and there's not a turd anywhere else on his body. His character model does not change while down here. So myth 3 is therefore busted. Myth: is it possible to pounce on a survivor riding on Spitter Spit as a hunter and knock the survivor into a death trigger? Alrighty guys, so the fourth myth is submitted in by I Microwaved My Son, which first of all, by the way, that name is really hilarious. I don't think that would go well in real life, but to each their own. And second of all, yes, I understand that this myth sounds awfully similar to the final myth. And that's because it is. There was 2 myths that were basically just identical copies of each other with just one element switching, and I decided that instead of excluding one guy, I just would include them both. So I'm going to put this guy's myth right before the final myth. Now in your comments you also listed some suggestions such as the No Mercy rooftops and the Last Stand cliffside near the lighthouse. So we're going to be doing the latter and be doing the cliffside near the lighthouse. So 2 things. Number 1, we fly so quickly and so far with the spitter spit that it would be the spitter being responsible for our death and not the hunter in this case. And 2, when the hunter attacks us anyways, he cancels fall damage. So if he were to knock us off or catch us in midair, regardless, we're not going to die. Which means that the myth, ironically, is busted despite it sounding stupid because that's just the way that the game works. Myth. Can a hunter ride spitter spit and then pounce off of the spit onto a survivor? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth of today's episode is spitted in by Johnny Williams. Alright, so when we were testing for the final myth, 3 types of results regularly happened. Number 1, we would just miss. 2, we would get hit by the spit but launch in the wrong direction, and we just basically would just fall straight down, not being able to ride the spitter spit like we wanted. And then the last thing is that the spitter spit just stopped us dead in our tracks and we just basically halted. Now we were not able to end up standing on the spit long enough to then pounce off of it and hit a survivor, even though we did this for over an hour, by the way. The closest thing we were able to get, which is sort of kind of beneficial, is that you can use spitter spit to keep your momentum going, but not really because you're on the spit loogie for only like not even a second. So in terms of having a spitter spit a spit loogie and then having a hunter jump on top of it, ride it, pounce off of it, and then land on a survivor, that specific idea is unfortunately busted because it's a variety of different things. On most occasions, you're never going to have the perfect timing to be able to land on the spit anyways, and even from the brief time that you are on the spitter spit, you're going to immediately shortly thereafter get kicked off because it just is not something that you can stay on for that long. I understand the idea and the vision that you had in mind when you submitted this myth, and it would be wonderful if this could work as intended, but unfortunately, it's just something that's kind of janky at most. Myth. Can you skip the Cola event in NSenr Chapter 2 with a grenade launcher boost? Alrighty guys, the first myth is submitted in by Nova, who is going to be joining us for myth busting today. Now, just like any other time we've done a grenade launcher boosting trick, we've always tried it in different locations, so that's what we're going to be showcasing here today. In terms of doing it right next to the truck, that unfortunately didn't work. And even simulating a grenade launcher boost and checking in this corner over here, and then this part of the shop over here, invisible barriers were getting in our way and we weren't able to cross naturally. And we can even see exactly where these invisible barriers are by using the clip brushes command, which is indicated here by the colors on screen. If it's purple, we cannot cross, but if it's red, we can, which all the areas where we would be trying to grenade launcher boost are unfortunately covered in purple. So this means the myth 1 is busted. You cannot skip the cola step by using a grenade launcher boost because there's invisible barriers basically every direction. Myth. Can the tank not break down a safe room door if the bar on the door has not been removed? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Ace Rose. Alright, so within the safe room, I'm going to spawn in a tank. I'm going to keep the door completely shut. And as you guys can see, the tank is not able to break down the safe room door, at least until I remove the bar, and then instantly he deletes it. Funny story, actually. This is how I got Tank Busters and Man vs. Tank, which were achievements in Left 4 Dead 1, because this exact same thing happened to me when I was playing by myself. I killed my teammates in frustration, and the tank was able to be visible just a little bit off to the side on No Mercy Chapter 4. I got him to target me, and I just killed him with the safe room door shut. So Myth 2 is confirmed, and if you didn't know this fact before, you know it now. Myth. If the rescue vehicle arrives and you suddenly hit the stop director button, will the vehicle disappear? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Tacky Rovelator, and we're going to be testing this on not only one, but multiple rescue vehicles in the game. Alright, so the first vehicle we're testing this on is the boats, and this doesn't affect the boats. Next rescue vehicle is the helicopter, and the helicopter stays as well. After that is the truck on Crash Course, and that stays too. The same thing goes for the military vehicle at the end of Blood Harvest. Nothing changes with Jimmy Gibbs' stock car. And then lastly, both the plane at the end of Dead Air and then the giant military helicopter at the end of the parish will not disappear if you disable the director. So Myth 3 is busted. I can reassure you that regardless of which vehicle it is, if the director somehow gets messed up for whatever reason, you're not gonna like lose the rescue vehicle all of a sudden. Myth. Can a smoker grab a survivor with his tongue as the survivor transitions from standing to incapped? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth of today's episode is submitted in by Dr. Zed, aka Dan. So 2 things to note is, number 1, the reason why we're having this as a myth today is because this ended up feeling like it was happening all the time when we were playing Pandemonium difficulty in Left 4 Dead 2, which, by the way, if you guys have not played that, I don't recommend that you ever do, because I would never put even my worst enemy through that pain and suffering. Second of all, this type of myth has also not been done before. We've tried to see if whether or not you can be dragged by a smoker's tongue if you're already just fully downed, but we want to see if there's a possibility that with a certain timing, the smoker can grab you as you're becoming incapped, and you're not quite there yet. So we're going to be trying this more than one way. The first way is I shoot Dan, and then the smoker shoots his tongue. So if we do it this way, let's see what happens. So I'm going to shoot Dan right now, and when the smokers shoot their tongues, they are not able to get a lock on Dan. But if we do the latter and have the tongue get shot, and then I shoot Dan, before Dan's able to fully fall down, the smoker's tongue grabs him as he's transitioning to incapped and then is able to drag him towards the smoker. So it's an order of operations thing. The smoker has to already be shooting his tongue your way to get around that weird gameplay mechanic where you can't shoot a smoker's tongue at a player that's basically already dead. So the 4th myth is confirmed. So once again, a smoker can grab a survivor with his tongue when the survivor is transitioning from standing to incapped. Myth: if you swap to the chainsaw, use it for a second, then swap back, will it never deplete its fuel? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth of today's episode is submitted by Dead Sled, aka Spencer. So let's talk about the final myth. Now the way the chainsaw works in Left 4 Dead is if you hold it down, eventually it runs out of fuel. But if you watch closely, you can notice that it doesn't happen instantaneously, it takes about a second for it to start depleting the fuel. So there's a second of time where you can use the chainsaw and you won't lose fuel, so if you swap back repeatedly from your primary to the chainsaw, and just only use it for 1 second at a time, you're never going to lose any fuel on it. Here is a gameplay example of this actually working against common infected. Now, is this practical? Absolutely fucking not, because the zombies will kill you if you try to do this too often, because you will be sustaining more damage than you will be dealing damage back to them, and you can't even really use the damage reduction trick with a chainsaw either because you're putting it away every goddamn second. This is 100% jank, and I would not recommend using it. So the myth is confirmed, but to what avail? Myth: can you use a grenade launcher to get back up the no return slope in Dark Carnival Chapter 1? Alrighty guys, the first myth is submitted by Dr. Zed, aka Dan. Alright, so I do believe that the myth is pretty straightforward, so we're going to be showcasing the best attempt here, which was completely successful. I was able to get back up the hill very efficiently. And the cool part about this is that you don't die of fall damage, so you can get up here with everyone already being down the slope, because this area doesn't give you fall damage when you're going down the hill. Now, unfortunately, as cool as this looks, you're realistically not going to be able to do it because a grenade launcher, to my recollection, doesn't spawn on Dark Carnival Chapter 1 anywhere, and so the only way you'd be able to do this is if you already had one in a game mode like Rocket Dude or something. But nonetheless, it's cool, and it is also confirmed. If you wanted to, you could be able to grenade launch your friends back up the no return slope in Dark Carnival Chapter 1. Myth: does attacking a survivor make them less likely to help you? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted by Nightmare Sonic, I guess. Now, as much as I would love to be a conspiracy theorist and say that the bots troll you and will retaliate in certain instances by not helping you, but I know that that's not true. Valve would not program such a thing, and even if they did, we would have caught on to that by now. Instead, I know it's a mixture of bad luck and also the fact that the bots are more stupid than a brain-damaged goldfish. So to put this myth truly to the test, I'm blatantly going to destroy the shit out of Nick with my M16, and I'm also going to, in the same time frame, also damage myself and see if whether or not that Nick decides to heal himself, or whether or not that he decides to heal me because he has a short-term memory. Alright, so any second now, I'm going to fully incapacitate Nick and damage myself, and you guys are going to laugh at this because as soon as Nick gets up, he immediately heals me, despite the fact that I laid into him with several bullets. So yeah, I think this is the most blunt gameplay example I can give of the fact that this would be busted, because if Nick is going to heal me even after I basically almost killed him, I'm pretty sure he's not going to take vengeance out on me at any point. Myth: can a smoker grab you through the death toll train car side windows near the safe room door? Alright guys, the third myth is submitted by Nova. Now, when we were testing this myth, there were some really weird interactions that ended up happening. I'm going to show them to you right now. So, with the window already broken, me being as the smoker and Dan playing as the survivor here, you guys will see that the smoker's tongue can't grab him for some odd reason, even though there's a clear line of sight and there's nothing in between us. And changing one key detail, that being the safe room door being open, all of a sudden now it works. I can grab Dan as if nothing changed. Now, both of these results happened more than once and on both windows, which means that the game is being selective based off of whether or not that the safe room is open. Now, in your comments, you said it should work even if the safe room door is closed, but it didn't. So because of that, I'm going to have to label the myth as busted, because it seems that if it's open, that's the only time this will allow you to be able to get somebody. It's just like as soon as you're in the safe room and as soon as you're definitively in there, the game's like, nope, too late, you can't grab anybody. Myth. Will the witch attack a special infected if the special infected scratches her while she's stumbling? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth of today's episode is submitted in by Ace Rose. So Dan is going to give himself a sniper rifle, one of the only few guns in the game that can actually stumble the witch, and then shortly thereafter, I, as the hunter, am going to attack the witch and see what happens. Alright, so here we go. Dan shoots the witch in the head with a sniper, and I'm going to start scratching. But it looks like that she's just attacking Dan per normal, but I still persist nonetheless. But after enough persistence, she does eventually aggro on me, and she even ends up fully killing me. But since it took a second, we decided to test this at least another time, just to make sure it wasn't a fluke. So here goes the second time. The witch got stumbled once again. I'm going to be the exact same special infected, so there's no other possible placebos. And once again, just like the first time, after enough scratches, she decides to aggro on me, and she does fully kill me once again, and then goes for Dan. See, it's funny, it's almost as if like the witch knows that I'm trying to injure her, so she changes targets all of a sudden for a brief moment to get me out of the way so she can focus on who she actually wanted to kill. Alright, so Myth 4 is confirmed. Special infected players beware, because if a human player knows about this now and they stumble a witch and you scratch the witch prematurely, she might target you instead. Myth. Can the random airstrikes on the Parish Chapter 4 incapacitate/kill you if you're on 1 HP/black and white? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth of today's episode is submitted in by LWD Cartoons. Now within the Parish Chapter 4, if you even sit in the spawn room for too long, you can actually get hit by debris from the military airstrikes, and this will do damage to you. Which means that hypothetically, if we were a low enough HP, we could die by these airstrikes. Which now means all we have to do is just find a different spot in the map where we can get hit by some debris. Now it didn't take us that long to find an area where the airstrikes hit pretty consistently, and one of those locations was this building right here. One of those areas being within this building right where I'm standing, and another area right where Dan is standing. The one caveat though to this myth is that we were running into a problem pretty consistently, which was that whenever we were in black and white and on 1 HP, the airstrike would happen too quickly for us to be in the correct spot in order to get hit by it. And I don't know if this is due to just bad luck, or if Valve purposely didn't want players just getting hit by shrapnel unless it was inside of the spawn. Now after trying this for a couple of times, I did eventually manage to get a clip where an airstrike caused a piece of the roof to fall on my head, but unlike the shrapnel in the spawn, this one didn't do damage to me. But rather than calling this busted, I wanted to show you guys a clip from when I played Cataclysmic difficulty in Left 4 Dead 2, which by the way, if anyone has still not seen that video, I do recommend that you guys check it out. It's an hour long of frustration and funny moments. I think you guys would get a kick out of it. But around the half an hour mark within the video, there's a moment where my brother Nate, was incapacitated on the road, and I went to go revive him, and the revive animation had temporarily got interrupted, and it looks like it was because of an airstrike, because if you zoom in carefully, you guys can see shrapnel falling out of the sky. So here's what we know. Airstrikes can do damage to you, but they also don't do damage to you in every possible location. That is, or at least I don't think so, because I clearly got hit by the roof caving in on my head, and it did nothing to me. Either that, or I just barely had missed it. But I do have a gameplay example where it's heavily implied that an airstrike hit me and my brother, which caused a revive animation to be interrupted, which means that if Nathan, my brother, was to be on 1 HP and in black and white, I do believe that this could have resulted in him dying. I just don't have an exact gameplay example that I can give you. That being said, I want to label the last myth as plausible instead of busted or confirmed because of the fact that this not only seems to come down to chance, if whether or not that you're in the area in which rubble or shrapnel is going to hit you in the first place, but it also seems completely inconsistent if whether or not that it decides to damage you or not. In some instances, like in the spawn, it does. In some instances, like in the one building, it doesn't. And then some other instances where we're in the middle of the road, it looks like it is, but I just can't confirm it based off the angle. Myth. When attacking the witch as a special infected, if you turn into a tank, will the witch still target you? Alrighty guys, the first myth is going to be submitted in by Kaibab. Now, Kaibab's myth is based off of one we tested recently, where we tested whether or not that when you stumble a witch with a select gun, if a special infected scratches her, will she target the special infected instead of the survivor, which that was the case. But the special infected gets teleported away in order to become a tank. Will the witch still remember which player attacked her and go for them again? Now, there was two different types of results that we got. This was the first one. So after I scratched the witch as the hunter, even though she wasn't attacking me at first, when I approach her as the tank this time, shortly after she bumps into me here, she starts attacking me. And it's not just for a brief second for her to get me out of her way, she just continually attacks me, and she's not going for Drages now, like, whatsoever. Now, in this test, which I conducted with Tyler, when Tyler ends up shooting the witch, and I end up scratching her as the hunter, this time around, when I'm the tank, she doesn't go for me whatsoever. She actually just runs away per normal, like after she's done killing somebody. Now, I did try to get in front of her and see if whether or not that bumping into her would get her to attack, because I know that if I hit her as a tank, she'll just get one-shot KO'd, but this didn't end up making her want to attack me either. So in regards to myth number 1, I have to label as plausible because it just depends. We had one result where she did it and another one where she didn't do it. And the same method to getting to that point barely ended up changing. All we did was just swap out what spot the witch was in, and maybe about like how many times I was able to get a scratch in before I swapped over to the tank. Myth: can you play the shooting gallery minigame as a spitter? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by good guy Nick. Now he asks, can you play the first carnival game? And I'm going to show you that if it comes to playing the game, like activating it, then you cannot, because the button can only be used by a survivor, and if you scratch at it or if you spit at it, the game simply won't start. But I also would like to assume that other than apart from starting the game, you also want to know whether or not you could play the game or win Noam Chomsky. And if that's the case, I'm also going to answer that for you as well. When it comes to the spitter goo, that doesn't end up knocking down the targets, but scratching will. But unfortunately, like I said, since you can't even start the game to begin with, automatically the myth has to therefore end up being busted. Myth: if a boomer stands next to the No Mercy gas station in Versus and a survivor shoots the boomer, will the gas station explode? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Nova. Alright, so Spencer's a boomer and I'm going to blow him up, but I am going to blow him up multiple times just in case of whether or not that the boomer explosion is doing such little damage. And after blowing Spencer up like almost 10, 20, 30 times, I feel like it's not doing anything. I mean, heck, just for funsies, I'm even going to spawn gas cans, oxygen tanks, propane tanks, and fireworks right next to Spencer and blow him up next to them, so that way in case it might cause a chain reaction, but even this doesn't end up doing anything. That means that myth 3 is busted. Myth: can you piss off the witch by using a spray on her? Alrighty guys, myth 4 is submitted in by Dead Sled, aka Spencer. So I'm going to approach the witch and use my spray key, which is going to end up putting a spray underneath of the witch's feet, and we're going to see whether or not this angers her. And I placed the Noam Chomsky spray. Now, even though she's getting angry, she backs off when I end up leaving her alone after that, so it's more rather that she's getting irritated because of how close I was, not the actual spray itself. It's not like she instantly got angry like when she gets shot. Now, I can see why someone would think that spraying the witch would cause her to get angry, because if you're not quick enough to back off, she will attack you, but she's only getting angry because of how close you are, not the actual spray itself. So myth 4 is busted. Using a spray on a witch is not going to cause her to get angry and attack you, is instead just how close you are to her. Myth: while being invincible, is it possible to get punched by a tank and survive lethal fall damage? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth is submitted in by LWD Cartoons. Now, just for a little bit of clarification, just in case anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about. There are certain instances in Left 4 Dead where you are invincible. This is to protect the player from basically being spawn killed. An example I can give that you probably have experienced once before has been being hit by spitter goo while you've been rezzed, which makes it so that way you don't end up basically being stuck in a loop where you can't ever get up because you're just hit by things repeatedly over and over again. The thing is with that invincibility though, is that it's very brief. When I hit Spencer here after he's done being rezzed, he does end up dying. And if we try to do this with the special infected, this is also still the case. He once again ends up dying. Now here's the thing though, is that if you try to hit anybody any earlier, sometimes you just won't have your attack register. And even swapping maps where you try to find areas that it doesn't take as long to get to the ground, it doesn't really make much of a difference either. So I'm going to say in confidence that the last myth is probably busted, because I don't really know what could cause a survivor to descend to the ground quicker to still be within the time frame of invincibility. So unless someone can think of a different tactic we could use, I'm labeling the last myth as busted for now. Myth: can you kill a tank on the last stand by dropping the movable shipping container on its head? Alrighty guys, myth number 1 is submitted in by Tacky Rovelator, and by the shipping container, I'm referring to the one from the Crescendo event or the Panic event within Chapter 1. Now, apart from a slight goof where the tank wasn't in the right spot on the first attempt, on the second attempt when the tank was in the correct spot this time, the shipping container did kill him when it fell on his head. So myth 1 is confirmed, but the tank does have to stand at a very specific spot, otherwise it's gonna miss. Myth: can you open the secret golden crowbar room in the last stand with a chainsaw? Alrighty guys, myth number 2 is submitted in by Keto. Alrighty guys, so let's give ourselves the chainsaw and see what happens. So when I use it on the door, I am hearing the sound effect of it breaking, which is a good sign. As a friendly reminder, in case anybody forgot, it takes 50 melee swings to open this normally. But after only a few seconds have passed, the chainsaw breaks it down and I'm able to get the golden crowbar, so this saves a lot of time. So myth number 2 is confirmed, you can use a chainsaw to break down the door to the secret golden crowbar room. Myth: does Bill limp slower than the other survivors when at red health? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Dutch. Now, to avoid any possible skewed results, from the very beginning, as soon as we spawn in, we're not going to incapacitate each other, take pain pills, or any of that. We are going to instead shoot each other with our guns, so that way we're both at red, and specifically both at 20 HP. That way everything is the exact same, and then we're gonna race. Now, even though I did start just slightly earlier than Tyler, he is maintaining the same speed as me, and he's not overtaking me nor lagging behind. We also did the test more than once, and once again, the same thing happened. Even though I got a slight early start, Tyler and I are the exact same speed. He's not lagging behind nor overtaking me. And this was the case for every subsequent time that we had done this, which is going to make the third myth for today's video busted. Bill does not limp any slower than the other survivors. Despite being older than everyone in the group, he still keeps up pretty well. Myth: can you friendly fire your teammates on easy mode difficulty? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth of today's episode is going to be submitted in by Dr. Zed, aka Dan. So in easy mode, friendly fire with specifically bullet guns is not going to damage your teammates in any capacity. So since bullet guns cannot friendly fire our teammates, what about things such as environmental hazards? If I were to shoot the exploding barrels on the sacrifice campaign, for example, this would damage my teammates, but what about something that can only come from the player? So I thought, okay, well what about grenades? And I was thinking about Molotovs. And if I throw a Molotov at my teammates, even though it's easy mode, once again, it does friendly fire damage to them, literally. So even though I can't shoot my teammates to death in easy mode, I can still burn them alive, which, you know, that's debatable of whether or not that one's worse than the other. So this is going to make myth 4 confirmed. You can friendly fire your teammates on easy mode, you just have to be a little bit creative. Myth: does the witch actually have tears running down her face? Alrighty guys, and then the final myth of today's episode is submitted in by Good Guy Nick. Now, I feel like the best place to start is going to be with the Bride Witch that is on the passing campaign, because if any version of the witch was going to have tears, I feel like it would be this one. So this is what we're all normally used to seeing, is the witch just sitting around like this. Now, since this is not necessarily the best angle to see the witch possibly crying, what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in with Photoshop so we can take a look at her as close as humanly possible without her going from sad to angry. Now, the only thing I noticed with her eyes, whether it was the Bride Witch, the Sitting Witch, or the Standing Witch, her eyes had this weird effect where when she moved in certain ways, the orange glowing light from her eyes would lag behind, and you could see it would move to other parts of her face, even if it was subtle. See, the lack of tears surprised me because the witch even does actions like rubbing her arm against her eyes, which suggests that she should have tears running down her face, but she doesn't. So even though Val was all for their attention to detail, I guess it's just the one thing that they chose not to do. So this means that the final myth is busted. The witch does not have tears rolling down her face, despite the fact that she's crying in-game. Myth: if you throw a pipe bomb at the tank's feet, can he take it with him while he's running after you? Alrighty guys, starting off today's video with an interesting myth is going to be by Dr. Zed, aka Dan. Alrighty, so Dan is the tank, and I'm going to throw the pipe bomb. I'm throwing it at Dan's feet now, and let's back up and see what happens. Okay, it looks like that this works. Okay, that's kind of horrifying. We have suicide bomber tanks now in Left 4 Dead. Oh joy. See, if a player did this, I can imagine one of two things happening. Either number one, the tank carries the pipe bomb with him and then he stuns you so that way he can be able to hit you, or you end up getting lucky and you stun the tank and you manage to keep enough of a safe distance that you also don't stun yourself and you can make an escape. So this means that myth number 1 is confirmed. We apparently have suicide bombing tanks before GTA 6. Myth: does a player with an empty inventory move faster than a player with a full inventory? Alrighty guys, the second myth of today's episode is submitted in by Tyler. I am going to be the one with the pistol, and Dan is going to be the one with the full inventory. He's spawning in things right now, like chainsaws, medical items, etc. And we're just going to race down the bridge here on the Sacrifice campaign and see if, quite literally, if I'm even just the slightest bit faster. So we're going to go on the count of 3, and then a gunshot by Tyler. And it looks like that we are off to the races. So when I'm running and Dan's running, even though I did get a slightly early head start, we're still maintaining the same speed with him not overtaking me nor lagging behind. And also, just for shits and gigs, I did this with no pistol and just ran while T-posing, and once again, we maintain the same speed with Dan not lagging behind nor overtaking me at any point. So the myth is busted. You do not run any faster with no inventory compared to a full inventory. Myth: besides the No Mercy gas station, can any other explosions down a survivor in one hit on expert difficulty? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is submitted in by Not On My Level. Now, the first thing that we tested was the barrels on the Sacrifice, but this actually doesn't one-shot you. It does damage to you, but then it ends up killing you only because of the fire that happens shortly thereafter. So in my opinion, this doesn't quite count yet. But it didn't take us long to find it something very shortly thereafter. We tested the Crash Course artillery gun, and this downs you immediately. And in addition to the artillery gun, you can also be one-shot downed by the explosive barrels that are in Coldstream on Chapter 2. And since you mentioned propane tanks within your comment, I also decided to test those, and yeah, these are very efficient at one-shot downing you and even killing you, so the myth is definitely confirmed. Myth: can a tank's rock free a player being charged by the charger? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is submitted in by Isaiah. So I'm going to be the one that gets charged by the charger, Dan is going to be the tank. Now when it comes to this myth, this is really about trying to beat the clock. I was worried that I was not going to be able to survive long enough before Dan could throw as many rocks as he would need to kill Spencer as the charger here. And at one point I thought I was going to die and the myth was going to be busted, but surprisingly, Dan was able to kill Spencer at the last possible second when I was just about to die. And then I was actually able to be saved by Tyler. So believe it or not, the myth is confirmed. The tank just has to be quick enough and connect as many rocks as possible in order to kill the charger before he kills you. Myth: if you swing a frying pan near a witch, will she immediately attack you? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth is submitted in by Dead Sled, aka Spencer. Now just to make sure that we're all on the same page, we're also going to have a control test real quick to see how quickly it takes for the witch to get pissed at you by just simply standing next to her. And by just simply standing next to her, it takes her roughly just about 10 seconds for her to fully get angry and then attack you. And now if we spawn the witch and swing a frying pan next to her, she gets pissed immediately, and I didn't lay a single finger on her. And we did do this multiple times, and every single time that we had done this, it had worked. It did the exact same thing. It just immediately pissed her off by just hearing the swing sound. We also tested other melee weapons too, and even these worked, although the funny thing is that the one item that didn't work was the chainsaw, which you would think that because this thing is loud as hell, it would work as well, but this is the one melee weapon we couldn't get this to work with. So at the end of the day, the final myth is confirmed. Whether you're swinging a frying pan or any other melee weapon for that matter, as long as it's not something like the chainsaw for some odd reason, swinging the melee weapon just near the witch is enough to set her off. Myth: can a special infected spawn in behind a closed destructible door with a hole in it? Alrighty guys, the first myth is submitted in by Dirk at Work. Alright, so during our first time testing this, after we ended up making a hole in these double doors on the Dead Air finale, the guys were shortly thereafter able to spawn in as a special infected behind these doors. Now there is some things that have to happen in order for this to successfully work. Is number 1, the special infected has to not be in a visible sight line with the survivor, so Dan and Spencer in this case were either going over to the other door that was fully intact and spawning in and then coming over to the door with a hole in it, or they were crouching underneath of the hole at the door that was already busted, so that way they were not in line of sight with me. Because if I'm in line of sight with them, even if I'm fully turned around with my back to them, they still can't spawn in. So myth 1 is confirmed. Special infected can spawn behind destructible doors even if there is a hole in it. They just either have to crouch so they're ducking behind the hole, or they have to spawn in at a adjacent door and then just move over. Myth: does distance affect if whether or not throwing a pipe bomb will cause infected that are already attacking a survivor to stop attacking and go for the pipe bomb? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Tacky Rovelator. Alright, so Dan is just a little bit past the waterfall, and I'm going to be throwing the pipe bomb at a couple different distances. The first one is probably going to be a given, which is just throwing the pipe bomb directly at my feet, and this does not attract any of the zombies off of Dan. So now we're going to be doing test number 2. This time I'm actually going to chuck the pipe bomb as far as I possibly can, although Dan is going to be a little bit closer to us, so that way the pipe bomb can actually reach. But at least as far as this specific attempt is concerned, the zombies didn't go after the pipe bomb. And for this next test, we're basically right next to Dan, so we're just above the waterfall and throwing pipe bombs. Now this is where we did get our best results. Even though it wasn't immediately, after a while, after throwing enough pipe bombs, some of the zombies did start to go after them, but they weren't always doing it. They were just mostly focusing on Dan. It's like they already made up their mind and took a lot of incentives to get them to attack something else. I'm going to call myth 2 plausible because the zombies had very strange behavior towards the end of the test. Sometimes they would go for the pipe bomb and sometimes they would not, but the reasons about why they would were what fascinated me. I could sometimes throw a pipe bomb directly at a zombie and bonk them on the head, and then they wouldn't go after it and they would just keep attacking Dan. And there'd be other times where I would throw the pipe bomb somewhat decently far away, not too terribly far away, but definitely not directly on top of them. And then they would stop what they're doing and chase the pipe bomb instead, even though they were already almost about to kill Dan. It's just really weird behavior, and it definitely means that the myth is dependent on some factors, and so I think it's just best to leave it at plausible. Myth: do you take more fall damage with a full inventory compared to an empty inventory? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted by Dr. Zed, aka Dan. So we're going to have 3 of us be doing this test. Tacky Rovelator's got no inventory, that means he's got no pistol, no nothing, he's just T-posing. I have just a pistol, and Dan has everything else, and we're going to all jump off at the exact same time on this ledge on the NSenr finale, and I'm going to be using my mods so that way I can see how much health we exactly lose, as indicated by our health bars in the lower corners. So we're going to jump off and see what happens, and just as I suspected, we all lost the exact same amount of HP, and we all have 66. So the myth is busted. You take the same amount of fall damage with an empty inventory, just like you would with a full inventory. Myth: if a charger is pounding someone, can another charger steal his victim? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted by Dead Sled, aka Spencer. So I'm being already grabbed by one of the chargers, and then if you take a look closely, I was able to be taken by a different charger. It's just at the angle you have to pay attention very closely, otherwise you'll miss it. Now after doing this for a couple of times and having it still be working more than once, we decided to change the angle so that way it was more obvious, and if you change the angle too much, your body will glitch out and do weird shit like this. But yeah, a charger can steal another charger's kill, and the myth is confirmed. I never thought that you could do this. I find this very bizarre, but yet strangely interesting. Myth: can you die in the NSenr finale by getting run over by the stock car and have your corpse be in the ending cutscene? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth is submitted by Nova. So there's a couple of different ways that we can do this. The first way that I want to do this is I'm going to end up trying to no-clip and get out of the area right as the final cutscene is taking place, so that way I can be in hopefully the correct position where the car will go, so that way it can run me over. The only thing I have to do though is warp coach to me, so that way the cutscene takes place, and when I warp coach and then go for it, so that way I can be able to be in the correct position, I unfortunately go a bit too far, and I end up in the elevator instead, so I completely missed the path for the car. On my second attempt when I warped coach, I was gonna just make a break for it and just try to run and jump, but unfortunately I'm not even in the cutscene at all this time, which means that the game thinks I'm in the car and I can't die now. Now for attempt number 3, what I'm going to do is I'm going to warp the bots in front of the path of the car after we activate the ending cutscene and see if whether or not that they can get run over and be in the final cutscene. So I'm going to back up. I'm going to now go back into first person to see if we can get a good angle, and when the car ends up going through the door, there is no survivors, and unfortunately they're not in the ending cutscene. They weren't even in the mall. It was only on attempt number 4 that I got the result that I wanted, and I finally was able to be hit by the car. I just warped myself instead of the bots into the correct position as the ending cutscene was taking place with the right timing. But the car goes through me, unfortunately, and it doesn't carry me out to the front door, which means that I'm also not in the ending cutscene as desired, which means that the final myth is busted. Unfortunately, the dead center car cannot kill you if you jump in front of it and give you a funny moment where you ragdoll on the dash. Myth: can a hunter steal a kill from a charger that is currently pounding a survivor? Alrighty guys, the first myth is submitted in by Team Master 2011. Now, this myth is based off of a similar myth that we had last week where we saw whether or not a charger could steal a kill from another charger, and believe it or not, that ultimately ended up being confirmed. But does this work with other special infected? So specifically, since he asked for the hunter, I'm going to be testing out the hunter first. If you guys want me to test this out with other special infected, I can do so at a later date. Alright, so here we go. Dan is the charger and he's currently attacking Ellis over there, and I'm going to pounce as the hunter right now. But unlike last time where we stole a kill from a charger as another charger, we're not able to do so as a hunter. It looks like that this only works if it's the same special infected thus far, because the charger was able to steal the kill immediately, whereas I was not able to do anything before Dan had fully killed Ellis. So yeah, myth number 1 is busted. Myth: if you heal while starting to fall down a hill, will healing prevent you from falling further down the hill? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Tacky Rovelator. Alright, so I'm going to slide down the hill that's in the first chapter of Dark Carnival, but we're already starting to run into a problem where I can't heal at all while falling down the hill. The entire time while I'm going down the hill, I'm trying to hit my left click to heal myself, and it is only as soon as I stop sliding down the hill and my character is completely still that it lets me heal again. I tried it to see if whether or not that I could heal right as I'm falling down the hill by just shimmying forward, and as soon as I start falling, I can't heal anymore. It doesn't like the fact that I'm moving whatsoever, and I can't stop in place while falling down the hill as I was trying to do. So this is going to mean that the second myth is also busted. You cannot stop your fall down a hill by healing yourself because the game just simply won't let you. Myth: does the bot charger have damage resistance to fire and explosives while charging? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Wulon Durley. Now before we do anything, we do want to have a control test. So for the explosives, I'm going to be using a grenade launcher and just seeing how long it takes to be able to kill a charger on normal mode. Now on normal mode, it takes 3 grenade launcher shots to kill him. Now for the fire, I'm going to be using a gas can, and for the gas can, as soon as I shoot it up until the point where the charger dies, it takes about roughly 6 seconds. Now if I shoot a gas can while charger is in the middle of running into Coach, the timer does suggest that he does have damage resistance because he survives about a second or 2 longer. The Left 4 Dead wiki does say that AI-controlled chargers take 66% less damage while actively charging, but this might be only during the charging animation and not the attacking or pounding animation when they already have stopped. I say this is because when I light a charger on fire with a gas can, after he's already stopped moving and he's just beating Coach to death, it goes back to about 6 seconds. Now, while testing this myth, we also did find a weird result when it came to the grenade launcher, because when a grenade launcher is used on a charger after the charger has stopped moving and just starts to attack the survivor, it actually makes it where the grenade launcher can one-shot the charger for some reason, and I don't know why it does this. But it won't one-shot the charger, though, if you shoot it at the charger while he's actively still moving, which I find odd. And when I also test this out with things such as the propane tank and the oxygen tank, and any sort of combination, whether it be the charger actively still moving, him standing still and beating the shit out of Coach, him just standing still by himself, all of them seemed also the same. And I find it weird how that the grenade launcher one-shots the charger if he's specifically standing still. The charger has damage resistance to things like fire if he's moving but not standing still, and then things like the oxygen tank and the propane tank don't seem to matter. It seems a little weird and inconsistent. While doing further research, I found a Reddit post where 2 guys were talking about stats, and I also did ask Google just directly. And with the Google AI, it does say that there is damage resistance to fire and explosives. The thing is with Google AI is that it's sometimes wrong, and I was hoping that the Reddit post would talk about examples with fire and explosives, but they only mentioned guns and melee weapons. So I'm going to say plausible because I believe there's damage resistance, specifically when there's the charging animation taking place. I'm not talking about the actual beating the person to death. I'm talking about the running and crashing into them thing. I have to stress that. I believe there's damage resistance there. with fire and explosives. It's just hard to get a gameplay example, especially to also explain said gameplay example. So the best I can do really is just explain stats. Myth: can a smoker grab a survivor that is underwater with his tongue? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by good guy Nick. So I'm the smoker, Dan is going to be the survivor, and he's currently in the deepest body of water in the game, which is the death toll finale, and yes, I am able to get him with my tongue, which is going to mean that myth 4 is confirmed, although this is a little bit weird because if we did this in reverse order where I was the one under the water, it wouldn't work, because we tested in a prior episode of whether or not that a smoker's tongue works underwater, and it doesn't for some reason, so I find this a little bit odd. Myth: is the smoker's tongue immune to explosives? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth of today's episode is going to be submitted by Dr. Zed, aka Dan. Alright, so the first explosive that we're going to be testing is going to be the pipe bomb, so I'm going to be throwing this underneath of Coach and just wait for a second to see if it does anything, and when it comes to the pipe bomb, it looks like it does not work. So far, the smoker's tongue is immune. Next, we're going to be testing out propane tanks, and propane tanks were not able to save Coach either. Next is going to be some oxygen tanks. When it comes to the oxygen tanks, these also do not save Coach. After that is going to be some fireworks, and the fireworks don't do anything. In fact, it doesn't even look it's reaching, to be honest. After that is going to be a couple of shots from the grenade launcher. Now, this is where I started to think that this is a little bit ridiculous, because in my opinion, the grenade launcher should have worked. So the only thing left in the game was the explosive bullets, and the explosive bullets, it took up until this to finally find something that was actually able to free Coach, because after I shot a couple of rounds, it finally broke the tongue. So this is going to mean that the last myth is busted. The smoker's tongue is not completely immune to explosives. The explosive bullets still do work. I just find it silly, though, that you have to use explosive bullets, because why doesn't the other explosives work? Things like the grenade launcher should be able to do it. And it means that all you're really doing is just using the same strategies that you have before, where you just shoot the tongue with a gun. It's just that the ammo type is different. Myth: can every pinning infected in any combination have their kills stolen by other pinning infected? Alright y'all, the first myth of today's episode is going to be submitted by JaCrispy. Lately we've been having myths asking if whether or not special infected could steal kills from other special infected in a variety of different combinations. And for this myth, we're going to not only look at all the ones we've already tested, but look at also the remaining ones we have not tested. So I'm going to start off as the jockey and see if I can steal kills from the charger, the smoker, the hunter, and also another jockey. In terms of a charger, I am not able to steal a kill. The jockey ends up jumping over the charger most of the time, and even when I do make impact with the survivor, nothing ends up happening. Next up is going to be the hunter, and just like the charger, I majority of the time am jumping over the special infected and the survivor, but even when I make contact anyways, nothing happens. When it comes to the smoker, however, though, I am able to steal a kill from him, whether the smoker is actively dragging the survivor or if the smoker has already fully pulled in the survivor and is starting to punch them in the back. And yes, jockeys can steal kills from other jockeys. They'll just knock them right off, and they can just jump on the survivor repeatedly, back and forth basically, and you can just kind of screw with them a little bit. Now, smokers cannot steal kills from other smokers, whether the survivor is fully pulled in or whether or not they're still actively being dragged by the tongue. Smokers can also not steal kills from chargers. Once again, nothing happens. Now, if it is a jockey, a smoker can steal kills from them, but if it is a hunter, they cannot. Now, a hunter can steal a kill from a smoker, whether the smoker's already punching them in the back or still being dragged by the tongue. Now, for hunters, they cannot steal kills from a fellow hunter, but if it is a jockey, they can. But hunters can still not steal a kill from a charger. And then the last special infected test is the charger. They can steal kills from a smoker, whether that be them punching the survivor in the back or still actively dragging them with the tongue. Now, the charger cannot steal a kill from a hunter, but they can steal it from both the jockey and also another charger. Now, after looking at all the different combinations, I can think of some great versus combos, but I also do believe that there will be some of you that will think that it's unfair that certain special infected can just abruptly steal somebody else's kill. And a part of me believes that some of these weren't intended on Valve's end because, for example, the charger stealing kills from another charger, the animation gets all wonky, making me think it was a mistake. So a quick recap, the charger can steal the most amount of kills at 3. It can steal 1 from every single special infected besides the hunter. The smoker can steal the least amount of kills at 1, where it can only steal kills from a jockey, but nothing else. And then the hunter and the jockey are both tied at 2, where the hunter can be able to steal a kill from the jockey and the smoker, but not from a charger or itself. And then the jockey can steal a kill from a smoker or itself, but not a hunter or a charger. Now, since you word your myth as can every pinning special infected have their kills stolen by another pinning special infected, I'm going to leave the myth as plausible, and this is why. If one were to interpret it as can you have your kills stolen by a special infected in any combination, then it would be busted. But if you interpret this as can all of the special infected have their kills stolen by at least one of the other special infected, then it would be confirmed, because every single special infected can have at least one of their kills stolen by something. So JaCrispy, please do let me know which one that you meant. Myth. When a hunter gets covered in blood after killing a survivor, does the blood disappear if they go into ghost mode? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Bub Raccoon. Alright, so I have one of the guys killing Francis, and then I'm going to have them run away so they can be able to trigger ghost mode, and then I'm going to spawn them back in with admin commands. And when I spawn them back in, they no longer have blood like they did when they killed Francis. And the same thing happens regardless if they spawn in the traditional way and just walk back over to you. So myth 2 is confirmed. If a hunter kills somebody and gets covered in blood, goes into ghost mode, and then comes back, they're no longer covered in blood. Myth. Can you free yourself from a smoker's tongue by quickly shooting a nearby wall with a shotgun armed with explosive ammo? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is submitted in by How About No. So Dan's the smoker, I'm going to be the one with the shotgun, he's going to grab me shortly, and we're going to see if whether or not that the explosive bullets will be able to hit him and therefore allow me to be able to free myself. So on the count of 3, he's going to grab me. 3, 2, 1, and here he goes, and yep, I'm able to save myself without hitting him with a direct shot, which is going to mean that myth number 3 is confirmed. Myth. Can a jockey rescue a survivor that is taking drowning damage? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by Isaiah. Now when you're drowning in Left 4 Dead, when you eventually put your head back above the water, you start to regain your HP back. And when you start to get your HP back, it's by 10 hit points at a time. Now the jockey on normal mode is only able to damage you for 4 hit points at a time, which means that if done correctly, we're going to actually be able to out-heal the jockey's damage, and it will be able to give us a visual aid to see if whether or not the jockey is saving us from drowning damage, and only just damaging us with his attack directly instead. That way there's no confusion. Alright, so I am drowning right now under the water, and then Dan is going to jump on me in just a second, and when he does, and he starts to bring me back up to the shore, even though I'm losing HP because he's damaging me, I'm still also gaining my HP back because I'm healing myself because I'm no longer drowning, which means that technically, yes, the jockey can save you from drowning, he'll just still proceed to kill you anyways though, just because of the damage that he causes you. And so this is going to lead to myth number 4 being confirmed. Myth. Can you play Guitar Hero in Left 4 Dead 2 by using the guitar melee weapon and doing a secret button combo? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth is submitted in by Zephyr, I believe is how your name's pronounced, but please do forgive me if I butchered your name. So what we're going to do for the last myth today is I'm going to be showing you guys a video that I filmed when I tried to do this in real time, and you guys are going to see me with a webcam on in this video actually, trying to hit the button combo and see if whether or not it does anything to the guitar. The combo we're going to be trying is left trigger, left bumper, right trigger, A. If need be, you'll hear jumps between the video that I recorded and the commentary you're hearing now. Alright, I have the guitar, I have my controller plugged into my computer, and I'm ready to hit the button combo. So it's once again left trigger, left bumper, right trigger, A. Okay. Am I doing it too fast? The guitar's not even swinging sometimes. I'm hitting the right buttons. I don't think it does anything. Now, when I did this, I was not able to get any sound effects to play with the guitar. Dan was trying to do this on an emulator because Dan does not have access to the Xbox 360 copy, and I even went out of my way to actually load up the Xbox 360 that's in my living room, pop in my Left 4 Dead disc, use an old Xbox 360 controller, and try it that way just to see if it was a hardware Easter egg where it can only be done on the Xbox 360, and that also didn't work either. So it looks like that the last myth is busted. You can't do any sort of guitar Easter egg by inputting a button combo. It didn't seem to work regardless of different speeds, doing the button combo in a slightly different order, or even using different peripherals or hardware. Does Lewis have a preference for pain pills over adrenaline? Alrighty guys, myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by Vader. The good old question, does Lewis like pain pills to the degree that we think he does? So within the game, the bots do have a preference on weapons, so why can't they also have a preference on equipment? Let's put to the test and see if Lewis truly does love pain pills that much. Alright, so I'm going to be placing down some pain pills and adrenaline. Lewis is going to remain at 100 HP throughout the entire time, and we're just going to see if whether or not that he just instinctively picks up pain pills with no other outside influence. Okay, so we're going to test this 20 times. The first test, Lewis ends up picking up an adrenaline shot. When we unfreeze Lewis the second time, he once again picks up an adrenaline shot. Doing this for the third time, Lewis once again picks up an adrenaline shot. Doing this for the fourth time, he once again picks up an adrenaline shot. The fifth time was also an adrenaline shot, and it took Lewis all the way up to the 6th attempt to finally pick up pain pills. During the 7th test, he once again picked up pain pills. On test number 8, he once again picked up pain pills. On test number 9, he once again picked up pain pills. On test number 10, he went back to the adrenaline shot. On test number 11, he went back to pain pills again. On test number 12, he also went back to adrenaline again. On test 13, he picked pain pills again. In test 14, he once again picked pain pills. On test number 15, he once again picked pain pills. In test 16, he once again picked pain pills. Test 17 was pain pills. Test number 18 ended up being pain pills. And he also picked pain pills for both test 19 and the final one at 20. That means that the final total is 7 to 13, where he picked up an adrenaline shot 7 times and he picked up pain pills 13 times. This is not quite a 50-50, but it's pretty damn close, with only a difference of 3. Alright, so what are we going to label the myth as? So we could label it as confirmed due to the fact that yes, Lewis did indeed pick pain pills a little bit more than adrenaline shots, but instead of labeling as confirmed, I'm actually going to label it as busted instead, or in this case, trick, because today is the Halloween special and I thought this would be cute. But yes, we are going to label the myth as busted, and this is why. Think of the choice between adrenaline and pain pills as 2 sides of a coin. When you do a coin flip with heads or tails, you might get heads a lot in a row and be on a winning streak. Same thing with tails. But at the end of the day, if you keep flicking that coin enough times, the average does end up being 50-50, which is why people do a coin flip for things such as when they don't know when to make a decision. And here's another thing to consider. If we were trying to look at the equipment, like how that the bots have preferences for certain weapons in the game, when there is a certain weapon in front of that particular survivor, they will always pick it up. It's not like a random chance, they will just always pick up their favorite gun. Whereas with Lewis here, with the equipment, he was rotating back and forth sometimes. So if he truly did have a preference, I feel like he would treat it like he does with the M16 or the assault rifles as his favorite gun preference. Myth. When playing as Ellis, if you use a vocalizer to apologize shortly after friendly fire, can he say, "The sun was in my eyes and maps set in the dark"? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by How About No. Now this did take a minute due to voice line RNG, but after enough times of getting shot by Dan as Ellis, you can see in the captions that Ellis does indeed say the line. So this is going to mean that myth number 2 is confirmed or treat, because once again, it's the Halloween special. Myth. Can a player-controlled jockey that's riding a survivor dodge bullets by repeatedly switching directions? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Rigamortem. Now by repeatedly switching directions, we're going to interpret this as just basically standing in place and doing this gyration motion. Now if I line up my crosshair in just the right spot, it looks like that as long as the jockey doesn't end up getting in the line of fire, if I shot at the wrong time, I would miss. But this can very easily be fixed by just spamming the hunting rifle. Now, to answer the original question, yes, you can dodge bullets by doing this, which means that the myth would be confirmed. I would just not recommend that you do this unless you were in a desperate situation. Myth: can a hunter steal a kill from the witch? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is going to be submitted by Crispy. What we're basically looking for is kill speed. So after I piss off the witch and Dan jumps on me as the hunter, we're just going to see if whether or not that the game considers Dan's damage as a factor, or if whether or not that the witch's damage is the priority. So when Dan jumps on me, he does indeed, in fact, get the final blow, therefore stealing the kill from the witch. Meaning that myth number 4 is confirmed, the hunter can indeed steal a kill from the witch. Myth: can the tank play the piano in Death Toll Chapter 3? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth of today's episode is submitted in by Wulon Durley. Now, when I first started hitting the piano as the tank, and I was listening, and I was really listening, I couldn't hear anything. And there was nothing popping up on my captions either to indicate that the piano was playing. I had tried punching it, then I also tried throwing a rock at it, and I personally was not able to hear anything, even though my music volume was up at full blast. Now, even though I personally couldn't hear anything, after a little bit, Dan did say that he could hear the piano going off. And he said that it sounded like it was actually playing. And I was thinking to myself, being like, well, why can't I hear it? And then I realized that I have my game volume extremely low, and it might be classified under gameplay sounds and not music sounds. And once I did that, I was finally able to hear the piano making sounds. And now I'm going to provide you guys with a gameplay example so that way you can hear it for yourselves. Just fair warning though, to make it where the piano is audible, the game has to be significantly louder, so just fair warning for anybody that's using headphones right now. So this is going to mean that the last myth of today's episode is going to be confirmed. The tank, yes indeed, can play the piano on Death Toll. It's not pretty, but you gotta respect him for trying. Myth: if you use only a grenade launcher, can you get 100% headshots even if you don't directly hit the infected? Alrighty everybody, the first myth of today's episode is submitted in by How About No. So How About No is asking this because stated in his comment, he says that when you use a grenade launcher on an infected, it hits the entire hitbox including the head. So if you hit them without hitting their head directly, does this still give you 100% headshots? So for the first test, I'm going to kill a hunter by not directly hitting him and just getting him a splash damage. Alright, and now we're going to look at the end credits, and we're going to look at the headshot category, and when we look at the percentage of all headshots, it says 0. But it did acknowledge that I killed the hunter, which means that it's acknowledging kills, just not the type of kills that we want. This time I'm going to hit the hunter directly, I'm just not going to hit him in the head quite yet, I'm just going to hit him in the abdomen or the upper chest. Alright, so looking at the credits this time, it once again still says that I didn't get a headshot, and it's just labeling it as 0% accuracy. And so for the last test, I'm just going to directly just shoot the hunter in the head and just see if whether or not it counts as a headshot with this thing at all. And for this last test, even though I hit the hunter directly in the head this time, it still does not count as a headshot, which is going to make the first myth busted. Apparently, you cannot get headshots with the grenade launcher, whether you hit them with splash damage, whether you hit them in a different part of the body, or whether you hit them in the head even. Myth: if a survivor pisses off the witch and then it gets pinned by a different special infected, can the witch steal the kill from that other special infected? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Crispy. What we need for this particular myth is timing, because we basically need to hope that the witch is the one getting the final blow. Now, I'm not necessarily worried about it as much when it comes to the witch stealing kills from other special infected, because she ends up killing us a lot quicker than the other special infected in the game. Now, the witch successfully stole the kill from the smoker here because the smoker did not kill me in the feed on the left-hand side. Now, the next one we're going to be testing is the hunter. Now, I don't know if this is necessarily down to the TTK of the hunter, or if whether or not this is just due to luck, due to the fact that he got the last blow, But Tacky, as the hunter, did get the kill credit because his name popped up in the feed on the left-hand side. Now, unlike the smoker and the hunter, when the jockey is done and he knocks you down, he just can only end up scratching you from that point onward, and so it basically makes it guaranteed that the witch is going to be the one that's going to kill you. Alright, and then the last pinning infected that is left to test in the game is going to be the charger. And you wanna know what's kind of funny? The way that the charger slams into me, it causes the witch to go from attacking me to stopping, moving over, and then attacking me at a different angle. It's really interesting how the witch's AI will correct itself so that way it can kill you in the most efficient way possible. And I believe this is the reason why the witch was able to successfully steal the kill from the charger there. Now I am going to label the myth as plausible due to the fact that when the hunter's test came up, he did get the final blow and not the witch. However, though, I do believe that there was an element of luck in that because of the fact that the witch does have a higher TTK than the hunter, and I believe that he just happened to scratch me at the best possible timing, so that way he was the one that got credit for the kill. Myth: can a player spawn in a golden crowbar for themselves by typing in a secret phrase in-game? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Zephyr. Now, due to the golden crowbar being considered a secret weapon within the game of Left 4 Dead, it doesn't have a traditional spawn command. So, this is exactly what the myth is talking about. Are we able to spawn in a golden crowbar if we do a secret command? And apparently the way that you do this is a Easter egg of sorts where you have to do this in a local server, in a solo game, and then type in text chat the following phrase: I love Gordon Freeman and the Half-Life 2 beta leak. Alright, so there's only one way to find out. Let's copy and paste it and see if it gives us a golden crowbar. And it doesn't look like it does. And I did follow the instructions. I typed in the exact right phrase in the place that should have been, and then I also did play on a local server, and it doesn't seem to give me the golden crowbar. Which means that myth 3 is busted. There is no secret command or secret phrase you can enter that is going to spawn in a golden crowbar for you. At this time, you can only spawn in a normal crowbar. Myth: does using adrenaline while falling make you fall faster? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is submitted in by Wulon Durley. Alright, so first is going to be the control test. I'm going to jump off of this level in NSenr's finale and see how long it takes me to die. And it looks like it takes me about 1 second. And if I add adrenaline to the mix, it takes the exact same amount of time at 1 second, meaning myth 4 is busted. Myth: can low textures / low view distance allow you to see what special infected church guy will turn into without opening the safe room door? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth of today's episode is going to be submitted by Dr. Zed, aka Dan. I believe that this myth is inspired by one of the myths that we did in episode 127, where if you lower your draw distance, you could see special infected through walls that way. So I'm assuming that by doing this or something similar, you can be able to make it where you can see special infected through the safe room door texture. Alright, so after messing around with the settings and lowering everything to as low as it possibly can get, and basically making the game look like I'm playing on a potato, it's time to see what this does to the safe room texture. Now, it looks like that the safe room only ends up becoming transparent in the peephole or the eye slit, but that's fine because that should be enough to be able to see anything behind the door. Now, after waiting around a minute and letting Church Guy become whatever special infected he was going to become, I was looking at this peephole, and I could not see anything moving that would indicate that he had spawned in yet. In fact, actually, if I no-clip into here, it looks like that he doesn't spawn in at all until I open the door. Now, I did open the door and just close it again just to see if that was the issue, and it did look like that fixed it, because now I can see the smoker behind the door occasionally walking by. The thing is, though, is that this does defeat the purpose of the myth, which is to see if you can do this without opening up the door, which means we're going to have to label the last myth as busted. You cannot use this as a strat to see what Church Guy turns into ahead of time. You're still subject to opening the door and putting your life at risk. Myth: does Coach close his eyes while he prays for the food court to be okay in NSenr Chapter 3? Alrighty guys, the first myth is submitted by Dr. Zed, aka Dan. Now, I'm sure there's a decent amount of you that have heard this exact voice line before, but I don't know how many of us have actually went up to Coach and looked at him while he was saying it. Most of us probably just opened the safe room door immediately and just went straight into the gameplay. However, though, this time around, I took the time to reload the game multiple times until I got Coach to say the line, and then when he finally did end up saying it, he actually did end up going on to close his eyes while he prayed. If I zoom in, you can see the footage of it right here while I'm looking through my sniper scope. And here's another angle where I got my flashlight in his face. So this is going to mean that myth number 1 is confirmed. Coach does indeed close his eyes while he's praying for the food court to be okay in NSenr Chapter 3. Nice attention to detail, Valve. Myth: can you run both Left 4 Dead 2 and CS2 at the same time, even if they each use similar game engines? Alrighty guys, the second myth is going to be submitted in by Tacky Rovelator. I'm going to start up Left 4 Dead 2 first, and then I'm going to start up CSGO second, and it looks like that based off of what I'm seeing, it looks like both games can at least boot fine. But what about playing an actual game on each one? So tabbing back into Left 4 Dead 2 first, it looks like that the game's running stable, I can be able to shoot my guns and be able to walk around without lagging, and this seems to be also the case for CS2, which means that the myth is going to be confirmed. You can run both Left 4 Dead 2 and CS2 at the exact same time, even though they have similar engines. Myth: if both teams in versus get the same score in a round, but don't make it to the safe room, will the tiebreaker be based off infected damage? Alrighty guys, the third myth of today's episode is going to be submitted in by Dirk at Work. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna have Spencer and Tacky Rovelator kill me and Dan one round, and then we're gonna kill them on the next round, and then on the finale of the last stand, we're gonna actually have it where me and Dan and the bots are going to kill ourselves, so that way there's no infected damage score going to Spencer and Tacky's team. And then on the last round, when me and Dan are the infected again, we're going to kill Spencer, Tacky, and the bots on their team, so that way we should have the most score by the end of the game. Once we fully kill Spencer, Tacky, and the bots, and the game ends up ending, and we're in a tiebreaker, the game actually does not factor in infected damage. It still just remains a tie, and the game ends up having no winner. So this makes myth 3 busted. If you get a tie, even if you have more damage on the infected team, the infected damage does not change the outcome of who wins the match. Myth: can you block a witch with a door on expert realism mode? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by Jacrispy. By the way, Jacrispy, thank you for letting me know that you actually watch my episodes of Myth Busting Mondays while you're drawing. That's actually really cool to know, bro. Now when it comes to your myth, my friend, I'm going to be showing you this right here. The witch does not seem to give a shit, at least for us, if whether or not a door is in the way. And it doesn't seem to matter what type of door it was, whether it was wood or metal, she still broke them down. Now, despite our gameplay footage, I've seen other people block a witch with a door on expert realism mode. It's just for some reason we weren't able to get that result. And I don't know why. I don't know if whether or not that this has been changed in a gameplay update or something, or if whether or not that this is a glitch and it's not something that you're supposed to be able to do consistently. If anybody knows what's going on, please feel free to let us know. But because I've seen it happen, but we weren't able to replicate it, I'm only going to label the myth as plausible because I don't feel comfortable calling it confirmed when we can't do it ourselves. It seems just simply having the game on expert realism and then closing the door interface is not enough. Myth: can a bot survivor tell where a hunter is by listening for its footsteps? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth of today's episode is submitted in by Blue Dope. Now, within the gameplay here, you're about to see the bot survivors hear me up on the roof and start shooting me because I was walking around and not crouching. This seems pretty straightforward, right? But here's the thing. This gameplay is completely different than the gameplay that we got when we first attempted this as of yesterday. When we had attempted this yesterday, and I shit you not, we were able to get up right behind the survivor while walking the entire time, and they did not turn around. And this happened on several occasions. This is why I previously had said back at the beginning of the video that the bots are consistently inconsistent. Sometimes, yes, the bots can do their job and they can protect you. And then there's times like this, where they're both blind and deaf to their surroundings. And you might as well give like a pet rock a Glock, and that would be a better bodyguard than the bot survivors. Normally for a type of myth like this, I would label this as confirmed. But because I have two extremely different gameplay examples from different days testing this, I instead want to label this as plausible. Calling this confirmed or busted would feel misleading due to the different gameplay examples that were provided here today. I know some of you have had examples of the bots being horrendously bad. You can find any comment online about the bots sucking. But there's also times where they do genuinely do their job, like in the first gameplay example. All I'll say is this, is I wouldn't hold your breath if you're relying on the bots to save your life. This is probably the footage of the best gameplay example I could ever give to show why the bots in this game are outdated and severely need an AI update, because my god man, it's painful to watch them just completely ignore the guys just being right behind them the entire time. Myth: does Ellis check his surroundings when reviving a teammate? Alrighty guys, myth number 1 is submitted in by not on my level / a true winner 1. Alright, so while I play as Ellis, I'm going to revive Tacky Rove later, and yes, Ellis does indeed check his surroundings and looks both ways while reviving somebody. Now it's time to test the other survivors. When Nick revives somebody, he just looks straight at them and doesn't check his surroundings. Now it is time to test Rochelle. Rochelle ends up doing the exact same thing. She just focuses on who she's reviving and doesn't check her surroundings. And then the last one to test is Coach, and Coach, just like the other two, doesn't check his surroundings. So it seems that Ellis is the only one that ends up doing this, which is going to result in myth number 1 being confirmed. Myth: if you shoot an alarmed car in survival mode, will it start the timer? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Spencer / Deadsled. Alright, so we found an alarmed car. I'm not going to drag the myth out for you, I'm just going to shoot it, and it looks like it does end up activating the timer, and it does result in the zombies coming into the map. So this is going to mean that myth 2 is confirmed. Shooting a alarmed car, or just activating it in general, will activate the survival timer. Myth: does Coach's facial expressions change when he enters the burger tank in Hard Rain Chapter 1? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is submitted in by Zoe. Haven't heard from you in a while, man. I hope you're doing well. Now, I'm assuming that this takes inspiration from a myth that we did recently, where Coach will actually close his eyes when he's praying for the food court to be okay in NSenr Chapter 3. So let's see if Coach has a similar reaction when it comes to the burger tank in Hard Rain. So this is Coach's face when he's just simply sitting idle, doing nothing. And as soon as we walk into the burger tank, this is Coach's face. It literally looks the exact same. So I think it's safe to say that myth 3 is busted. Coach's facial expressions don't change when he walks into the burger tank in Hard Rain at Chapter 1. It would have been funny though if every single time that Coach brought up food, his facial expressions changed. That would have been a neat little Easter egg. Myth: if you run Left 4 Dead 2 and multiple other Valve games at the same time, will Left 4 Dead 2 crash? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is submitted in by Aragon. So Dan has multiple games loaded up right now, and the games are Left 4 Dead 2, CS, Sandbox, and Half-Life 1. He was not able to get some games such as Portal and also TF2 loaded because there was engine conflicts. But he is managing to run all of these other games and being able to still play Left 4 Dead at the same time. Now, even though Left 4 Dead is still running properly, this could very well be down to just the fact that Dan has a very stable PC. So I'm inclined to say that results may vary, and I'm just going to label the myth as plausible. The game didn't crash, but there's no guarantee it won't happen for you. Myth: is there no harbor viewable from the Harbor View Hotel in Dead Air? Alrighty guys, and then the final myth of today's episode is submitted in by How About No. Now, when I was no-clipping around the map, I thought that there was a fair chance that there might not be an actual harbor that is visible due to the fact that the map needs to only render in so many textures to make the game run smoothly. But when I slowed down and looked over here, something caught my eye. So I went over to investigate, and believe it or not, there actually is a full-blown harbor in this area. I'm also surprised it even let me get this close, because I thought that the map was going to do the thing where it just goes blank and then it tries to end up having me turn back, but it didn't. And this harbor was even here all the way back in Left 4 Dead 1. You can see it here within the gameplay. But the harbor is not visible though from Chapter 2, regardless if it's Left 4 Dead 1 or Left 4 Dead 2. Now, if you're towards the top of the Harbor View Hotel, let's say on the roof, you would be able to see the harbor, but just barely. If you're playing the actual game though, you're way too low to the ground and there's buildings everywhere, you're not going to actually see it. But it does exist, so this is going to mean that the last myth is busted. There is no Mandela effect. It does have the right to be called the Harbor View Hotel because there is a harbor that is visible from the very top floor. Myth: does the heights of the characters affect how fast the jockey can latch onto them? Alrighty guys, myth number 1 is submitted by Zale Hedgeborg 1673, and please forgive me if I botched your name. Alright, so we're going to be doing this with a bot Rochelle and a bot Coach, and we're going to be having Dan and Spencer be the jockeys because they have the closest ping to each other, so that way we'll most likely get the best result in terms of timing. Alright, so here's going to be the footage of the best result that we got. After giving a 3, 2, 1 countdown and staring directly at both of them, it looks identical to me. Now when we replay this in slow motion, it does look like that Rochelle gets pounced first, but however though, this is probably most likely due to human error and nothing to do with the character's heights. Another reason why I believe that they jumped on each other at exactly the same time is because of the way that the jockey's animation is playing. The jockey on Rochelle is acting in the exact same way as the jockey that's on Coach, literally frame for frame, action per action. For example, they're both waving right now with their right hands. So what that tells me is that the first myth is busted. Player height does not matter when it comes to the jockey, they will pounce everybody at the exact same speed. Myth. In Left 4 Dead 1, does the tank target the survivor doing the most damage to them? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Frostbite. Now for those that have only played Left 4 Dead 2 and not Left 4 Dead 1 and don't happen to know this, in Left 4 Dead 1, the tank does target a player under a certain circumstance, and that's if you end up going downed. If the tank ends up attacking a survivor that is already incapacitated, they will fully kill that player before moving on to attack somebody else. It is because of this mechanic that I'm especially interested now in finding out the result of Myth 2. Alrighty, so the way that we're going to go about testing Myth 2 is by having me, Dan, and Tacky just running around like chickens with our heads cut off and just seeing who the tank goes after and tries to attack. Me and Tacky end up doing damage to the tank at some point during this footage, and Dan doesn't end up shooting at all, so that way we have a control. By the end of the footage, I'm the one that ends up doing the most damage to the tank based off of how many times I shoot him, so if the tank's myth is true, then it's going to mean that he's going to target me and only me. But from the footage, as you guys can see, he's going around kind of just attacking everybody, and he's not just targeting me the entire time. In fact, it seems like he's more rather only attacking the player that ends up just being the closest to him, and just whoever happens to be within his line of sight. Now, this is the type of myth that we don't have to test for long to really come to a definitive answer, so I think it's safe to say that Myth 2 is also busted. The tank does not target the player that ends up doing the most damage to him, he only targets the player that's already incapacitated, and just makes sure to finish them off before he goes to attack somebody else. Myth. If a bot has a gun equipped with laser sights, will the bot drop that gun if they come across their favorite weapon? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted by Tacky Rovelator. Now to refresh everybody's memory on what every one of the survivors' favorite guns are, let me list them now. Francis and Coach end up preferring shotguns, Ellis and Zoe prefer sniper rifles, and then Rochelle and Nick and both Lewis and Bill prefer assault rifles. So when a certain character pops up on screen, these are the guns that we're going to be wanting to look for. Now the survivor that we test first is Nick. Now, I don't know about you guys, but sometimes when I go into a certain myth, I kind of am already predicting the result in my head on how I think it's going to go. But for this, I was surprised when Nick kept doing this, which was alternating between weapons. He has assault rifles, and he's picking up laser sights for them, but then a few seconds will go by, and he'll be like, nah, I want the shotgun instead, and he'll put a laser sight on that, and he'll be like, nah, I want to go back to the assault rifle, and he'll do it again. Now when we spawned multiple bots and put them into a group, they eventually all found their favorite guns. The Coaches ended up having shotguns, the Rochelles and the Nicks ended up having assault rifles, and Ellis ended up finding the snipers. And we did test this multiple times by getting rid of their guns, and they eventually ended up finding them all again, even if they initially had picked up the wrong type of gun. So I feel like that first clip with Nick in the beginning was just out of sheer coincidence, but when we end up doing it after a while, enough of the times that we do this, bots will end up just picking up their favorite guns per normal. So that's going to make Myth 3 confirmed. Bots, if they have a gun that has laser sights, will still drop it anyways if they run across their favorite weapon. Myth. Does a bot charger or a hunter take decreased damage when charging/pouncing? Alrighty guys, Myth 4 is submitted in by Pixel O Pop Rocks. With a bot hunter, it will take 6 shots in total to be able to kill them in the body. That is at least if you aim at upper mass. Now when the hunter is pouncing somebody, it is also once again 6 bullets to fully kill them. Now when it comes to a charger, if you shoot them in the upper mass, it ends up taking 9 bullets to be able to fully kill them with a singular pistol. Now, unlike the hunter, when a bot charger is fully charging somebody, it actually does have damage resistance. With a singular pistol, instead of taking 9 shots to kill a charger, it ends up becoming 14 instead, and that's a decent jump in my opinion. Now, because of your wording, you just wanted to know if either one of them ended up having damage resistance, and since we were able to at least get one out of the two, I'm willing to call your myth confirmed. Had you asked if both of them had damage resistance, I would have said busted them. Myth. If you spam the interact key on both pistols and magnums, can you dual-wield magnums? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth of today's episode is submitted by Dr. Zed, aka Dan. Now, from the first-person view, or my perspective, I'm trying my hardest to try to get both pistols and the Magnum at the same time, so it looks like that I'm dual-wielding them, but it just looks like I'm having a stroke instead. Now, this is what it looks like in the third-person view. Dan was the one that was getting the closest to what we were trying to aim for, and this is mostly due to the fact that he has an auto-clicker. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like that he's dual-wielding them. It just looks like that he's just swapping between the guns extremely quickly, and the guns sometimes look like they're floating. If you were ever to get lucky enough to try to get the guns to glitch out and look like they're being dual-wield, I feel like it would only end up happening if it were in the third person, because in the first person, it just looks way too much like the normal guns. So that's going to mean that the last myth is busted, which is a shame because it would be cool if you could at least make them look like that they're being dual-wielded, even if they don't function that way. Myth. Will Ellis only use his sniper rifle when infected are far enough away from him and swap to a pistol if the infected are too close? Alrighty guys, the first myth of today's episode is submitted in by Last Breath 570. So let's see what Ellis decides to do. I'm going to spawn a boomer all the way over there, and it looks like he uses his sniper, and then this time I'm going to spawn the boomer like basically right on top of him, and it looks like when the boomer's too close, Ellis does shoot with a pistol after shoving him away. If a boomer is this close to Ellis or farther away, he will use his sniper rifle, but if they are spawned or he notices them any closer than that, he then resorts to using his pistol. And in case any of you were wondering, he does still do this even if it's a normal infected, and not because he's worried that the boomer is simply going to explode on him. So this is going to mean that the first myth is confirmed. Ellis ideally would like to use his sniper rifle when infected are far away from him, and then resort to using a pistol if he feels like they're too close. Myth. If you kill a tank mid-jump, does he die suspended in the air? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by How About No. So once I get Dan low enough on HP to the point where we believe that he is one shot, I'm then going to go down to the bottom floor, have him jump, and see what happens. So here we go, and yep, it looks like that the tank does die just floating in the air, and then once he's done dying, he falls back down to the ground. So the myth is confirmed. A tank will die suspended in midair if you happen to get him mid-jump. Myth. Can a grenade launcher with explosive rounds one-shot a witch? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Good Guy Nick. So, with the game on easy mode and a grenade launcher that has explosive rounds, if we tried to end up one-shotting the witch, this is what ends up happening. After a second or two has passed, the game ends up saying you startle the witch and I get killed per normal. But if you change the game slightly and you play the game instead on low violence mode, you actually can one-shot the witch with a grenade launcher because in low violence mode, the game doesn't allow you to dismember things, instead it just makes infected disappear. So you don't even need the explosive rounds, you can just use the normal grenade launcher and still do this, as long as it's at least low violence. So this means that myth number 3 is confirmed. Myth. Will the tank go after the first person who got on a minigun when there's multiple miniguns? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by Nuketown 2015. Alrighty guys, so for the first test, I'm going to be hopping onto the minigun first, and when it looks like the tank is approaching us, he does this zigzag motion, almost like he doesn't know who to go for at first. Now when we do this the second time around, I'm once again hopping on the minigun first, and the tank actually ends up going for Dan, which I find a little bit odd. Here's the craziest result. I get on the minigun first, and it looks like the tank is going for me, and then he turns around and hits Dan, and after he's done hitting Dan, then he goes for me. I feel like I just got played by the tank as if this was like a versus player. That was very human tank behavior that I just saw there, and this is an AI. It seems that the tank is either treating this as a 50-50, where it really doesn't matter who gets on it first because they're the same level of a threat to him, or he's prioritizing the player that gets on it last for some odd reason. Either way, though, the myth is going to have to be declared as busted because the tank is not prioritizing the player that got on the minigun first. He's either treating them the same or doing the opposite, which is where he's targeting the person that gets on it last for some reason. Myth. If you lag hard enough, can you walk across water in Swamp Fever? Alrighty guys, so the last myth takes inspiration from Rastro Eho. Dan and I just took the myth and added to it a little bit by making it about lag as well. To cause as much lag as possible, I'm going to connect myself to Australia by using my Nord VPN. I'm not sponsored by Nord, but Nord, if you're watching and you want to end up talking, you know, hit up your boy. My business email is linked in the description. Alright, so once Dan connects, he's definitely lagging, alright? He's almost at 500 ping, which is absolutely insane. Now, despite being at almost 500 ping, when Dan falls into the water, unfortunately all he does is just sink. But remember, my friends, even if you're lagging, remember, you can always lag harder. So the way that we're going to do this is on top of being connected to Australia, Dan is going to spawn in as many objects as the game will allow without crashing and see if whether or not that this changes anything. And this is causing even me to lag. You guys can take a look at our ping here. Dan is over 550 ping, and it's just going to get higher and higher and higher. And here's the crazy thing, is that even though my game is running horribly right now, he still doesn't have the ability to walk on water and just continues to sink. Bro, I swear that I was blinking faster than the game was running. That's how laggy it eventually got. In fact, Dan at one point maxed his ping out at over 800, and I was getting there too, and when I was over 200, and then unfortunately, the game eventually blew up everything, and the map just broke. I don't know how else to explain it, but when everything exploded, it's almost as if it actually nuked the map. Like, textures are gone, the map has become buggy, things aren't working properly anymore. It amazes me on how the map didn't crash. Even after all this, Dan still could not walk across water. Like, it's really not lagging anymore, but because of the fact that the map glitched this badly, you think that we would be able to get something. I was almost tempted to make a joke saying, oh yeah, we're walking across water because the ferry turned invisible and it looked like that you legitimately were walking on water when you were standing in the texture, but when you activate the crescendo event, it actually returned. So it looks like, guys, that the final myth is busted. It's unfortunate because I was hoping we could do like an old Call of Duty Black Ops 2 where when you would lag hard enough you could be able to do things like this where you could run outside the map and walk on textures you weren't supposed to, fall out of the map, walk on water, all those crazy things that don't happen with a normal stable connection. But Left 4 Dead, despite the map being glitched, it was running decently smooth, and it still would just kill you and make you drown. So, myth. Can a tank reset its anger meter by attacking other infected? Alrighty guys, the first myth is submitted in by Nuketown 2015. Now when we first tried to do this, and this was a freak coincidence, it looked like it was confirmed at first, and the reason why is because around the time I was killing infected, my rage meter or my tank meter had just frozen. Now when we did this a second time and I was killing things, the tank's rage meter continually went down as normal. So what was the difference? The difference is that in the first test, I was far enough away from the survivors that the game decided to pause it, and then the second time I was actually closer to them and it made it tick down per normal. So the difference was actually me just being close enough to everybody else, which I thought was interesting because the way that the timing went there for a second, I genuinely thought that this actually worked. So this means that the first myth is busted, or coal in this case, since this is the Christmas special. So now let's move on to myth number 2. Myth: will in-game sprays distract bots/AI? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted by QB0516. So we started this test off with a bot Nick and had him try to heal me while I was spraying sprays everywhere on the floor alongside Dan and Tacky, and this didn't stop him from healing me. We also tried to see if whether or not that putting sprays in front of the bots would mess up their pathing when they're trying to follow us, and this did nothing to. And in case you want to see if whether or not this affected the special infected at all, we tested them as well. We just sprayed things on the floor right in front of them as they were going to do their main attacks on us, and this didn't mess them up. They continued to attack as normal. We even also tried to have them chase us and see if they would go around the sprays or get stuck on them for whatever reason, and nothing changed there either. So the myth is busted, or coal once again. The special infected bots and the survivor bots do not get affected by in-game sprays. Myth, is Rochelle the only survivor in the Left 4 Dead 2 crew that has trigger finger discipline? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Vader. So the first survivor we're going to be looking at is Ellis, and you can clearly see that his finger is on the trigger. Next is going to be Nick, and Nick also has his finger on the trigger. Then after Nick, we're going to be moving over to my guy Coach, and Coach, just like the other two, has his finger on the trigger. Now if we look at Rochelle though, and this is very subtle, she doesn't have her finger on the trigger. It's actually behind the trigger. This is a detail I have never noticed up until this point. This is actually really cool. So this is going to mean that the third myth is confirmed or present in this case. And now let's move on to myth number 4. Myth, can you in-cap the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors on the passing with a car? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted by Rigamortem, and I don't believe that this is a repeat, so no need to worry about that, my friend. Now, what we're going to do for this myth, just to make it a little bit easier, is instead of trying to have a tank hit a car and get lucky, I'm instead just going to spawn cars on top of the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors and just see if it does anything. Funnily enough, of all the ways we've tried to kill these guys, I'm surprised that we have not tried a car specifically yet. Alright, so let's spawn in some cars. Now, when I first spawned them in, they don't end up killing the Left 4 Dead 1 crew, they instead kill the Left 4 Dead 2 crew. They in-cap Rochelle and Coach. When I spawn in cars on the Left 4 Dead 1 crew, all it's doing is just making them move in really weird ways, but they're not dying and they're not even acknowledging that the cars even exist. So this is going to mean that the fourth myth is busted. The Left 4 Dead 1 crew cannot be in-capped by cars. They barely even react to them. Myth, can you play the Xbox version of Left 4 Dead 2 with the Guitar Hero controller? Alrighty guys, the last myth of today's episode is going to be submitted by Dr. Zed, aka Dan. Now, first of all, this was a pain in the ass to film, and second of all, I do understand that hypothetically you could make this work on the PC copy with button mapping and adapters, but I want to see if just the stock guitar controller would work on an Xbox 360. And so far, at the very least, it does acknowledge inputs and can at least get the game started. Oh, by the way, completely irrelevant, but what do you think of my Christmas tree? Does it look nice? I think it looks nice. Now, first things first, can you even start a game with this controller? And the answer, believe it or not, is actually yes, but it is clunky as fuck to do this, because you have to use the D-pad on the controller, and even then, it sometimes doesn't accept your inputs because this controller has motion controls, and slightly moving it will make it so that way your cursor will go in a completely different direction, and you have to start all over, which is a pain in the ass. But now to answer the question you've all been patiently waiting for an answer for, and that is going to be, can you play a legitimate game of Left 4 Dead with this peripheral? Unbelievably so. The answer is yes, but it's absolutely terrible. Using this controller resulted in my character getting stuck in place in the spawn, spinning around, shooting at the sky, and doing nothing besides occasionally shoving, turning on the flashlight, and stuff like that. But playing a legitimate game, like where you're running around and trying to actually complete tasks, that's not physically possible with this controller. The reason why this is the case is because you can't walk with the D-pad, and you shoot by using the controller's motion controls by physically shaking the guitar in different directions. The only buttons that worked consistently were the flashlight button on the D-pad, and then the start and the back button to navigate things like the menu, but that is basically it. Once you get into a physical game, you literally cannot defend yourself with this controller. Despite this controller being absolute dog water though, the myth is still nonetheless confirmed because it at least acknowledges it. The inputs register and it does allow you to do things like shoot and shove and use some equipment, but you can't walk. You can't look anywhere else besides the skies. The best way to describe using this controller is like when we first played video games as children and we didn't know how to use them at first and we just had to figure it out the old-fashioned way. So Xbox players, next time that you get a teammate who's doing nothing and just sitting in the spawn, they very well might be using a Guitar Hero controller. Myth. If a finale has rescue closets, will calling for rescue cause the closets to open on their own? Alrighty guys, the first myth of today's episode is submitted by Dr. Zed, aka Dan. So at this moment, I am the only one alive, and the closest rescue closet to me is all the way back at the plantation house. So I'm not anywhere near a closet. And as soon as I end up responding to Virgil here, all the way over at the gate, it actually respawns everybody out of the rescue closets. Not gonna lie, this completely took me and Dan by surprise. Now this will not do it, however, though, if the rescue closet is blocked off from the players, such as in Dark Carnival where the gate will close. And we also tested other maps too, just to make sure it was more than just Swamp Fever's finale. It will also end up working on the Dead Air finale, and the survivors will come out of this rescue closet in the back over here. Another finale that this works on that we tried was Death Toll. The survivors can also respawn out of this rescue closet that's underneath the staircase at the boathouse. And you can also do this on the finale of Blood Harvest inside the giant house. So this is going to mean that the first myth of today's episode is confirmed. If you start the rescue and the finale has a rescue closet that is not cut off from the player, it can actually rescue your teammates for you so you don't actually have to go back and open it. Myth: does a bot, smoker, or jockey take decreased damage while pinning a survivor? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Not On My Level / A True Winner 1. First, we're going to showcase a control test. On normal difficulty, a smoker will die to 2 headshots, and a jockey will die to 3 headshots, specifically from the default pistol. Now, while a smoker's actively pinning a survivor or attacking them, they actually have the opposite effect, where they will die in 1 headshot instead of 2. And then when it comes to the jockey is unaffected either way. He still dies by the exact same amount of headshots, that being 3 of them. That means that the second myth is busted. The smoker nor the jockey have damage resistance while actively pinning a survivor. Myth: does Jimmy Gibbs Jr. only spawn every 15 days rather than having a 5% chance of spawning? Alrighty guys, the third myth of today's episode is submitted in by Pixel O Pop Rocks. So Jimmy Gibbs Jr. I have only seen this man naturally spawn, I believe, like 4 times in my entire life. And I'm pretty sure some of you have never even seen him spawn naturally even a single time. A lot of players assume that this is a random chance, and some people think that it's only a 5% chance. But instead, there is a possibility that it might be a set spawn rate. Pixel Pop Rocks also provides a link to a GitHub page, so that way you can be able to download a tracker if you want to see when Jimmy's going to spawn in your game next. But I really can't benefit off of this because I'm going to be away from my computer the day it says that he's supposed to spawn in. So because of that, I'm going to have to use some other tools, such as using our favorite friend, Google. Both the Left 4 Dead 2 fandom page and the Left 4 Dead 2 wiki confirmed what the GitHub said, which is that Jimmy can spawn in every 15 days within a particular player's game. This makes the third myth confirmed. Jimmy will spawn in a player's game every 15 days if the conditions are right, rather than it being random or 5%. Myth: can you die hanging from a ledge inches off the ground? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by Tyler. Now, most likely, and reasonably so, you're probably wondering to yourself right now, how are we supposed to die inches off the ground in the game? It's like impossible, isn't it? Well, kinda sorta. You can actually end up tricking the game into thinking that you're about to fall to your death if you grab onto the correct object in a certain way, such as this locker in the finale of the Parish campaign. Now, just as weird as this, apparently, sometimes what happens is that when you cause yourself to hang like this, the director will just randomly revive you so that way you're no longer hanging to death. Now, I do know that the game can kill you trying to do this because I've seen it in a YouTube video by Scan the Man, who is a great YouTuber, by the way, you should check him out. And in this YouTube short he made, you can clearly see that he does eventually fall to his death. And then Jays, who's another Left 4 Dead YouTuber who is very knowledgeable about the game's mechanics, commented on this post and explained why the game does this. So, what do we want to call the fourth myth? I think the best way to approach this myth is to call it plausible. The reason why is because this way it doesn't discredit either the Scan Man or Jays. The Scan Man died in his video like we were trying to do. But because we weren't dying and we were getting rezzed by the director every couple of seconds like what Jays was saying in his YouTube comments, I believe ultimately the result comes down to how badly that the game just glitches. If you can glitch the game hard enough, I'm sure there's a timeline where you can die doing this. But I also believe that the game is trying to prevent glitches like this from happening in the first place, so that way players are not going around dying on just random mundane objects. So I believe that the best way to go about this is, like I said, to call it plausible. Alrighty guys, this is it. Let's see if we can play The Last Stand in Japanese Left 4 Dead 2. Myth, can you play The Last Stand in Japanese Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth of Left 4 Dead 2 Myth-Busting Mondays is by Frostbite. Now, the last myth was entirely done by Dan, because he had to mess around with all the different files and see what he could do about porting them in to a different copy of the game, because he's much more knowledgeable about this, and I'm worried that I would set my computer on fire. To get this to work, we would need to find all the assets for The Last Stand and figure out their names, port them then over to the Japanese copy of the game, and pray and hope to God that the game will recognize this and just simply launch the content. Now, after enough time has passed with Dan tinkering with the files, and using a updated version of the Japanese copy of the game so that we could be able to use things like an admin menu, it's now time to type in some stuff into the console and see if the game boots. And I will say this, is that I didn't even think that we're going to get this far. It looks like it's trying to at least load something. Something that Dan had plugged in is trying to boot up in the game. Now the game was taking several minutes to try to load this content, but the progress bar was at least gradually moving and not just completely frozen, making it look like that it suffered a crash. And I will tell you this, is that a part of me was holding my breath, and a part of me was also optimistic about this, because I wasn't really sure of whether or not that it was actually trying to load The Last Stand or just something completely different. It could have, for all I know, been trying to load old content. But after several minutes of waiting, and several moments where I thought that this myth was going to ultimately end up being a certain result, the game finally ended up loading all the content, and this was our result. A very, very botched, but yet still functioning version of The Last Stand within Japanese Left 4 Dead 2. First of all, oh my god, it actually worked. Second of all, shout out to you, Dan, because without you, I had no idea that this was even possible. Thank you for your knowledge on files. And thirdly, thank you, Frostbite, for submitting your myth, because without your idea, we wouldn't have found this out. Now, I don't know about you, but how about we touch some things up a little bit? Why don't we go back into the game files and see if we can make the game look a little bit nicer? Ah, there we go. That's The Last Stand that I know and love. And this looks not only a lot more prettier, but also functions much better too. So yeah, guys, that is going to mean that the final myth of Left 4 Dead 2 Myth-Busting Mondays is confirmed. My friends, thank you for 200 episodes of Left 4 Dead 2 Myth-Busting Mondays. What an incredible ride. But before we officially wrap up the last ever episode, I would like to actually take the time to list some of my favorite myths that we've had over the years, because I got this idea from one of my subscribers, How About No? So really quickly, I'm going to list 5 myths, but in no particular order, that have been some of my favorites over the years. One of my favorites has been by Jays, where if you don't look at a boomer, he actually won't vomit on anybody, which really surprised me when we first had tested this. Another myth I really enjoyed was, could you have Special Infected ride the Dark Carnival roller coaster? And seeing this clip makes me smirk every time. Another myth that I also ended up liking over the years was by Ace Rose, where if you use Zoe's "What a Dick" line, you can actually make Church Guy talk even after he becomes a Special Infected. My personal favorite myth is by JJ Lipscomb, which is that if you end up shooting the tank in the feet with a grenade launcher, you can basically make him rocket ride. This clip of the tank just being launched several feet into the sky is just something that lives in my mind rent-free. And this might be a little bit of recency biased, but I also truly enjoyed the final myth of this last episode here by Frostbite. Let me know what some of your favorite myths have been over the years. One last thing, guys. Before we do officially wrap up the episode, I want to open the floor to both my friends Dan and Tyler to be able to talk to you guys one-on-one and talk about how much that Myth-Busting Mondays meant to them, because they were two of the most involved people within this series besides myself.
Hey everybody, thank you for watching all 200 episodes of Myth-Busting Mondays. If you don't recognize the voice, it's me, Dan or Dr. Zed. I am so very thankful that you guys have made it this far after 5 years of content. And I've got my buddy Tyler here. He will introduce himself in a short minute after I'm done with my little portion of this video. But thank you all for making it this far. I don't know what we could have done without you guys. I'm so very thankful. I honestly have no words to describe how I feel right now. This feels a little weird to do, but I'm more than grateful that you guys continue to watch after episode after episode after episode, no matter, like what we put out. You guys always came around and looked at the videos and watched them, gave you guys' feedback and everything. So I just like to say thank you for what you guys have done for us and what support you have given us. In short terms, my favorite myth was the Last Stand myth in Japanese Left 4 Dead 2. That was my favorite myth as of concurrent, as that one took a lot of time and effort and was very surprising to see that it was working. But I love you all. Thank you for doing this with us and submitting your myths. It is by utmost all appreciated.
Hey guys, Tyler here. I was an active helper in recording Myth Busting Mondays from sometime in like the 60s or 70s up until like the early hundreds. I stepped away just for personal reasons because I couldn't make it to myth busting anymore. But I always looked forward to recording every Friday with my friends, just making these videos. And I would just like to thank all the viewers for, watching these videos, motivating us to continue the series. It really means a lot. My favorite myth was definitely the myth we tested where we saw if Noam Chomsky did the same amount of damage as a gas can or a propane tank. And at the time, we labeled the myth as inconclusive, which to this day, as of episode 200, is the only time we have ever labeled a myth that way. But what makes this myth my favorite is because in between episode 70 and 100, we were able to gather more information to find out that the myth was actually confirmed. Just due to how unique this whole process was, it's a no-brainer for it to be my favorite myth. Once again, I would just like to thank everyone for watching these videos, for commenting your myths. It really means a lot to me, and I was so grateful and so thankful to be a part of this series. And though it's sad that the series is ending, it was a great time, and I'm just happy to have been a part of it.
Thank you, Dan, Tyler, and all Mythbusters past and present for your help within this series. And thank you to the audience for contributing your myths, because without you, this series would have not been possible. As we wrap up the video, please consider checking out my second YouTube channel, Black Ninja 797 Extras. Please also consider using my supporter creator code, Black Ninja 797 in the Fortnite and Epic Games item shops. Thank you, Epic, for being my first ever sponsor. And thank you to all channel members for supporting my channel, because without you guys, these videos would just simply not be possible, and from the bottom of my heart, thank you to every single one of you. For channel members, I'll be making dedicated sleep videos along with a multitude of other perks as well. If this is something that interests you, I will provide a link down below in this video's description. And yeah, guys, all that being said, I hope you ended up enjoying Left 4 Dead 2 Myth-Busting Mondays, and I hope you enjoyed another YouTube video from the most unique YouTuber you guys are ever going to see. Thanks for watching, guys. I love all of you, and peace out.
Hey, meme lords, Jesus here. And you better have enjoyed that video there by the eternal god Daddy Ninja. You should probably subscribe too, or the mighty Moab will come for your balls. If you enjoyed the video, you might like it too. And give me the memes. Flash, bang, boom!